Good evening. Welcome to the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting, August 7, 2024. And isn't it good that we're inside and not outside? Anyway, we will get started with a roll call, and if our illustrious planning secretary would do.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Gomez,
Here.
Vice Chair Shively,
Present.
Chair Hammond.
Here. Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll have our Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Lopez, if you would stand.
Please stand for the pledge.
Thank you very much, and staff. I don't believe we have a presentation today. Okay, so we'll move on from item 3 to item 4 to item 5, consent calendar. I have a request by myself that we would pull item B, so with a brief discussion, because it is an unusual topic. So if we're all in favor of that, we'll just proceed on with the minutes and then go on to item B. Okay? So I'm going to ask this anyway. Do we have any ex parte communication or anything related to that for the city calendar? Okay. No. Okay. And with that, we move to consent calendar item A, Planning Commission minutes for July 17, 2024. Any corrections, deletions, additions? Okay, not hearing any. Okay, okay. And why don't we take a vote on item 5A? Or you want to do them together?
Public comment.
Oh, I was going to do it after. Okay, okay. You have any public comment on item 5A, the Planning Commission minutes? Okay, thank you. We'll close the public comment portion and bring it back to the commission. 5A, we can take a motion. Moved by Commissioner Gomez, seconded by Commissioner Lopez.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Anybody absent?
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes. Okay.
With 5 yes, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. We move on to item 5B. Is there any public comment on item B? And I'm going to read it. Eastern Municipal Water District Final Sale Agreement, General Plan Conformance.
Chair Hammond, if I may, we should do the presentation or any questions first before.
There's a
we allow
presentation on this?
No presentation, but I can provide the background
Oh,
and
okay.
then move.
Okay. Okay. She wants to do a background. Okay. Our city attorney would like to do a brief presentation because I have no understanding of item 5B. Right here.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'll do it from here. So this is an item before you, and I'll provide just some brief background. If you have questions, I can answer them. EMWD currently provides water to the majority of the city. The city of Paris still has some water and wastewater systems and provides water to portions of the city still, a minority. The city in the last year or two has been working with, and probably more, has been working with EMWD regarding a potential transfer of the city's water and water systems over to EMWD. Currently, that is going to be a decision before the city council whether or not to proceed with such a transfer. However, there's a government code section that particularly requires that before there's any disposition or transfer of real property, that the Planning Commission consider whether that transfer conforms with the general plan. So considering that the transfer of the waste water and the water systems does include a couple of portions that would be of property that would be transferred over to EMWD, City staff has prepared a resolution making findings that such a transfer would comply with and be in conformance with the general plan. And that's what you have presented before you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay. Any questions? I might have one.
So I have questions?
Sure.
sorry. So do we have to make a vote on this or just to review if we have questions?
Correct. You would be reviewing, the staff report and then the resolution. And after public comment and your discussion, you'd make a finding, or you'd make a motion and second and a vote whether or not to approve the resolution which staff has prepared. And the resolution basically states the transfer would be in conformance with the city's general plan.
Is there an actual presentation for this or?
No, are you talking about specifically regarding the general plan findings or?
Yes, yes. So we can have a better understanding of what the findings were.
Sure. So in the resolution, there's no particular presentation we prepared. Nobody from the city's office is here regarding the item other than myself and Kenneth. But the resolution itself provides the APNs that would be transferred with the wastewater and wastewater transfer. I do want to remind that's really just, you're not considering whether or not to actually transfer over the properties or anything regarding the transfer, just if the city council were to transfer, that you're making a finding that it would be in conformance with the general plan. And the resolution, particularly in section 3, provides those findings regarding the goals of the general plan and how it complies.
Are these decisions, I understand the city made a report and is presenting their findings. Is this the normal way that these decisions take place, or is something like this presented to the public for a vote?
No, so something like this is not presented to the public for a vote. The government code section that I'm referring to, which is 6502, all it says is, hey, city, if you're ever going to transfer, sell any property, you don't want a city just selling off their property, with no real consideration. It just requires that the planning commission kind of take a quick look at it beforehand, just to make sure that it complies and it's not going to affect the general plan, and it's kind of in accordance with what the city's trying to do through its general plan. Talking about like later on? Oh, right. Yeah, I guess to add a little more background, the council back, I think it was in, and let me double check the staff report. Back in 2021 is when staff presented to the city council whether or not it even wanted to consider this, and over the past few years, they've just been going back and forth. So the city council has initially authorized for them to start their negotiations and go through this process. So we're just at the point where we're just trying to go through all the formalities of what would need to be in place before they actually do a transfer, if so they wish to transfer off the water system. You can add.
I appreciate the explanation. Unfortunately, I just don't feel like I have a good understanding of what this entire process means. I think, in my personal opinion, it would be too premature for me to actually go into this voting action without fully understanding the process. I believe the summary is good, but I haven't had the time to even jump into this really because we have so many other things on the agenda.
I just do want to add that one of the reasons why the city, back in 2021, the city council started this process to transfer to EMWD is because as a city, we're not as well equipped to manage the sewer and water system. And there was a decision due to financial constraints of managing that program. It was not cost effective for the city to continue to run the sewer and water system. And so we were operating at a loss. So through negotiation with EMWD, the decision was made to continue the transfer of the sewer and water to EMWD. And that's the reason why it got initiated and why we're going through this process. So as part of this transfer process, it requires the Plan Commission just to state that, hey, the transfer of these properties are in conformance with the general plan. And that's the I guess the foundation of what's being asked. In terms of all the transfer, that's the decision of the council. This is the decision of the Planning Commission is just to say, hey, we own some land, we're transferring these utilities over to EMWD, and as part of that, the government code requires the planning commissioners say that, hey, the land that we're transferring over is in conformance with the general plan requirements. And that's the kind of the quick background why this is happening. So it's a step that has to be taken for it to get finalized.
And I will add, Commissioner Gomez, regarding us looking at the general plan, some of the findings in there, like the general plan specifically, goal number 2 states the new development is consistent with infrastructure capacity and municipal service capabilities. So when we were looking at the general plan as to if this would comply, just off of Kenneth's point, ensuring that future development does have access to water, and that's kind of what the resolution itself went into, of why the staff found that it does comply and is in conformance with the general plan, is this would better serve the residents of Paris in terms of water availability and being able to maintain and improve that infrastructure for water.
You mentioned something right now that kind of triggered my point earlier. You said that the city determined that it's better for the residents to be able to transition into this agreement. But the residents don't know that. They were never informed about this change, right?
So currently, we're not considering the transfer. There will be a public hearing and another decision in a city council meeting where the actual transfer itself will be discussed of, hey, is this the best decision for the city? Currently, it's really just you're looking only specifically as to whether or not the general plan and this transfer would line up. Just those two parts exclusively, not whether is this in the best interest of the city. That's more of the city council's decision for that portion of it. And if they want to approve the transfer, this is more, if we're looking at the city's general plan, does a transfer of these properties conform with the general plan? Are there going to be any consistencies in the general plan?
I do want to note that if I had to give her a percentage, it's probably 10 to 15% of the city that's where we own the sewer and water system. Mm-hmm. So the 90% of the city is actually run by EMWD. That's just kind of transferred the portion that the city has ownership of those utilities.
So can you tell us if the current 10%, they're completely independent of each other currently? And when it would transfer over, they would make any designated connections and stuff like that as EMWD would deem fit?
My understanding is that I don't understand all the nuance of it, of how that gets transferred. But the point, the goal would be that under the current system, our assessment is that they are better equipped to do repairs, do maintenance. We just don't have the staffing level, and if we were to take it on, it would be, we're not as well equipped as EMWD to do it.
If that does happen, I'm very familiar with one of the sites. It's in the Villages of Avalon community. Up to now, the upkeep has been great. And when I think about the EMWD site, it's not always great. So if their transfer was going to happen, who would be in charge of maintenance? And I know we can call code enforcement, we can call them code enforcement all the time, but what would be the conditions of that transfer as far as upkeep, maintenance, cleanliness, and all that?
It's all that's all under an agreement that's being worked out right now, and that's under the purview and jurisdiction of our city council.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to say in my part. Thank you for explaining this to us and having the time. I'm not sure if my fellow commissioners have anything else to say. They probably do, but in my, if we have to vote on this, I would have to recuse myself because I don't have enough information what it means for it to fulfill the general plan requirements. I would like the opportunity to be able to look that over because even though the city council does have the final say regarding policy, I have been receiving a lot of really good feedback from outside departments and other city and county offices that the Planning Commission actually does have some say. So I would really like to understand this a little better. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not going to prolong it. I don't have any problem. having worked for city government, I understand one of the considerations, guys, is financial. It's a financial reality, not just a reality. You cannot function as a city. That's why and I'm going to give a bad example, but DWP runs the city of LA, and DWP does all of it. Because DWP has 4 million people to deal with, so they don't have a problem. But it's a separate entity from the regular city of Los Angeles. So airports, DWP run like a business. So they control all the pipes and all that stuff because they have the numbers. We do not have the population. That's what I agree. We don't have it. So you're not talking about a land use. You're just talking about the city council ultimately has. Only surprised me that it came to us. But because it's a general plan, they have to, as a protocol, come through us. So essentially, they're not going to have a project develop and then suddenly say, they're going to have to deal with underground piping. It comes at cost. So the city had a downtown, they were running the water system. You can't afford it. Okay, what you say, you can't do it. Because pipes and maintenance, all the other things, becomes outrageous in cost. That's why you end up with this kind of situation where you have EMWD, who's larger and has the financial capacity. Not because they're better, it's just they have the financial capacity. So it's a finance decision, in my opinion, as much as it's anything else. We just would be bankrupt if you had to do all the repairs. I'm telling you right now, you'll be bankrupt. So having worked in that, you really would be. If you knew the cost of pipes and that kind of stuff, you have no idea until you work there how expensive it is to do the repairs. So we're only talking 80,000 here, so you don't have that kind of revenue, $10 billion budget. So you kind of have to, that's what I'm looking at it so much for that. So I think anything in land changes, land use of that nature, it would still have to come to us. But they're taking over, basically this was talked about city council too, that they're taking over functions that we would normally have public works. We just can't, they just don't have it. I'd like to, but we don't. That's my take on it. But anyway, that's it for me. And I think, yeah, go for it. You want the public on this? Okay. Okay. I don't think there's any developer, but if the public has comments at all, we're going to still have public comments. I'm just getting understanding now, so hopefully you do. But if you have any comments on this particular issue, please come to the podium at this time on this issue, on this item.
Hello there, good evening. Should I state my name first or anything in particular? All right, my name is Alex Mesa. I just wanted to say, as perhaps the sole public comment or under whatever circumstances, that this is definitely from a financial perspective and from other perspectives, it is, you could pretty holistically say that it's just the right decision to go ahead and let EMWD take over these kinds of functions. Not only do they have the experience and the wherewithal and the vastness to be able to handle it, EMWD itself being a member of LA's MWD, I mean, it's really an empire of its own, and they can certainly handle it. Now, it is the end of a long history. Paris itself incorporating in 1911 in order to specifically be able to handle some of its water resources and be able to actually give the city some proper piping, because up until that point, I mean, it was really a rogue, Wild West kind of situation in Paris originally. I mean, once you go that far back. So it's the end of a long history in terms of the city managing things, but it's better than certain alternatives, such as disastrous experiments in small-scale privatization, where why would we do that with the assets? I mean, previous councils have wanted to do that. This is certainly a little bit better. Let them absorb it. Let them absorb some of the cost. Certainly, as I said, they have the wherewithal. So that would be my comment as far as anything, and I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. We close the public comment portion and come back if there's a discussion.
I think just to reiterate what I just said, it's nothing against, I'm not trying to make anyone's job harder or go against anything like that. I'm not a rebel, but I really don't understand the depth of it. And I mean, up until now, I've been able to do my research and understand what I'm doing, because in the end, it is a vote, and in the end, it will say, well, Planning Commission voted on it, and then we'll be like, okay, what? So, yes. So I want to be able to make a decision and know exactly what I'm doing. And I apologize if it puts more work on the department, but that's definitely not my intention.
Nathan, can we get the blue sheets? No. Not at all. We appreciate it.
That's it for me.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. And at this time, if there's no discussion, nothing from staff, want to make sure. You go to a motion. Now, let me read it. Not as if I understand. We're asking to adopt resolution number 24-12, determining that the transfer of certain public property by the City of Paris to Eastern Municipal Water District is in conformity with the city's general plan. It's been moved by Vice Chairman Shively and seconded by Commissioner Lopez. What keeps happening?
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Gomez,
Okay.
Abstain.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes, I don't have the yes button. Oh, okay. Okay.
With a vote of 4 yes and 1 abstain, this is, motion's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not easy to understand it, but with that, if you have any more of the blue sheets, you can welcome to bring them up now. Okay. That we move on to item public hearing. Item 6A. Parcel merger 24-05187 and development plan review DPR 23-00020. A proposal to merge 4 contiguous parcels to facilitate development of a self-storage facility consisting of 2 buildings, two buildings totaling 69,926 square feet on 2.12 acres, located on the north side of Ryder Street between Johnson Avenue and Lakeview Drive in the light industrial zone of the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. The requested action is a continuance of this item to the Planning Commission meeting on August 21st, 2024. Nevertheless, we will go through the protocol. Is there any ex parte communication, discussions, site visits?
I drive by the site very frequently.
Oh, yeah.
None for me. None for me.
I'm familiar with the site, but that's it.
Okay. None for- Thank you. Well, since this is continuance, was there any comments or presentations by staff, or you want to just vote on continuance?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. There's no presentation by staff.
Okay. And obviously the developer, I don't know if the developer or applicant is here. Okay. Okay. At this time, we move to public comment on this item. Despite this being continued, we still will welcome a public comment. If anyone would like to comment on this agenda item and this agenda item only, you're welcome to come forward to the podium and speak. You have 3 minutes. Okay. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion and move on to discussion. I don't know if there's any discussion, but in essence, it's going to be a continuance. So it's been continued to, suggested continue to August 21st, 2024. Are there any objections or any? Okay. Okay. So we're moving that it continues this item to the Planning Commission meeting on August 21st, 2024. We have a motion for that. Been moved by Commissioner Jimenez. Seconded by Commissioner Gomez.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Commissioner Shively, Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
pardon. Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. We move to item 6B. Be patient, because I'm going to put all this on the record. Item 6B, vesting parcel map 23-05059, VPM 38814. Conditional use permit, 23-permits, 23-05047, 23-05210, development plan reviews, 23-00013, and 23-00014. This is continued from the June 5th, 2024 meeting. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of the Case Road mixed-use project, consisting of an industrial warehouse building, a self-storage RV parking facility, a hotel, and a commercial retail shopping center on 44.9 acres located north of Econac Road, south of Watson Road, between Green Valley Parkway and Case Road. Number one is the vesting of parcel map to subdivide 2 parcels into 7 parcels, totaling 44.9 acres. Number 2 is CUP for the review of site plan and building elevations for a 498,000 square foot industrial building on 23.7 acres. And number 3, CUP for the review of site plan and building elevations for a 116,000 square foot self-storage and outdoor RV parking facility on 9.6 acres. And number 5 is DPR for the review of the site plan and building elevations for a 21,600 square foot commercial retail shopping center on 2.8 acres. And number 6, development plan review for the review of site plan and building elevations for a 4-story hotel on 3.8 acres. The requested action is adopt Resolution 24-05, adopting the 4th addendum to the final environmental impact report of the Green Valley Specific Plan, and approving vesting parcel map 23-05059, VPM 38814, conditional use permits 23-00013 and 23-0014. To facilitate the construction of the Case Road mixed-use project consisting of an industrial warehouse building, self-storage and outdoor RV parking facility, a hotel, and a commercial shopping center on 44.9 acres, based on the findings and the conditions of approval. Obviously, has there been any ex parte communication, any site visits, or ad hoc committee meetings concerning this?
I have visited the site.
I participated in an ad hoc meeting.
I'm familiar with the site.
I know the site and I've been on ad hoc committees.
And I definitely am familiar with the site. This time, we have a presentation. Don't ask me to read that again, Nathan. We have a presentation by one of our oldies but goodies, Mr. Nathan Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission for having me here tonight. The project before you was continued from the June 5th Planning Commission meeting, and the project is entitled Case Road Mixed-Use Project. The project is generally located north of Econac Road, south of Watson Road, between Green Valley Parkway and Case Road, and just south of the EMWD sewer and water treatment plant. Just a quick overview of the project itself. I'll talk about the 7 components. The first component is the CUP for the 498,000 square foot industrial building, which will be located on the south west corner of Watson Road and Case Road. Also, there's a conditional use permit for a storage and RV
Excuse
Excuse me,
me.
Nathan. We can't hear you. through
Can
the
you
mic.
bring the mic up closer to you, Mr. Tall Person?
Okay. I'm not that tall.
Thank you.
There's a DPR for a 4-story hotel consisting of 128 rooms on 3.8 acres, a development plan review for a 21,600 square foot commercial retail shopping center, a CUP for 2 drive-through restaurants, and a vesting parcel map to subdivide 2 parcels into 7 parcels totaling 44.9 acres. And I will provide an overview of each component in the upcoming slides. So some background information: on June 5th, 2024, the Plan Commission considered the project and continued off calendar to address the following concerns. Concern number 1 was the transition between the undeveloped multifamily zone and the warehouse use. Number 2 is the visibility of the hotel pool area from the surrounding areas or public right-of-way and parking areas. 3, the proposed lavender color for the self-storage facility. 4, the need for lighting, security, and screening for the RV parking area. Number 5, clarification of trash enclosure locations and specifications. 6, the need for additional project renderings and access.
Oh boy, that's mine went out too. Hello?
IT. Oh, everything is gone.
Yeah, it's all out, yeah.
I think there's one out too.
Serena, these are working, maybe you can.
Now, yeah. Now it's on, yeah. Mhm.
Oh, Serena, my computer went off completely. Veronica server and microphone went offline. Is coming back now. Granicus is off.
Can you guys hear me now? Okay, excellent. Okay. They don't have the screen, that's why. Okay. Are we good? Okay. I'll continue on with the presentation. The Plan Commission voted to continue the project off calendar to have the applicant work with staff and schedule an ad hoc for the following. To consider a hospital or medical facility at the proposed industrial warehouse location, to screen the hotel pool area with a solid fence and heavy landscaping, to consider a different color to replace the proposed lavender color for the self-storage facility, to provide an adequate screening for RV parking, and to include project plans which will include trash enclosure locations and design details. Also, to provide renderings depicting views of Green Valley Parkway terminus, alley conditions between the project site and the Paris Crossing Shopping Center and the hotel pool area. And lastly, to provide access to the original certified EIR and all environmental documents for the Green Valley specific plan. After the hearing, an ad hoc was scheduled on June 26, 2024, to allow the applicant an opportunity to present the project and provide the requested PC information, Planning Commission information. And the ad hoc committee provided additional feedback, including a recommendation to provide a solid wall or a solid screen around the hotel pool. 2, to provide additional architectural renderings for the industrial building, and to clarify the transition from the proposed industrial building from the Paris Crossing Shopping Center. So after the hearing, In response, the Planning Commission and ad hoc comments, the applicant is proposing and providing the following next couple information in the next couple slides. So this is the applicant's response, just to pretty much depict the Green Valley terminus. And here is the commission requested the multifamily residential zone, pretty much just to depict the transition from the industrial building. And also, here's a 3D rendering depicting the transition from the 104-foot landscape buffer area from the future multifamily residential project. Here's another perspective of the landscape buffer that will include 36-inch box trees and dense landscaping. And if you notice, on the right-hand side is depicting the current conditions, and on the left-hand side of the slide is pretty much depicting the transition between the shopping center and also the industrial project. Another concern was how the industrial development will transition into the shopping center, and here are some other schematics. If you notice, the right-hand portion of the slide shows existing conditions of the shopping center right next to the Home Depot, and on the bottom left-hand corner is the exact area, which pretty much just depicts the transition between the shopping center to the industrial building. Another concern was to provide a screen for the hotel pool. Here's a 3D rendering of the hotel pool screening, which the applicant intends to replace the fence with a solid block wall to pretty much screen the views from the parking lot area and also the right-of-way. Also, there was a question or need for clarification on the self-storage color. The applicant has confirmed that the color proposed for the self-storage facility is gray and not lavender. And we also have a color materials board on the top right-hand corner, if Sylvia could pass it out. Oh, you do? Okay. And it's before you. Another requested item was the trash enclosure locations for each component. The applicant prepared an exhibit with the approximate locations and specifications of the trash enclosure. So if you notice, this exhibit actually shows all the trash enclosure locations as red dots, and also it depicts how the trash enclosure will look. If you notice, it will have veneer and also a solid cover with a mesh trellis to prevent people from climbing in there. The last requested item was concerning the hospital. The applicant indicated that the recommendation to consider a hospital or medical office building was not feasible, given that the EMWD sewer treatment plant would be directly across Watson Road to the north, which would not be a compatible use. City staff researched the hospital reference on the June 5th Planning Commission meeting, which was near a sewer facility in Ontario, California, and the hospital is separated by the 60 freeway with a distance of approximately 970 feet away. Community benefits. As part of the project, the following community benefits were proposed from the June 5th Planning Commission meeting. The first community benefit was the construction of either commercial buildings E, F, and G, or the hotel, concurrently with the proposed industrial warehouse building. Number two, certificate of occupancy of at least one tenant in the commercial building or hotel with occupancy of the industrial building, with an option to include $400,000 deposited into an escrow account prior to building permit issuance. Number three, widening of Case Road from Watson Road and to Mapes Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes at a community benefit of approximately $300,000. Installation of a traffic signal at the intersection of Watson and Case Road, which was not required per the traffic study. Since the last Planning Commission meeting, the applicant has proposed more community benefits, including installation of the landscape and irrigation along the north side of Watson Road to further buffer the EMWD sewer treatment plant facility to the north, construction of the sidewalk along Case Road widening from Watson Road to Mapes Road to provide pedestrian connectivity to the Metrolink station. Okay. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing a restrictive covenant prohibiting industrial development within planning area number 2 of the Green Valley Specific Plan, totaling 32.8 acres, zone industrial located at the north of the San Jacinto River, south of Getz Road, east of the Paris Valley Airport. Here is a map of planning area 2 in relation to the proposed industrial project, which is planning area 40. The covenant would offset the proposed industrial building proposed by planning area 40 by restricting future industrial development within planning area number 2. Sorry about that. I'm hearing echo. So. As such, a condition of approval has been included to require a covenant prohibiting all industrial development within planning area number 2. Okay. After the issuance of the June 5th Planning Commission staff report, staff received a total of 13 letters, which are provided as Exhibit I. 10 were in opposition to the warehouse component. 1 was in support of the project. 2 public agencies were seeking additional clarification. Based on these letters, responses to comments were prepared to address the letters received. Also, the issuance of the staff report that you see before you today, City received a total of 7 letters of opposition for the project. Staff reviewed the letters, and none of the comments raised additional environmental concerns that have now already been addressed in the EIR. I'd like to also point out that the City of Menifee has provided a letter, which is before you, and City staff has reviewed it, and none of their the comments in the letter raised additional environmental concerns that have not already been addressed in the EIR. So with that, in conclusion, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2405, adopting the 4th addendum to the EIR and approving vesting map 38814, conditional use permit 2305047, 2305208, 2305210, development plan reviews 2300013, and Development Plan Review 23-00014 based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. This concludes my long staff presentation. The applicant is here to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, sir. And give me a quick 2 minutes because I want to consult the city attorney real quick.
Test, test.
Okay, thank you very much. Acknowledging we have the letter from Menifee that's been part of the record, and we did get the letters of the various letters, item 6, shouldn't be CV. Anyway, comment letters. So we do appreciate that, and we appreciate the secretary for bringing it to us. At this time, with the developer having, I believe the developer's here. If you'd like to make there you are, presentation at this time. Sorry for the delay. I had a quick question. Important question. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Test, yeah, working.
Yeah. There we go.
All right, Derek Barber, Richland Communities, Irvine, California. Thank you very much, Chairman, Commissioners, for having us back tonight. Got a full room tonight, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can, but I know the Commission enjoys a good discussion, so I really appreciated the back and forth last time, and if there is, more questions, happy to jump in, but we obviously spent a lot of time on it at the last hearing, at the ad hoc before that, and I'm going to try to not be duplicative. Just as one other refresher, we did reach out to the residents that were at the hearing last time. We engaged with them. We didn't receive any formal comment back from them, but we did try to reach out to anybody who had been at the hearing and gave them all my cards. So I think it's in the staff report, but I don't know if Nathan got to mention that. So with that. One other piece of good news from last hearing, I guess the word gets out once you go to a hearing. We've actually had someone reach out to us on the hotel, happens to be one of the larger U.S. Hotel chains around, so we're really excited about getting a conversation going with them. Additionally, we have a letter of interest on the industrial, so I can't freely speak about who those people are, but I can say, the word is out, and it seems like, things will move forward probably pretty quickly with, consideration tonight. Just as another refresher, we're a CUP on this. We're a permitted use with a CUP. We're not a general plan amendment. We're not asking for a zone change. And I think that's where the comments focused last time is, the use is not so much the question, but we want to make sure we get the edges right. We want to get into the details. Commissioner Shively, everybody, you guys are great at looking at the details, and that's what we've tried to do tonight. You have a new book in front of you, which we wanted to make sure, I'm not sure if you've had the time to flip through it, but many new visuals. Nathan here did a great job, but I think he only shared one or two of them. I'm going to do just a quick flip through because, I really do just think they turned out really well. Everybody's seen this great shot from Green Valley and Ethonac. We'll say we're dealing with a lot of constraints here. We've got the sewer treatment plant to our north there. We've got the headworks right next to us. It's not a pleasant neighbor. It's a bit smelly. We had EMWD on the agenda earlier tonight. Someone from there is representing them tonight, so I don't want to speak ill of it, but it's a tough neighbor to be next to. We've also got, truck docks, the loading docks, kind of back of house. It's kind of a mess back there. It gets dumped on frequently thanks to city code enforcement. They help keep it nice and clean, but we are getting homeless, honestly, probably once a week out there trying to encamp, and we have to kind of boot them out of there. So, we'd be real excited to try and improve this area and make it, a nice place to be. You can kind of see a couple more shots. We've got a gas station. We've got, more pallets and just kind of, a lot of dumping going on back there. Here's kind of a shot. Nathan had showed this one. This is looking at the garden center, looking down. Actually, one of their trucks coming right at us. And then here's kind of in the final look. So that garden center and the building, really looks like an office building kind of as it heads down there. It's all autos on there. All the trucks are to the backside. So it should be a very friendly, compatible merge there. And I think this was one of the questions maybe Commissioner or Chairman Hammond brought up was you wanted to see all these angles. So I'm hoping we're covering it. Here's looking back on that shared alley to the back. You can kind of see to the right there is the RV parking. Nice tall wall. You can't see any of the RVs behind it. You can see just a peak of the hotel, I think, behind there. But really, it kind of merges in like it was always kind of planned to be there. Here's out from the 215 freeway, looking west towards the project. That'd be the auto zone on the left there. And there's still the auto zone, and then the nice corner of the industrial building right there. Just beautiful architecture. This is probably light on the landscaping, frankly. You'll look in the conceptual plan, there's a lot more dots for trees, and they will be there. But if we put them all in the rendering, you just can't see the building anymore. So we kind of try to pare a bunch of those back. Again, we talked about the trash enclosures. we've really planned this as a master plan, so we want everything to look and feel and merge. The retail is planned like the hotel, is planned like the self-storage, is planned like the industrial. So they're all reusing the same trash enclosure, same materials, same color schemes. You know, but we'll do what we can, but we still run into these situations. You know, it's unfortunate, you know, you lock these things up and then people just still dump everything in front of it. So we kind of tried to cite the trash enclosures on this plan where they're either not going to get that or it'll be highly visible, not buried behind the buildings. Again, this shot, there were some comments or questions on the amenity area. We added this just so you could kind of see, you know, we cited these purposefully to be in locations where it would be nice to take a break, head outside, get into the shade, get some fresh air. And, you know, from where you're at in the residential to the kind of office corner of the industrial building, I think it's a really nice place to take a break. The end of road condition on Green Valley, there's actually a very good example of this that we went over at the ad hoc meeting, but if you go down to the Murrieta Costco, it's actually this picture to the middle right there is same situation. The road is eventually going to go through. It's just for this interim condition. There's a turnaround at the end of it. Costco gets way more traffic than we do, and this functions pretty well there. I haven't seen any, you know, big complaints or issues. Engineering's reviewed this with us. So, you know, we're excited about Green Valley connecting, and it'll eventually get built. It's just that's the best we can do with kind of the portion of Green Valley that we have. And here's a shot of what that might feel like with the storage to the right, and then you come up and make the U-turn. There's still a median break midway where you can make your left. This is probably the safer location that if it was me, I'd go up to make my U-turn if I needed to from the retail center. This here with the hotel is a great call. You know, I think I agree that the pool area probably wouldn't feel as nice without the wall there. And so I more showed this to show, hey, we don't get everything right, and I'm appreciative of the Planning Commission taking a close look at this. So changing out this fence to a wall probably was the right call. There's very little parking along here. We kind of cited this in its location on purpose. There's no parking on the one end. It's just ADA parking to the front. And really, hopefully it'll be a really nice place to, you know, come and rent a room. Obviously, we're vested in all these, so we want to make sure that, you know, each one works. If one doesn't work, then we haven't done our job right. And I think one of the other comments was just ensuring retail access between kind of the restaurant shopping area and the existing center. It was always in there, but very hard to see. There's a driveway that'll connect kind of right where between the drive-throughs and the shopping center. So they can come from the existing center or from ours and head there. It'll help with some of the traffic flow if you are. I couldn't really figure out the reason I would go back out that way versus looping around and heading out, but it's there. People go, you know, any which way they want sometimes. Then on the question of the hospital, I was not super familiar with this site, but thank you for bringing it up so we could take a look at it. It's actually a great example of when there's a treatment plant, what usually happens around it. So this is OMUC, or Ontario Municipal, I think, sewer treatment plant here, right off the 60 between, correct me if I'm wrong, Vineyard and, I forget the other street, but, you know, giant buffer around it, 900 feet to pretty much any of the uses. The hospital's even a little bit further than that. So, you know, we're right next to it. So we don't have the benefit of being that buffer, but we're, I think, finding the right use that can be that buffer to the rest of the center. We talked about the colors. They're here in front of you. I'm frankly partly colorblind, so I was the last person to ask. We had our architect relook at it, and they did kind of confirm all the colors. You know, if you ask me lavender versus pink versus gray versus white, I'd struggle with it. So I hope if it is a color that you're thinking is not the right color, we did try to plan it with everything, and we think it's white or it's gray, whichever color was not looking right. But again, we want to make sure it's right. If there is a change that you're looking for, we'd be happy to accommodate it. Again, some of the community benefits we talked about, Right now, as part of the plan, Case Road was kind of this missing link. You kind of have from the Metro link headed south down to the Home Depot. You have EMWD as this as kind of the frontage neighbor there. They don't have any plans to upgrade that road. There's no big development that's going to kind of close that gap. So we're happy to kind of jump in and do that. We want this area to be nice. Getting the pedestrian connectivity up over there is an added bonus. So, we get 4 new lanes, we get the sidewalk as well, and, we get to kind of get a key closure between the Metrolink and that area. Additionally, we added the landscape on the north side of Watson. Again, we're trying to buffer the treatment plant as much as anybody. So, we had like kind of the landscape on our side. We've been working with EMD kind of progressively on this. We've got to acquire right away and installing the trees as well. There's already some trees there, but we'll be adding a lot more. And same thing on the 215 side on the east side of Case Road there. And just, we're trying to do everything we can. I think the commission, when we were talking just to start out the last hearing, Richland has a long kind of vested forward path here in the city. We own about 600 acres on the west end that's almost purely residential, and Ethonac is our main thoroughfare to get there. There'll be Ethonac Bridge and about 1,200 homes there. We also have other homes within Green Valley itself. All told, it's about 2,000 homes. So we want this area to be nice. Frankly, this PA2 area was kind of an afterthought. I think one of the commissioners asked, why is Richland getting into industrial? Well, we're really not getting into industrial, and we're hoping to just kind of offset this here. So there was 570,000 square feet approved as part of the Green Valley specific plan in PA2, and we're willing to say, hey, we'll never put industrial there. Where we're exchanging it to is just for the fact we've ran out of ideas on what to do with PA40 there. So the industrial use there is a good buffer. It's hopefully, answering a lot of questions in that area and also providing a lot of community benefit to it. So just to say, we're not a general plan amendment, we're not a specific plan amendment, we're not a zone change. We're trying to do a lot here. I know it's, this is a bit like, we keep eating chicken and broccoli, right? It's like we're trying to stay healthy and it's helping the city grow and whatnot, but I get it. Everybody's getting tired of eating healthy and, all this industrial getting proposed month after month after month. I just hope we've hopefully brought the dessert with it this time to, really kind of put the cherry on top. That's pretty much how it goes in my family with the kids and whatnot is, they understand it, but just, we want the best here, right? So with that, I'll take any further questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate the presentation. I know it was hard last time. I didn't mean to be so hard, but
Not hard. Good questions.
I promise
Yeah.
be the least. You see.
Am I okay to sit down?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Stay around because you might as well stay up front because we're going to have quite a few questions. Yeah. At this time, we have questions for staff. Well, I know we do, but staff and or the developer. I'm just telling the developer you may want to sit up front because it's going to come. And audience, be patient because it's a very, it's a project where you have questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Nathan, you mentioned the restrictive covenant for planning area 2. Just to clarify, Richland owns that property?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so they're promising to never build industrial there, but they're still open to building something zoned other than industrial if they wanted to?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, all right. Just wanted a clarification on that. And I saw that Menifee had some comments sent to the city. Were those comments and concerns all addressed?
I think we have our environmental consultant here, Michael Brown.
You want to say it? Yeah, they were a last-minute letter that was sent to us late this afternoon. We did review those comments. We didn't see those comments raising any issues that were not already addressed in the EIR, or they brought new CEQA issues that we felt that were adequately addressed already.
And regarding like the traffic lights and everything, all that's included into this project?
Some of those comments were repetitive from last time. We already answered some of those questions. And so those were repetitive questions. They were already answered. So I'm not sure if they read our response last time.
Got you. Okay, thank you so much. And I do have a question for the applicant. I do have a concern with the view from the southern commercial buildings like Corky's and September's. I'm just concerned about their view being such a wide building. Since the last time that we spoke in the last meeting, did you guys consider maybe breaking down that industrial building into maybe 2 or 3 different parcels? Or did you guys just want to stick to this large building?
Yeah, I can, we looked at, and I think I might have flashed this at one point in time. We looked at a couple different configurations on this site. I'll see if I can find it here quickly for you, where we could orient this a little differently. Hold on one sec.
You guys didn't consider it being a feasible option to break it down?
What ended up happening was the trucks end up becoming,
It was a traffic issue?
it was, it made it worse, frankly. Anywhere you would cite that, trucks would be going a different direction, and this way allows us to push all the trucks to the back and make sure there's never any trucks going out through Corky's. Other than Home Depot and Winco are still going to use that area, for their deliveries, which those come pretty consistently along that area. But breaking it up turned where, because each building, 1, 2, 3, we create a gap in between them where they need to be able to make accessibility to it. And therefore, that meant that they'd need another truck access to it. So if they were coming and going from there, this was the most defensible site plan within it. And I'm trying to see if I can find it quickly here. I apologize. I don't have that plan in front of me, but we did consider it.
No worries.
Yeah.
So it was an issue with traffic outside of the property?
It's an issue with any of those buildings trying to circulate once you break them up.
Got you. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
My question is for staff at this time. What's the timestamp on this letter from the city of Menifee?
It's actually August 7th,
What time did it get here?
like 3 p.m. this afternoon.
3 p.m. And what is the cutoff time for this letter to be submitted?
Well, the comment period has expired, but as a policy, we accept letters up until 5 p.m. But the later it gets, sometimes doesn't give staff enough sufficient time to review it with our consultant and with our legal counsel. So
Right.
all we have time to do is review it visually and discuss it with our team. So we don't have time to provide a written response. That takes a little more time to do so.
Right, yes, I agree. So the window, the common window closed at what time? 5 o'clock? 4:30?
5 o'clock. Okay. 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock, okay. So they submitted it with 2 hours to spare and not giving the planning commission enough time to review it, to be able to ask any other questions. So I just wanted to say that for the record. But other than that, I did have, thank you to staff for that, for answering that question. For the developer,
I knew it. I wasn't going to get off that easy.
I appreciate your presentation, and I appreciate you wanting to give us some dessert at this time. However, I did notice that you mentioned Costco. You've mentioned that several times. Was that one of your projects in the city of Murrieta, by any chance?
It was not.
It was not?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with that project then? Because you're very familiar with it, and you use it as an example. I'm just,
Frankly, I was just trying to find something that was local to here that people could understand what that temporary road condition was like.
Okay.
That's usually our goal, is just to try and find something instead of a visual that you can actually feel it, touch it. That was the closest one that I could find.
Okay. You did mention that the hospital, the distance that you mentioned in regards to the hospital was a lot different than, I believe it was 900 feet cleared from when you made the
From
comparison?
the parking lot, I think, Nathan, what was it exactly?
It was actually 970 feet.
Okay. So maybe not a hospital, but consider maybe medical offices in that area. I think that was also part of the conversation, right? Something in that area that would be beneficial to the community. That's something we had mentioned, but I just wanted to get clarification on that. That's all for me for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, can I add on to my first question? About the covenant, is there a deadline to it, or it's like, how long does it last?
It runs with the land, so.
Oh, okay, so
yeah.
it's permanently, it could be 50 years, 100 years? Okay,
That's
thank you so
correct.
much.
Does it transfer if they sell? Does that go with the land and it's transferred to the new owners?
Yes, it does. It transfers. So if a new owner buys the property, the covenant will transfer over.
Okay. And I also have a question similar to the commissioner asking about signage, because most of the retail is like away from the 215. I feel like the industrial coming southbound, it's going to block off AutoZone. There's a Home Depot. There's like a lot of places there that would be potentially blocked from you when you're coming south until it's too late to change over and exit. Have you thought about signage for your development as well as
Line of sight, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Frankly, there's 2 ladder signs for their location. When this whole area was, I'll say, planned in 2005, Nathan can step in for me, but there was an approved sign program. We're a part of that program. So the next ladder sign that we build is kind of up at this corner of Watson and Case Road. Then there's the existing one somewhere around here, and I think another one right about here. So all 3 of those were planned kind of back then at the same time to make sure that it has to meet kind of Caltrans standards of distancing and spacing, as well as, no point in putting a building in front of a sign and then having to move another sign. So good question, but yeah, our businesses rely on that sign as well because they're back and around from the freeway. If they didn't have signage, it'd be a problem for them. So we want to make sure that everybody can see the signs.
And would you describe where they're at? Because when you're pointing, we're not seeing your pointer.
I'm so sorry. I think I have to go into presentation mode. If I do this.
No, we still
No,
can't.
still can't. Okay. I'll just,
Is it by the entry? Is it?
what would be a good way to do it?
I'm thinking there. Yeah.
Shift or control? Let me see.
Me too.
Let's see if I can do the highlighter.
That showing up?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that is.
Okay, so that's the new planned one. It's already part of, again, the kind of master sign program. I believe the other one is somewhere around this location here, and then there's another one somewhere down here, I believe. There's kind of 3 along that. You have to space them a certain distance apart to meet Caltrans requirements, and the line of sight for our building also has to work for all the drivers too. So we're well set back from Case Road, and then also well set back from the freeway itself. There's a kind of a large buffer between those 2. You can kind of see, probably if I go back all the way in the original plan. You can kind of see the sign planned there. And then, we've got this big landscape buffer between here. The AutoZone is kind of right there. So nothing that we do is anywhere further in front of that AutoZone. And, we're capped out on height or anything. So it's, I've driven it a lot of times. Home Depot would not be happy with us if we were blocking their sign. So, and we have to go through, we've had to already talk to them, go through all their approvals before we even came here because they have a covenant over our property.
So then that sign that is going to be on the top right-hand corner, that would include all the locations within that, right? So it would include the Home Depot, the Winco, Corky, September's, Home Depot, not our AutoZone. Would that sign include all that, or is it just for your?
It really, I'll say it's going to have a big City of Paris logo on the top of it, and people that want to advertise on it can advertise on it. But most likely, it's going to be the hotel, it's going to be the drive-throughs, it's going to be the restaurants. But there'll be other ladders on there that if people would like to. I think even the existing two there have openings. You know, the people that lease these centers are smart. They know they can get a couple extra dollars in rent if you put your sign up there. So not everybody does it, you know.
Okay. Okay. I think that was, looking at it, one of my concerns that I thought after the fact, because, I mean, I know where the things that are there.
Yeah.
So, but if I was driving and didn't know the area, I usually do look for those signs to see where I'm going to go. And that color that you said is not lavender on there and on here, so it looks purple. And I know you said you're colorblind, but it's still purple.
Even on
what's
the
it
color
called?
board?
It starts with
Which
an
one's
M.
it called?
What is it? The one that starts with M, the purple one? Is it this? Mesmerize. Mesmerize is like
Mesmerize.
purple. And then the hotel had two colors that were not very nice either. El Hotel, that one? Yeah. It had red and point and artichoke. Those colors don't seem to complement anything else. Do you see them for more there? Yes. Okay. Yeah, those are not very complementary colors.
You know, the architects go to school for these things, I believe, but obviously, I'm, you know,
They go for building, not color schemes.
Yeah. I'd be happy to somehow work with staff and the commission to
Please, you guys know
edit
what
the
we like.
colors as necessary.
Okay.
I hope that's an acceptable answer, because
Yes.
you know,
Staff knows,
I
yeah.
could say Swiss coffee, and that'd be about the only one I could say that I'm
That
like,
you know?
That one usually works on everything. But, yeah.
Thank you.
You and me? So I think we asked a question last time regarding the design of the hotel, even though you did a presentation here, the design of the hotel, that's not set in stone and can change in the future based upon whatever hotel chain may come in. So it's,
I will say, I think staff did a good job of clarifying in the staff report, if there are any major modifications, it has to come back to Planning Commission. So there's very little wiggle room with the way these are approved. I'll let staff comment to it, though.
Yeah, so if there's any major changes to, you know, the architecture, colors, or layout, they would require a minor, or actually major modification that would have to go back to Planning Commission for your approval.
a defined major modification, just so we know.
It would be kind of more than 25% more than changes, or any type of changes that would, you know, have to do with circulation or adding more building square footage or something like that, or an additional story.
It's defined in the city code,
Yeah.
too, what a major modification qualifies as. We researched that as well, so we wanted to make sure, like I said, we can't stub our toe here, so we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So if it's not meeting the Planning Commission standards, then, you know, it should come back to you all.
Yeah, the hotel as it's laid out and designed, it's great, but, you know, when you get another chain in there, they might have a different concept or different color scheme that suits their, you know, color palette for their designs for their franchise.
Yeah, we have one of our kind of experts here tonight. You know, he can speak to the medical, some of the hotel stuff, the retail. If you did want to dive in deeper, you know, during public comment, I'm sure he could do that. I would say just what we follow in the hotel trends right now is they're all trying to upscale. You know, there's kind of two different movements right now. They're either taking existing ones and converting them to, you know, make those nicer, or they're frankly starting with kind of their model. But, the regular garden court, vanilla stucco, I haven't seen really many of those getting constructed these days. They know they kind of have to build something that is going to attract visitors.
Can you show the overall site plan, including the existing commercial development?
Sure.
I just have a quick question regarding that parcel 6, which is, I believe, the RV parking. Does that actually have access next to Watson Road, north of the Home Depot?
The RV parking has access both sides. It's meant for fire access mainly, everything.
Oh.
I'll let him do it, and I'll come to the side. We're a good tag team. Yeah, thank you. So, let's see if I can use this pointer again.
So is it actually just fire exit, or is it actually access for RV?
Right there, we've provided the access, but we don't anticipate using it because typically they want very controlled access at one point for these, and this was mainly just a rear access. We've also coordinated with Home Depot. They don't love people coming and going from there as well. So the kind of main entrance and exit for the RV is here. Really, parcel 5 and 6 are planned together. The same operators are going to operate both. And so they kind of can control this, from their front door up here. And, I think people appreciate that as a RV owner or boat owner, whatever they may be storing here. Is they come to here for security. They want to know that it's, not going to get vandalized and going to be taken care of.
And then, did you guys ever have a discussion with the existing commercial property on through access between the two developments?
We did. This is all now pretty fractional here, so the two major owners are Home Depot, Winco. We've discussed with them. There's a property manager that kind of oversees the rest of the properties, but all the out parcels have been parcelized and sold off. So it's kind of a fractional group. But when this whole thing was planned out together, we all gave reciprocal access and easement to each other. So that was part of the conditions of approval, was just to confirm and verify that. So we have CC&Rs that already exist that obligate us to grant them access and vice versa.
Is it, what location is that actually theoretically going to occur?
I hope it's not theory, but it's kind of right there. I might go back to mine again
Down
here.
south, next to the gas station, kind of close to the tire shop, Just Tires and the...
That's right. Yeah, I tried to highlight that as one of them. Right here. So here's the shopping center. Here's the two fast food drive-through. I won't say fast food. They're drive-throughs. I don't know that they're going to be fast food. But right in this yellow area here is where that kind of through access would be. There's, people kind of come every which way on the other side right now. And I think most people come off Green Valley just because it's an easier way to access our site.
Okay. And then, have you guys thought of having this whole development kind of be a green type development or LEED type of development at all?
I'm sorry, repeat that again? I didn't catch that.
Have you guys thought of the concept of having a green development or LEED type?
Oh, I think pretty much all commercial development has, the state standards that are.
State standards get you kind of like silver.
I think silver, yeah, you might know it better than us. And I think in order to qualify, most things have to be gold, near level platinum. But frankly, it seems like LEED is a bit of a, it's a stamp, but not necessarily something that means it's the greenest building in the world. But, I think the city will uphold those during the building, CDs and construction documents that, I probably can't comment to it much other than that.
And then at that sign that you're actually looking to put up there on the corner of Case and Watson, is there any conflict or any issues that you know of that's going to be with Caltrans for that sign?
No, again, staff might be able to, it's, the permit is already there for that sign. You know, they could have built that sign already, they just never did. We will now build basically the final piece of that permit. So, you know, it'll be a little newer, but it'll look probably fairly similar.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. No, go for it.
Can we go back to the industrial portion? Because I think we had questions last time just about just the movement of big rigs and how they come on, and do we have that? We talked about the requirements. I think it only required docking for 2, right? Or stacking for 2 as they came in?
Yeah. For engineering conditions, we would have that requirement for 2 queuing from property line to the gate.
Would it be,
You can see there just to the east of Lottie.
So there's 2 in here, 1 out, shaped median that forces them to head to Watson, headed east. There's also kind of a turn lane in that they can queue on Watson if they need to. But
is it 2 in or 3 in? It kind of looks like
3 in.
3 in, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And per the ITE, I think I mentioned this last time, a warehouse of this size has 96 trucks for the whole day, and that's in and out, and that's the whole day. So you're looking at 48 trucks total for the day, and that's per the ITE. So what's spaced there for the 2 should be adequate.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I won't prolong the agony for you. So, I appreciate, too, coming back with the design, and a lot of the questions have been answered. I got a few observations. I think if you can give me the overall site plan again, I'm going to get detail. So the overall, back to what he had originally. I just have a few questions and comments. I'm always going to have it, so it doesn't. The one where you had the access points too, I think that one.
Sure. Sorry,
Almost,
it's not my
almost.
computer
It's
here,
okay.
so
I'm not either, sir. I
there it
think-
is.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to look at the circulation issues that I'm going to bring up. Again, on the east side, I'm going to start there. The east side, you have a drive aisle, basically. You're coming out and you're driving that aisle to get out of there. Most people aren't, but that needs to look decent because now you're exiting on the east side, going towards the back of Winco, the back of Home Depot, the back of these places. You don't want that to be a main entrance. Nobody does. But that drive aisle has to be maintained, and that's one of those things where I'm looking at. There's going to have to be adequate for cars to go in and out of there. My other issue is right in front of that coming out of the hotel entrance, if you go up a little bit. And I think I brought this up the last time in consideration. It's just a wide open gap there. There's no stop signs. There's no anything. I would like to see a signal if there was going to be one. Because if you're coming out of a hotel and you're going to go way up north and do a U-turn, I'm not going to want to stay there very long. So there's a matter of just practicality, that consideration there, because if you jump out in that open aisle, and I detailed this report too, you're going to have to come, some people are going to do that. It's just reality. They're going to do that. You're going to come out of the aisle, go cross traffic to go in the other lane that you can't see to turn left. Not just this is Paris, anybody's going to do that.
Yeah.
But it's just too much of an open invitation. So that's a consideration, engineering consideration you need to make a top priority. Whether it has a warranted or not, or that's not even an issue, it's a safety issue. And we're public safety people up here. So that's a consideration to look at. Because coming out of there from a hotel, You can go way up north and come way back down. I appreciate the buffer that there was a consideration is, since there's no parkway there, and it's open there, it kind of almost opens up the opportunity to want to do that. It's the temptation, and people are going to fall for the temptation, to want to come out and turn left there. So I think that needs to be looked at really seriously as to that intersection. I think overall, a lot of the questions were answered. I'm still, the RV park, the RV lot, we haven't seen any diagrams, 3Ds or anything of what that looks like. It's just a bunch of spaces. So I'm assuming there's going to be walls all the way around 8 feet. We have no idea what it would look like. It would have been nice to do a 3D architectural thing of some cars sitting there. But we don't, it should not become a storage, and I hate to use this term, but the LA kind of mentality, okay? And having worked there, I can say that. They just park there and you just live there and you know, everything else goes on there. So that's one of those considerations. That's going to be part of that storage. It has to be really heavily in security. So that's one of those issues that needs to be written in to maintain that RV park lighting. There's no security guard, I'm assuming. So it's really kind of a secure gate, and like anything else, you go to a storage facility, you go in there, it has to be locked, it has to be maintained. If there is no, there has to be some means of security if that's going to be part of this. But people are going to park there, and the temptation will stay there. Who's going to monitor that they stay there, or they park it there, or maintain it?
Yeah.
So it'd be like any other storage facility. What happens?
I might, I don't have it on the presentation here, but I might flip to the book from 828 to 29, 30, 31. 31 has a lot of kind of the 3D elevations. And then I think in the very beginning of the book, we have, I know this is the storage building. I think your comment is kind of towards what does the cars look like to the
Yeah.
back. I think
Yeah.
on 28, though, you can kind of see where these are supposed to be low maintenance, I think, for most providers. So cameras back to the office area within the stealth storage building, which you can kind of see in the
Yeah.
heavy dash. And you know, we've worked with self-storage operators. They kind of devised this plan here. This is how they would run it. From a lighting and security standpoint, it has to meet Paris codes. There's a lighting plan that has to get developed. It's not developed yet, and it has to meet the security code. So if things are getting broken into here, nobody's going to rent there. So I agree with you. I guess from a visual standpoint, you know, I think the illustrative on 29 is, you know, probably the best we've got as far as what that area looks like.
Now, is there, with the plan that, oh, you can go ahead.
Oh, I was going to touch on the driveway 3 for hotel. So the applicant did study that intersection with the project build and cumulative scenario. Both scenarios did not call for a signal at that
I know.
location. When the project to the west, the multifamily residential, comes in for an application, we would require them to study that intersection again, and at that time, it could potentially build a signal. But again, this project with the applicant studied with the cumulative scenario, Green Valley Parkway all built out, and the cumulative scenario did not require a signal or
Yeah, I knew.
always stop control.
I knew they'd say that. I guess in the sense of, with signs are saying you need to turn right and not go straight across. So some kind of directional sign as a safety to the city.
There.
You know what I'm going with that one.
They're
So
allowed
if you're
to
going
make
to
the
turn
left.
right, you want to turn right because people will go straight.
That driveway would be full access. And
No. When you're coming out of the driveway, to not go straight across or try to go left, let's face it, come on. You know, you ever drive in the city? That's not going to be a barrier. So if you don't have something to say right out or right turn, and then later on, if this project gets approved and if that went across, we don't know the timetable of the hotel and that, but something to say turn right. Not that the driveway would say, but something to say turn right as a safety factor would be a consideration, because you know what's going to happen. You know, you're gonna play chicken with that intersection.
Chairman, just a question. I want to make sure I understand. The intersection I just circled is what we're talking about, right?
Right.
That's a four-way intersection. So coming out of the hotel, you're allowed to make the left. You're saying people probably won't because they're playing chicken.
Well, you know, if you have a median and an opening in between that median, right?
Yeah, there's a protected left into the hotel. There's basically a transition lane out, coming out, so
Yeah.
that you can merge in.
Right.
I mean, it's, Ethanac has the same setup, and Ethanac has got to be 10 times the amount of trips. as
Well, what
Green
I'm saying
Valley.
is, you come out of this thing, you can go, the median is broken there. So you can come out, the median and go left.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, I'm just saying should there be a directional sign and the hotel property to say until that gets built, it could be something to say, make sure you turn right.
I'll defer to engineering on how,
Mm-hmm.
I think we're open to anything that creates a safe condition. Having a lot of accidents is not our,
No.
not in our interest.
No.
That's something we could work with the applicant
Okay.
on. But again, the traffic study
I know.
did say
I know. I've been
level of service
1,000
is
traffic,
sufficient.
trust me. Okay.
I think
Yeah,
from a
that's all, yeah.
retail perspective, we like signals because frankly, it usually provides better opportunity for people
Yeah.
to stop and find their
Yeah.
way
Well-
into areas, so.
That may be something down the line, but in the like I'm saying, in the interim, again, this may get built across if this is built. I mean, we'll see.
Right.
But it's a timing thing, but in the interim, until it warrants, or if something that's in the future, that would be something.
We could work with the applicant on that.
Okay. I think that was, I knew you'd have more.
I just wanted to clarify that on the storage facility, that there were two colors, not just one, that were very purple. It was Mesmerize and Lux Bell. So Lux Blue. It's called blue, but it's purple.
It looks purple. Okay.
So just wanted to clarify, just, staff would just
And
review the
I
colors.
had written down Red Point and Artichoke as well. Was that the other two?
Yes, thank you.
Again, we're going to have to look at these for a while, so I want to get them right. Don't want to have to repaint the buildings, so appreciate it.
Okay, I'm get ready for public comment. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, if I can just clarify, I know you made a comment about the concern about the RVs becoming permanent units, dwelling units. We do have a condition, it's condition number 52C, which indicates that no RV and motor vehicles parked in the facility shall be used as a permanent dwelling unit. We also have condition number 49 that requires that adequate lighting be provided, and it has all the specs on the lighting that would be required to comply with the municipal code.
Right. So you don't have a physical guard because you would need one. That would be a lot of money. But I mean, there needs to be some, if there's no security cameras or something of that, since that's another issue, for a more security issue, but it's a major issue since you're talking, we don't have anything else like this in this area. So we just want to make sure that permanent does not mean permanent.
Commissioner Hammond, I also wanted to clarify that we do have a condition in there for security cameras for the RV storage, which is condition number 52B.
Yeah, I saw it. Would it be maintained off or on-site? It's not on-site, right?
Typically on-site with the self-storage building.
Okay, so we want to make sure we understand that if we do this,
Can I get clarification on the permanent residential part? What is considered permanent? After how many days?
good question.
Because if we don't clarify that and we leave it open, then we're going to have weekenders or biweekly, I don't know, monthly, if we don't put a. So what would be, what is the intention of the RV storage?
I'll let staff comment to what's allowed under an RV storage facility. There's definitely code that stipulates that this isn't the first one in the city of Paris. I don't know if there's issues with other ones within
Well,
the city
the
of
other
Paris.
ones may be outdated as well.
But I think they all have to comply with, you can't
Not
park an RV here
necessarily.
and live here. Oh, okay.
They should, but even though our conditions need to be updated.
Yeah, we can entertain a recommendation from the planning commission to add as part of the condition of approval.
So when it's written in our policy or in our rules, what is considered permanent?
For the RV, so they don't become a permanent dwelling unit on the parking.
Yeah,
site.
well, anytime you live in an RV, that would not be permitted in the first place. So the purpose of an RV storage is just to park your vehicle there. The code is not the code is not intended for an individual to live in an RV storage facility.
Right.
And so you can put that specification, but that's the understanding for an RV park. I mean, an RV storage facility, not an RV park. I mean, RV storage.
I think what she's asking is there 90 days, 6 months? What is considered permanent
But if
or
the-
not permanent?
But, well, you can't live in an RV that's stored in a storage facility. We can
It's up to interpretation, that's why I brought it up,
Yeah,
right?
and we can say that it's not, we can specifically indicate you cannot live on the property.
Thank you. Yes, that's it. So I would, if you are willing to entertain, me give you an example, I would like it to state that there would be no dwelling or no, absolutely no inhabitants, or however you would have to word it in order for it to be clear.
Yeah, if I can also clarify, the RVs will not be allowed to be connected to any connections for water, sewer, electricity, or anything like that.
Oh, that's good.
So it
So that
doesn't.
accompanied with the
Yes.
explanation would be perfect.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the same goes for the storage facility itself, as
Right.
I've heard maybe stories like you where people are living out of their storage locker that usually is frowned upon, and they enforce that pretty strictly. So I echo your comments,
Frowned
whatever
upon
we
is
can do to
definitely
make
left
sure.
up interpretation as well.
I think
So I appreciate
if we
it.
had code enforcement here, I'm guessing they could quote the book on it, but I would imagine they're enforcing it pretty readily because, it's not a good idea.
Okay. Okay, I don't think there's, he's left. There is, and I'm going to let you go, so I'm going to get to public comment. From the hotel, and I think I saw a little piece, a strip that you can go from the hotel to the shopping center. Yeah, there it is. And that's what I was concerned about. Now I see it more clearly. Because I was wondering how are you supposed to get, you want to walk in with the restaurants and go to that, so it was closing it off, but there is a loop. So that answers that question. Well, yeah. Well, lighting would have to be,
Yeah,
obviously.
it was meant to be a very easy pedestrian circulation where, the hotel and the shopping
Right.
can go back and forth. We designed that plaza in the middle to really be something that's inviting where people from both sides want to go from one to the other.
But is it a little pedestrian walkway? Is it like well lit? Is there signage?
Yeah, I mean, everything has to kind of meet our parking area code. Engineering could probably say it better, but it's usually 1 foot candle, I believe, is the requirement. So it's going to be well lit and very safe.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, because it's going to be nighttime stuff. So.
Yeah, there's gonna be nighttime walking over there. I was trying to find something, conditions of approval. Just about that pedestrian walkway in the back. I know there's not a lot of traffic going around to the back.
It's, so if we look at condition number 49, towards the bottom of the condition, it indicates that at least 1 foot candle of light shall be provided in all parking lots, RV parking areas, and pedestrian areas for safety and security.
That doesn't say pedestrian walkways, it just areas. Like pedestrian areas, any parking lot you're
We
walking.
can include
Yeah.
pedestrian walkways.
Can we
to
include
clarify.
that? Can we also raise a little bit of the limit? I'm thinking families staying in the hotel, and kids usually run ahead or they like lag behind. So just to make that really well lit so that cars really visibly see that there's something there.
So include pedestrian walkways and,
Yeah, I don't know, I'm looking to my fellow commissioners, how should we frame it? Because I feel like that pedestrian little walkway should be a lot more lit than just the one candle. I feel like that one needs to be a little bit extra instead of just general. I know with some of the industrial we've done, like where they have the lighting on the bottom too, where it's reflective, it has a little bit more.
yeah, we just have to be cautious of the amount of lighting, because remember, you have the residential across the way, so you don't want something that's going to be shining, and especially at night, when you have residential areas, and the lighting could be shining in the, rooms or any living areas in those homes. So that's why 1 foot candle is usually the maximum lighting that it's recommended for safety purposes in parking lots and walkway areas.
Sorry,
I know,
if
I
I can
know.
interrupt, commissioners. Just a gentle reminder, and just
I
for the
know.
sake of procedure, I would caution to keep this to just questions and
I know,
answers at
I
this
know.
point, and then any conditions can be discussed
You're
during the
right, you're
discussion
right.
period.
Okay.
We get carried
For the
away.
driveway, though, like I understand the
Mm-hmm.
driveway, are there any conditions? Like I know there's recommendations for like there's a driveway there, but when it's just a walkway that doesn't have a driveway, is there any code for that?
It's usually a 1-foot candle.
Yeah, any walkway.
Yeah, any
Okay.
walkway,
Public
pedestrian areas
walkway area.
would, yeah, we can cover that under the same condition of approval.
Okay, that's,
Thank you.
any more questions? Okay. 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 Thank you very much. At this time, we'll open up to public comment, and I'll leave it with, maybe change it up and leave it with Sylvia. I think she has some commenters on this item, which is 6C? 6B, yeah. Mhm. I'm gonna act like the city council now, let her read them.
We have Jillian Manez.
And as always, state your full name and spell your last name for us for the record.
Hello, my name is Jillian Menez, M-E-N-E-Z. I'm here with representing Paris Neighbors in Action, and also I'm a resident in this area. I frequent this shopping center multiple times a week. I'm at Winco probably way too often. And I'm very confused and frustrated with the direction of this project. I was at that June 5th meeting, and I was under the impression that the developer was going to include additional renderings, including a business park instead of a warehouse, and I was frustrated to see that that was not included, even though I know that that was a big part of the discussion. Again, all of the proposed community benefits of this project serve only to directly benefit the developers. Widening Case Road, putting in a signal. The commercial component is the only section that us residents like, and they're trying to also sell us short on that promise, and then serve it to us as if that's a benefit to us. They're saying we'll build one part of the commercial with the warehouse, and that's a benefit. That's not a benefit. That's selling us short of a promise. We walked the Green Valley neighborhoods, and we spoke directly to residents, and not a single resident that we spoke to was aware of this project, and every single one was opposed to it. Again, this is a CUP, not a zone change. I understand that, but it is a CUP for a reason. This is not in the spirit of the plan for this area. This is a conditional use permit because they have to ask to put a 500,000 square foot warehouse in this space. We, the residents, are saying no, we do not want it. It does not fit this region. This is a residential and commercial area, not an industrial one. We do not need semi-trucks running down our streets and polluting the air directly above our homes. We don't want it, we don't need it. If you place this warehouse, then who is going to want to develop that multi-housing residential there? We have seen this time and again in our community. When you place down a warehouse, it poisons the rest of the area around it. Warehouses attract other warehouses. They are already prepping Case Road right now to be lined with them. This is not going to be a one-off project. This is a dangerous precedent that we are setting. The developers are coming into our town and saying that we need a warehouse to offset the cost of building the commercial and retail. I guarantee you that if the commercial and retail component is built, and we do really love it, us nearby residents, there will be no issue in attracting customers. We are starving for this type of development in Paris. Please deny the CUP and allow them to develop their commercial segment. That's what we want. If the community decides later that we're really missing a warehouse, then they can bring it back later. But for now, please fight for us. Please fight, just push them a little bit further. Let's at least get a business park, or let's set it off to the side. That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jairo Carvajal.
Hello, commissioners. I'm back again.
I'm in opposition of this project. I do go to Home Depot very often. I was recently there like every single day. I was currently remodeling a trailer. But I think this would be a horrible thing to that area. It just, I did remember, I think it was Hammond requesting the business park, and he's like, people are hungry for business parks, they will gobble up the business park. But you guys can go back and look in the video. I'm not, whatever. But I definitely don't think the warehouse component of this project is a good idea. I think it should be originally left as a business park. I think everybody could benefit from a business park, mechanics or food. I don't even know what you could put in there, but it's a lot better than a warehouse. And also, I know the developer, I think they keep on saying that it smells and something. He brought EMWD last time, and it looked like he wasn't even on the same page as the developer, because he's like, well, it doesn't actually smell that bad. And he said it himself, the guy that works there. So I assume the guy that's probably here from EMWD is going to say the opposite thing, which would be really funny. If he does, I'll post it on our page today in comparison what's the difference is. So we'll see how that goes. But I really don't open up this door to warehouses, because we already see what's being proposed later on the opposite side of the freeway. How fun, we don't really have that much land anymore. South side of Paris is pretty nice right now. I do say that. I like living over there. But I am in opposition of this project. I either think you guys should continue it and ask for a business park rendering, a full business park, no industrial, please. And I hope you guys either continue it, deny it, whatever, or let the council deal with that, because, they got some important things this year coming up for them. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Jasenia Gontrell.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Contreras. I want to firstly say that I oppose this project. Is it timer? Okay. I oppose this project, and I also went to the Green Valley neighborhood, and I walked around. I talked to some residents, and none of the residents that I spoke to were aware of the warehouse component. There were a few that were aware of like a hotel or a commercial shopping center, and all of them loved the idea. They said, this is what Paris needs, and I said, I agree. I also frequent the area a lot. Again, smell is not that bad, but I think overall, residents agree. We want more commercial shopping centers. We want more retail, things of that nature, but we don't want more warehouses. And unfortunately, a lot of residents in Paris maybe aren't aware of the meetings, or they don't feel comfortable coming. But I did want to read some comments off the Paris Matters Instagram page, if that's okay. Sure. All right, one person said, why can't we just have more opportunities for those in need? Like we still need a Costco, Chase Bank, and to fix the potholes on the 215, 123 likes. Warehouses destroy our roads, provide no applicable wages for the community, increase traffic, devalue property housing tracts, increase taxes, no thanks, 104 likes. Especially with those homes right next door that are supposed to be built, but really with the warehouse, who's gonna wanna build and who's gonna wanna live there? All these warehouses and no work or product in them for the longest time ruined Paris, 45 likes. Too many warehouses in Paris already and don't need any more, plus more traffic. That pay that the warehouses are paying are not good enough to survive in this economy. No more warehouses, fix the roads, we need anything but warehouses. And then my favorite comment said, next warehouse, my backyard. So yeah, that's what it feels like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alex Mesa.
Good evening here, folks. I'm not going to spend too much time on this particular item. I just want to say it's evident that we've worked from something that was a little bit more, what might the word be? Something that, as usual, usually disregards certain potential elements of the public interest, just to try and see what we can get. We try to maximize certain, respects in terms of trying to get the most on our investment, and then we see, and the math plays out where community involvement and, to a certain extent, people agitating or pointing out issues. Planning commissioners also, of course, you folks have to iron out some of the issues as well, point things out, and in the end, hopefully, we end up with kind of a working compromise. Here, it seems that we have something that's gone a ways to making sure that it's not just another opportunity for a large commercial center completely snuffed in favor of a gargantuan warehouse, but we're still talking about, to my understanding, 500,000 square feet. So, of course, I'm sure there's some things that can be done, potentially should be done. If you do proceed with it the way that it is, I know that worse things have happened in the world. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Nanette Platencia.
Hello, my name is Nanette Placencia, Plascencia. I'm asking that you deny the warehouse portion of this. The developer sounds like he's trying to fit a rectangle into a square slot through his presentation, honestly. It sounds like he's trying to camouflage a warehouse in an area that just isn't meant to be there. Because it's surrounded by houses and commercial structures and a new restaurant. It's a beautiful area for more great development for the surrounding community, but trying to fit a warehouse there is not at all beneficial to the homeowners there. It takes away foot traffic. It causes more traffic with huge trucks driving by as well. Menifee is fine with it because it's not happening in their city. When I have to go shopping on Newport, I don't have to fight for lane passing with the big rig over there, which we will end up having to do out here. And if it's the developers picking who they use for the environmental study, I would be concerned to how unbiased it really is towards the city and community. I ask again that you please deny the warehouse portion of the development and actually think more onto the whole picture of the development, as in how the warehouse seems to not be fitting in at all with the area, and as well as with the things that he wants to put on there already. It just seems like the warehouse itself is just not meant to be there, but he's trying to fit it in there if he can. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Worth.
Good evening, Chairman Hammond, members of the commission. John Worth, I'm a Water Resources Planning Manager with Eastern Municipal Water District. While we are not a land use agency, our responsibility is to accommodate development, and we remain neutral on the development itself. With that being said, first off, I want to address, there was a comment earlier about the smell. I'm not certainly going to contradict previous statements, but I will say I started my career at this particular treatment plant working maintenance. It is sewage, depends where you're at in the plant. Smell is, I guess, kind of like lavender or different colors. It's all a matter of perspective. So we do a lot of work to manage the process, the treatment process. With that being said, the southeast corner of our facility is what's called the headworks. That's where all of the raw sewage comes into the plant and starts the treatment process. I'm here to express my appreciation to both city staff and to the developer. We've been working with both Jessica Galloway with the city as well as Richland on trying to create, our goal is to be a good neighbor, both now and in the future, and there's going to be a lot of development surrounding our treatment plant. So we certainly want to be a good neighbor now and in the future. And we feel that this type of a development is appropriate directly adjacent to the headworks of our sewage treatment plant. In regards to the coordination efforts that have been ongoing with city staff and with Richland, providing the additional landscape system and the aesthetic buffer and screening on the north side of Watson was not a requirement. We appreciate that. That kind of helps screen our facility. Once again, just want to express our appreciation to the coordination with the city and with the developer for working to have an appropriate development adjacent to our treatment plant, and so we can all be good neighbors in the future. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Oh, that's it? Okay. Is there anyone else who, you didn't have to send that in, but just state your full name and spell your last name for us, like I don't know Jerry.
Jerry Sepulveda, Sepulveda.
Yeah, we got to start the time. Yeah. Okay.
Jerry Sepulveda, no, I'm playing with you. Okay. Good evening, esteemed commissioners. I'm here representing the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. Richland actually came to us and shared with us exactly how the plans are going to come out. And today was actually even more, obviously more detailed on the hotel, the layout, the landscape, and we are in favor of this project. I'm also a resident and live off of Ethonac, and so I am pretty excited about the hotel, which is in line with our campaign for Destination Paris and our tourism. Having Skydive Paris, having our paintball facility. So this is 100% in line with as far as our e-commerce. And as a resident, I'm excited to have more food places and places to go. And so I just want to make sure I have that on the record, that I am a local resident in that area and I'm not opposed to this. I don't know, just like they were talking about the warehouses next to the sewage and trying to buffer it, just seems like it makes more sense as far as this particular project. We're not always in favor of all warehouses that are coming in, but this particular project just makes sense. It's not a zone change, so it's in line with already what the land is made and used for. So we appreciate your time and we appreciate everything you guys do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Victoria Camarena, Camarena. Good evening. I am opposed to this project. While I appreciate that the applicant is including a commercial shopping center and a couple of restaurants into their project, I do not believe a 500,000 square foot industrial building is something our community needs or wants. The city of Paris is overwhelmed with warehouses, and despite this fact, the applicant still wants to build a massive warehouse in an area that is in need of non-industrial types of development. I've read the staff report for this particular project and have some questions. The staff report claims that this project is consistent with the land use element in the general plan because it will provide jobs within the vicinity of the area. Can there be a bit more context on the types of jobs? Will these jobs primarily hire people living in Paris? Do we know the starting pay for these jobs? I believe it is important that the city do more research on these jobs because, again, warehouse jobs are plentiful here. I don't see this benefiting the community. The developer mentioned homeless encampments being an issue in that area. How do we expect people to be able to afford a home here if the only jobs around here are warehouse jobs? This project would be contributing to the problem. The staff report also claims that the project is consistent with the business professional zone and the Green Valley specific plan. If this is the case, why does the industrial component need a conditional use permit? Lastly, the staff report says that a notice of public hearing was published in the local newspaper and sent to agencies and property owners within 300 feet of the project site, yet no letters regarding the project were received. The city needs to figure out better ways to inform the public about any public hearings. I don't know anyone that still reads the local newspaper, and I don't think the 300-foot radius of the project is large enough. Within the 300 feet, how many agencies and property owners were notified? For residents that rent, how is the city making sure they are receiving these notices and not just their landlord? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Just state your phone, you know the routine.
Good evening. My name is Ramon Espinoza. That's Espinoza. I just want to address some concerns regarding this particular project. It just, honestly, it lacks integrity and it lacks thought into this project. I'm not, as you can see, the people that have came here today and raised concern, they look like me. It's my generation. I just moved to Paris about 4 years ago, came in from the hood, came out here for a beautiful landscape. Didn't take much for me to be here for the time being and notice the transition. This beautiful landscape turned into, honestly, a bland, I want to say it, the architecture sucks. Honestly, if you guys are going to approve it, make sure it costs you guys some money. We want some really nice stuff. I think we deserve that because our generation is the one that's coming in here and we're going to live here for X amount of years, right? I heard this gentleman talk about, trucks coming in and out. We have that. We don't need more of that, okay? He wasn't fully disclosing the hotel chain that's coming in. To be honest, Motel 8 or Motel 6 is a large chain hotel. You know what those bring? We all know what those kind of hotels bring, okay? Let's be honest. RV park, to be honest, we're gonna be the garage or the driveway for all the affluent folks over in Temecula, Menifee, and all the people that have RVs, okay? We don't want that. You guys are building sideways. How about we build up? Let's start making this a metropolis city or something. Maybe not there because obviously you have the airport. There's a lot of things you guys got to consider. But it just lacks integrity from at least this gentleman here. Try to submit a last minute note. Honestly, you guys didn't even plan this. You guys have all the questions and all the conditions haven't been met. You guys need to go back to the drawing board, even if it's costing you, render a brand new plan. Something that we are crying out to you guys. I don't know if this is my first time coming here to this, to hear, but I'm aware as a citizen, I don't want these, like I said, these architectural buildings that look like Third Reich Nazi Germany buildings, honestly. Architecture sucks. Whoever's a developer for those, who's paying you, to be honest? It sucks. We need something nice. Every time I go shopping, I got to go over to the next neighboring cities. Why? Because they offer more. We have hotel. Who's going to want to come here? Paris is losing a lot of the, the attraction here, okay? I don't know if you've told your developer or, the hotel business that's coming here, but if it's gonna smell like shit, I'm sure that once we find out, we'll let them know that they're gonna put a hotel right next to something that obviously is not a pleasant smell, and see if they want to develop that, and then see if you're gonna change your plan again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla.
Hold on. We want to make
No?
sure you have the time.
Okay, sorry.
We want to give you the time. Yeah, okay. State your full name, but. Yeah.
My name is Carla Cervantes. The only things that can be built next to a warehouse is another warehouse. This is the plan for the developers who don't live here and would never allow or pitch these projects where they live because they know the harm that they cause. Our infrastructure can't even handle the warehouses that we have right now. The roads are a mess. The 215 is a nightmare. I think we can all agree on that. Logistics centers have a large part in that. They bring lots of traffic and diesel trucks into our city. We have issues with trucks not abiding by their truck routes, and the routes themselves are not sufficient because of the unprecedented amount of trucks into our area. These projects will waste more taxpayer money in fixing roads. For Green Valley to say, if we put in this warehouse, we won't put it in the other area. Well, we're gonna try not to, but the other area isn't even zoned for that. So why are we pretending like that's something that might happen? Why are we bargaining and using our health as collateral? These developers are very confident because the city has allowed these projects to go through like nothing in the past. I live here and I know the air quality is terrible and it can be traced to these logistics centers. It's wrong.
We have vacant warehouses in Paris right now. We don't need any more. According to the American Lung Association, peer-reviewed studies, we have the second worst particle pollution, second worst ozone pollution here in Riverside County in the entire country. This pollution affects everyone in Paris and Riverside County in general. This pollution causes respiratory illnesses, Alzheimer's, cancer, heart disease, premature deaths, and that's just what we know. There are multiple universities still studying the effects. But what we do know, it's grave. Children and the elderly are especially susceptible to these illnesses, but it affects everyone from every background. But mostly it's going to affect the residents closest to these centers, us. Plus the jobs they create, we have thousands of warehouse logistics jobs in Paris. And guess what? They are crappy jobs. There are people living in their cars because these companies don't pay good. They discourage unionizing, and it's wrong. We are so desperate for different opportunities here. The talent that is in Paris is going to leave for greener pastures, quite literally, because the cities that are surrounding us, they decided to make better decisions. And the people who live in the other cities say, yeah, why don't you guys just build it in Paris? You guys can build it in that crappy town because that's what they deserve. I know that this project, it's not the one that is gonna screw our city. That's already been happening for over a decade. It's been happening. Some of them were approved when I was still in high school, when there was nothing here. And we were told it was gonna bring jobs, and the jobs that they're bringing are not compatible with everything that is here in Paris. We deserve better than warehouse jobs. We deserve better than being told the only way we can put in a store for you folks is if we put in this giant industrial warehouse. So that's the only thing we can do. We deserve better than that. And I hope that you guys take into consideration the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is anyone else before we close public comment? Okay. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us. Oh. Yeah.
My name is Amanda Malouf. My last name is Malouf. I would like to add on to some of the comments that some of the other residents here have made today in regards to the opportunities that these warehouses do and do not bring to our city. I have been living in the city for about 7 years, and as one of the previous residents said, who's only been here about 4, he came from another county, and over the course of time that he's been here has seen a significant change in the city. In the 7 years that I have been here, and I moved over about maybe 5 minutes from the lake, there has been nothing but warehouse developments around my neighborhood, and there continues to be more zoning for more warehouses. I have concerns about the current residents of Paris and the future residents from Paris and the job opportunities they have available when the only type of developments that we're doing are basically warehouses which are only offering low and mid-level jobs. Where are we offering any other opportunities for development for our city members? We do not have management jobs. We do not have medical facilities. We do not have business parks. That is not even offering an opportunity for people in this residence who want to develop their own business. They're going to take that to other cities, which they do already. The other residents have made a number of points that many people here leave the city to do their shopping, whether that is grocery shopping, whether that's entertainment. That money is not being funneled into Paris. It is being funneled into Menifee, it is being funneled into Temecula, and even Moreno Valley, who is putting far more effort into developing a city for their residents where they want to stay, they want to buy a home, they want a job, as opposed to even going to another city for their job. I would love to be able to have an opportunity to work within my city, but I travel to Corona because there is not a job that is going to pay me well enough based upon my educational background and skill set to stay in the city of Paris. So that is indicative of also the type of residents that you are attracting to the city. And with the sort of housing market that we have here, with the opportunities, you're really not attracting very many people. We have many warehouses that have been built over the course of the last 4 to 5 years that are still empty. We do not need to build another warehouse to stay empty if we're having a hard time finding the right businesses to fill the existing ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we close the public comment. We allow the developer the response, and it's your opportunity to respond.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Let me see if I can switch back to this real quick. I did want to answer a couple of the questions that I think we covered at the last hearing. And excuse me for a second. just to answer one question, as part of the analysis of the project, there was an odor evaluation done. It's part of the environmental analysis. You'll kind of read in the highlighted part down here, land uses suitable to objectionable odors should be taken into consideration, such as light industrial, and agricultural uses sensitive to objectionable odors. We're sensitive to this. We've owned this site. We've owned other properties in the city for 15 years now. We've been here a while. This site's been sitting here for 20 years. This kind of retail center was approved in 2005. The EIR was approved in 1990, I think. I think the chairman here can remember some of those hearings. But as far as the odor study, there was a technical person that came out, evaluated it, and made the same determination. So we're not just making that up. As far as the business park, we studied that as well. If business park was possible here or feasible here, we'd be proposing business park. It's been this planning and this zoning for the last 20 years. Really 30 years, back to 1990. There's over 100 acres of other business park sites within there. There's also a crazy amount of vacancy within the existing business park. We could go through all those numbers. I have a couple tables and charts in here, but I know everybody's short on time. So I can say on the public comment and noticing, we actually worked with our neighbors. I think staff can comment. The home builders that are queued up next door are well aware of our project. They're not opposed to our project. We like to be good to our neighbors and make sure we're planning accordingly. That's why I think you see EMWD here tonight. Let's see, what else? In the end, we can't develop the retail center without the industrial. It doesn't work, it doesn't pencil, it won't happen. So that's the reason this thing's been sitting here for so long. We need the industrial to subsidize the development of the retail center. I wish it was a different scenario, but without it, it just doesn't move forward. There's a really high infrastructure and utility cost here, grading as well. I don't see how any other retail developer, which right now retail is not building new developments at a great pace. It'll sit here for, I would imagine, another 50, 100 years just because nobody's willing to spend that money without something else to subsidize it. So without that, that's why we have the proposal that we do. We're trying to make sure we're bringing the best proposal we can forward. We understand the comments from the community, but we've tried to do everything we can to work within the good neighbor guidelines, plan accordingly, and make sure we've responded to kind of the commission's comments. So thank you very much. And thanks to staff. They've done a great job all along the way too, kind of helping us get here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, we close the public hearing portion and move to the Planning Commission for comments. And then we're going to have them.
Just want to start off by thanking the residents for their comments on this particular project. I also want to thank Richland for working with the commission on addressing most of the issues that we brought up during the last June 5th meeting when it was last presented to us. I just want to state again that I do love the commercial component of this project. I do believe that you guys went above and beyond. The landscaping was a 38.2% landscaping on the commercial aspect of this project, which is probably the most I've seen since I've been on this commission that anybody has ever presented to us. So I really think that's the type of direction that we should be taking when it comes to these type of commercial projects. So I just want to thank Richland for presenting that part of that project to us. But obviously my biggest concern is the industrial aspect of this project. I don't think it's compatible with the Green Valley specific plan or what the city council was looking for when they zoned it business professional. I do want to read specifically from the Green Valley specific plan under business professional aspects and permitted uses. I just want to list off a couple of the things that they said. They were expecting advertising agencies, arts and crafts studios, banks, barbershops, hobby shops, employment agencies, escrow offices, hospitals, libraries, dental buildings. This is specifically listed in the Green Valley specific plan. None of that is remotely near something like this type of building. I understand it doesn't require a rezone, but it's far from what is permitted here. I do want to respect the wishes of City Council. When they voted this Green Valley specific plan, I don't think they were intending this type of project. So I want to respect what they presented to us, and it just makes me very hesitant moving forward with it.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the members of our committee, our community members who came out today and expressed their concerns, and the developer for having the ad hoc meetings and hearing us out. I mean, being up here and listening to everyone, it's clear that the residents deserve more. It's not about asking more. It's about we deserve more. And I'm glad to hear that there are new residents who are new to our city who are also here today and joining us and taking the time out of their day to express their concerns as well. So that means that they are looking forward to the future. And that's exactly what we want to bring. That's the vision that we want for our city. This conditional use that we're reviewing today is definitely zoned for business park. And, you know, I mentioned earlier and I asked in regards to the Costco building, and I asked, you know, were you part of that, you know, Costco in Marietta? And he said no, but then I remember having a conversation with a small business owner here in our city, and she mentioned to me and she said, well, we definitely may not need a Costco because we have one in Moreno Valley, we have one in Marietta, but what about a Costco business center to support the small businesses in our city, which we don't have? And I think the only one nearby is in Ontario. So there's an idea. Let's see, this large warehouse is definitely a lot larger than what I would personally consider to be near a residential area. Even the most recent propositions in the state of California that have been, you know, turned down, they've been killed, for lack of a better word. They're no longer being considered. The size of the warehouse was considered, you know, would be considered to either be shrunk or to be within 1,000 feet of a sensitive receptor. And I mean, even then it was amended, and again, it didn't go through, but these are the ideas that we're looking into. So this is definitely built out too close to the future residential builds. And I do agree with Commissioner Lopez. He made a very good point that the way it's just the vision of the way it was agreed to and voted to in the future just does not, the vision doesn't seem to include a warehouse in this area. Let's keep it business park. Let's bring business park offices. I have also, as one of our residents explained earlier or shared earlier, I have also had many conversations with nonprofit executives in the city of Paris. There are many, and they are also looking for a business space to be able to rent an office to have their headquarters or to have their offices. However, they're having to go out to other cities instead of staying close to home. Add a larger hotel. There's an idea. How about someone think about what we have lost in our city recently and what they can provide? An entertainment area, possibly a movie theater that, you know, unfortunately we had and now we don't. Because of a loophole. So there's another idea, especially in this area. How about an outdoor-indoor soccer field? There's also a beautiful one off the freeway, right off in Ontario, I believe, in that area. And we have leagues in our city. We have a large organization of soccer. We have football. We have baseball. Actually, baseball we need to work on as well. But you know, this is the size of this would be perfect for a huge indoor soccer field. And how about medical offices? And so one last thing before I close, because I want to give everyone else an opportunity to speak, but our president of our chamber, Paris Valley Chamber, did mention today, Mr. Jerry Sepulveda, that, you know, it would be a great asset to our community But my thought is that you're bringing one tenant to this facility, because we don't even know who it's going to be, right? It's still empty, it's still spec. But what about business offices that will bring multiple business owners and multiple memberships to the city of Paris? I think that would be an even better idea. And in the end, the developer did say one thing. He did say it's not going to happen, right? This is it. And that's why we had to do ad hoc meetings, not because we were considering this building, but because, this is what they're presenting to us. And the conversation, they're making little changes here and there. Yes, they're giving us landscape, but they're still not listening to us. And so, here we are in favor of speaking in favor of the residents and to support the vision of our city council. So I do appreciate everyone. I did have a question, but I'm not sure if I can ask it now. Or should I ask later? I know, I don't want to open it again. I guess I can just point out that I didn't see any labor representation for this project. Can I say that? So that to me tells me a lot as well. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I also want to thank the community that came out, and I appreciate the community member, I think it was Victoria Camacho, that read off the comments from social media. And I think that's really important because, we have to keep up with the times, and especially with the way, agree with our last person that spoke, Ms. Malouf, where people have to travel out. And if you want to come in and speak at one of these meetings and you get off at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the evening, you can't make it in. So I think social media is a great resource to tap into as well, because that is where people can express what they may not necessarily be able to come in and make, especially if they work in the city and they're making minimum wage. They may need 2 jobs, 3 jobs. So we don't know where community members are at. So I really appreciate community members that are able to come and so represent others and bring their voice in as well. I agree with my fellow commissioners, I have teenage daughters, and when they want to hang out with friends, they don't hang out in Paris because there's nothing to do. They just opened an 85-degree cafe up in Moreno Valley, and those places are hopping no matter where you go. And it was really disappointing because it didn't come to Paris. We're not getting anything here that is a resource. And even the community centers that we have, I went to downtown Redlands because I was on vacation. And during the middle of the week, at lunchtime, so many restaurants were packed. There was no parking on the street. But we don't have that here. And we have, I want to say maybe even more residents that they do in Redlands, but everybody has to travel out. There isn't a chance where I'm working, let me run out and grab a quick lunch with friends and come back. There isn't places where people can have those business meetings or business lunches. And one of the things that always gets me is we're always told commercials looking for homes or, rooftops plus blah, blah, blah. We have rooftops and we're still not getting what we need. We're still kind of getting like a compromise. It's saying, you can get a pool in your backyard. It just has to be next to a pigsty. Not that an industrial building is a pigsty, but it's like you have to make those compromises. And I don't think that's fair for our residents. I bought here 14 years ago and I had high hopes for the city. My husband's family lives in Colombia. They hadn't been here in 3 years. 3 years. They came for my daughter's quinceañera in July, and the first thing they said when they got off the freeway was, wow, it's changed. Why are there so many warehouses? First thing they said, getting off the freeway. Why? There's no stores. They wanted to go shopping because everybody wants to take stuff back home. We had to drive to Ontario Mills to the mall because even the one in Moreno Valley doesn't have a lot. So we have to leave our city in order to do stuff. We had to go have lunch out there because there's no dinners. There's nothing out here. I also agree with, the employment opportunities we're creating. I worked in a warehouse when I was a lot younger. Not that I'm not so young. When I was a lot younger. But that was like an entry level. That wasn't something that I was hoping to make a career out of. That was, I went to school. And those are the people that are coming in. And they're having to come in because the professionals in our city are having to go outside to work, right? That's why we have a train station. They're leaving. We're driving to surrounding areas. And the traffic's increasing because not only are we bringing in people, the big rigs, but people that are coming in to work those low-level wage jobs are coming in. So all that traffic is being added to the 215. I would rather go south than north at any given time now. I think, you know, I am a very patient person, and I know that has sat empty for a certain amount of time. I want live in a city that is self-sustainable. I want a city that is able to rely on itself, rely on its residents, rely on its resources, rely on everything that we have within our city, and not always have to rely on outside. If there's an emergency, all these professionals that live in our city and leave, if there's ever an emergency, was it last year, 2 years ago, where we had that scare with the train and you know, I had friends texting me at our school, hey, make sure the kids are okay, because, you know, kids still had to go to school, because if there was an emergency, they wouldn't be able to make it in time to support their kids, make them feel loved, know that they were cared about. That is scary as a mom and as a community member to know that people are leaving our city and are leaving their kids during the day in hands of daycare providers, the schools. But if there's an emergency, we have had so many kids that sit in our office waiting for the parents to get here because they had a fever, they threw up, they're sick, and there's nobody close by to come get them. And that's sad to watch because we're not creating professional jobs within our city. That's what we need. We need professional jobs. We need a variety. A self-sustainable city, self-sustainable anything, has a wide range of expertise, wide range of knowledge, and wide range of opportunities. We lost our movie theater. I used to go to that movie theater. Now I have to go to Moreno Valley, and if I'm gonna go watch the movie out there, I'm gonna have dinner out there. I'm not gonna come all the way down here to have dinner. If I'm going to Ontario, I'm gonna have dinner out there too. So losing those entertainment opportunities, everything that we lose is not just one loss, but it takes so many other losses with it. And I think that's a detriment to our city. You know, it's really sad to hear new residents, 4 years, 7 years, and in that little time, we've seen that big of a negative impact or disappointment or our own insight into our city. Like, you know, I live in Paris, and what do you have there? What do you do for fun on the weekends? I go to other cities to have fun. We want to make sure we stay here. So the commercial, the hotel, even the storage facility are things that we need in that area. I don't necessarily think that having a big industrial building is a thing. I'm very familiar, and that's why I brought up the Ontario one. I go to the Denny's right there. There's a Cardenas. There's the soccer fields right across the way. And I know it's 900 feet, but I can't believe that this day and age, with all the advancements in science, we still have that smell coming from these facilities. Like, I think science needs to start investing on how to be more proactive so we can develop nicer things closer to it.
My fellow planning commissioners really had a lot to speak about, and all seem to be very consistent on what their opinions of this project really is. And the fact that we actually do need more additional shopping, I go shopping at that center all the time, daily, weekly. My wife goes shopping like twice a day sometimes. She calls me up all the time and says, I'm going to Winco, anything. So yeah, so we do shopping all the time there. I would love for the fact us to have additional shopping center, and a couple more restaurants potentially up there, even storage. You know, Americans are one of the worst hoarders of the items in the world, so that's why we have so many storage facilities that's here. The only component that I don't really particularly care about is the warehouse, and the directions that how to get there are off the 74 and coming down Case Road to get there. You know, that treatment facility has been there for years, decades. We all know that it provides odors from there. wafting from the winds. Anybody that's going to be, that knows the area and purchases a home or rents an apartment has got to understand and knows that it's there. So if we can potentially get some small office facilities or smaller warehouses or something that doesn't bring a lot of components of truck traffic, I think this project will be very much more successful.
Yeah, I promise not to prolong it, but I understand the comments, and I'm going to go contrary to them, because I've been doing, back in 2005, long before any of them were here, these projects developed, and nobody even thought about this stuff. Nobody was going to build anything in Paris. I'm just here to now. It was not going to happen. You're seeing more building now than you ever, and I've been here 34 years, longer than anybody. So I've seen this where nothing was here, nothing. We fought back then because the housing had to come in quickly, long before Monument Ranch was here, long before these places where even I live now weren't even, it was just a mindset. And the reason why we've gone a long way from Paris being spit on to now people want to come here, and there's a lot of people that want to come here, businesses, I'm here to tell you now. You're just not saying it. I don't have a problem so much with this particular project because of the location of where the warehouse is and the fact nobody else is going to build there. I'm just being realistic. One of the key issues in economics is location, location, location. No one's going to build anything else there. I'm just telling you right now, and you can put it on record, they're not going to do it. As much as I'd like it, as much as I hate warehouses, they're not going to build anything else here. So let's be realistic. Now, one of the things you're going to keep saying, it's not going to be the last project, is that to support the street, the infrastructure, the pipes and things, these are realities. Okay, and I'm from South LA, so I know realities, okay? One of the realities is one thing has to function in order for another thing to survive economically. If you have this project and you don't do it, it's not going to be built. So the streets that you see in the city that we complain about, is all we do, they've been repaired because of development money from these warehouses. So hate them, despise them, you would not have these things happening. The city right now just turned it over to EWD because you don't have the money. Okay? So one of the reasons you see these things happening is monetary and financial realities. Okay? Los Angeles has no warehouses. And I lived in LA. They're not building nothing there. People are dying to get out of there. I work for the city of LA. I work for housing. You can't find anything there. In fact, you can't even get a job there unless you're a lawyer, work in a business office, or you're really, really super, super, super smart, and you have some intellectual. You're not going to get it if you come from South and East LA. You're not doing it. I worked in East LA. I worked in South LA. So nobody tell me about jobs. There are no jobs. Okay? So this is a problem that what I agree with everyone saying. Here's the issue. It's a city council economic development issue. In order to create that and work with the Chamber of Commerce to bring businesses and things like that, it's not our level. It's something that your city council and your mayor representatives have to go out and say, let's actively go out and do that, because there's only so much we can do. So if you don't want warehouses and that, they have to attract the businesses. They have to talk to these industries. They go to a meeting every year, I think it's Las Vegas with ICC. They talk to them. They're going to have to be the ones to recruit them. I know a lot of things, and I suggested a lot of things and got shot down over the years, but I think that's where the level is, unfortunately. But that's the people you represent, you vote for. Those are the people that represent the city, because you have them. You're going to have to deal with it at that level if you want that. So if we want moratoriums, if you want this to stop. We stopped a lot of liquor stores in South LA, and they tried to do it, and they got shot down. This city council. Because people say, yeah, but I can go in there and buy that. It's closer to me than I have to go somewhere else. Guess what? It got shot down. Why? They had so many liquor stores. Because the people were able to walk 10 feet to a store, and they didn't want to get rid of it. So you got to be careful about saying what people don't want. So one of the problems is it's an economic decision. Whether I agree with these or not, it's one of those things where it's a case-by-case basis for me. And in this case, it's next to a very smelly plant. I'm at Home Depot way too often, okay? Way too often. I can always tell you every inch of the place. That's not good. But I agree with what they're saying. I'm just saying the realities of this is where it's located in front of a smelly plant that no one's going to build anything else. You're not going to put anything else there. So what choices do you have? One of the issues is business park, and this is something that got the city council. When I first said business park, I thought it was a designation. Somehow this business park includes light industrial. And so light industrial is one of those things that can be brought into it, and I didn't understand it, but it is a loophole that the city is going to have to deal with. If they want that change, it's going to come at this level. But right now, I thought business park was too tight. Somehow it fits into that mold, and that's why you have a CUP. I don't know why that came about, but that's what they're going by. So yeah, I'm going to stop saying this and say, I don't really have a problem. I appreciate the developer coming back and doing all this stuff. Either way, if approved or not approved, it's going to go to council. Okay, so it's one of those things where it's almost like you kind of hold your nose and say, well, what are you going to give? You have the balance of one thing, great entertainment. We need a lot of entertainment things. I'm even talking about something in the future that it's not even talked about in the city, but that's another project. But the idea is, what are you going to do in place of that when nobody wants to do it? So that's a tough question to answer, and I'm waiting for someone to say, if no one wants to build it, no one wants to put it in, who's going to finance it? A park costs $30 million, 30. Who's going to put the $30 million down for a park? Ethernet Park was not cheap. They got a grant. Not easy. Getting medical offices to be across the net, not easy. You got to convince them. And I think the ideal place is Paris Boulevard, right locations. That's where we start putting these things and doing it. But anyway, I know it's not popular, but I'm not popular. I'm here not to be popular. I'm here to go by what's in front of me. And I've always been that way for 22 years. What is in front of me is it the best project we can get out of it. Some things I like, some things I don't like. That's the nature of being on this thing for this long. And so I don't really have a problem with this in that sense. I would rather have something else, but the other part of it is so good. And then you have that one part, what do you do with that? And so that's kind of made it the dichotomy of saying, okay. So really, other than some of the changes and some of the things I talked about earlier, I think I don't really have an ultimate problem with it. I'm going to have it probably in the future with things. But this one, in the location of that, and for any other location, that's one of those things where I don't have a problem with. So, take it for what it is. And if anybody else have any comments, you're welcome to it, but I'm pretty much done.
So I do have some items on the conditions of approval that probably need to be revised either way. Item number 38, the ADA standards it should state ADA standards for accessible designs. Or item 38. And then item 51 and 12 kind of contradict each other. One says minor for the hotel, the other one says major changes for the hotel. 51 and 12.
51-12.
51 and 12. They contradict each other.
Any more comments?
Just wanted to reiterate what the chairman said. If you want change, go vote November 5th. That's it.
And that's a realistic statement. It's not mean. It's just, it's like anything. We have standards. This is how far we can go. A lot of the stuff we're talking about, bringing in stuff, that's going to be at a different level. Economic development. Chamber of Commerce, our president is walking right there. These are and I'm just being honest. I'm being totally honest. That's where it lays. Getting new. I can't go out and grab people. No, that's illegal. I can't go out and grab business. I can't do it. Not legally. But that's where it's at. But anyway, I'm through. I talked enough. All right, well, good or bad. We've had, let me go back and, oh gosh, I hate to read that whole thing, but, all right. Well, if you want, I'll read it. I'll read it. Jeez.
Have you seen you read it?
Okay, I'll read it. Let me get it on my screen. I think it's easier. Bear with me. I'll try to go as fast as I can. This is vesting parcel map. Do I need to read the whole thing or do I need to just read the city attorney? Do I just need to read the requested action? Do I need to read all the other? Okay, thank you. Okay. Requested action. Adopt Resolution 24-05, adopting the fourth addendum to the final environmental impact report of the Green Valley Specific Plan and approving vesting parcel map 23-05059, conditional use permits 23-05047, 23-05208, 23-05210, and development plan reviews 23-00013 and 23-00014 to facilitate the construction of the Case Road mixed-use project consisting of an industrial warehouse building, self-storage, and outdoor RV parking facility, a hotel, and a commercial shopping center on 44.9 acres based on the findings, condition of approval. And just for the record, I think there were a few additional things. Item number 38, and I don't need to check it, item number 38, there were changes in item number 38.
Yep.
And item number 51 was contradicting with item number 12. Yeah, and the colors, working with staff on the colors, and to me, it still looked purple. I don't know. Clarification of the Case Road monument signs, I think that was an administrative thing. And also, I think, administratively, lighting on the walkway to ensure that the lighting would not be,
Well, we could add it to the lighting condition, talk about lighting in the,
What number was that? That was
I don't, 49?
49, okay. All right. I can't think of any.
And then there's a reference in no living within the self-storage or RV parking
Oh, thank you.
area.
And do we need, is there already a city code or ordinance about, there's no city?
I have to verify that, but if there's not, we can just clarify it in the conditions of approval for now.
Okay. Wow, the city has no?
There probably is somewhere. I just haven't run across that question
okay.
before, so I haven't.
Not at a storage facility.
Yeah, that's.
There is a code in there for parking your RV
RV
on the street
yeah.
and living in it, but not particularly in a storage facility.
Wow. That's shocking. Okay. Okay. I think, I know, it's a lot. I couldn't even repeat that, but I think we covered all of that. Anyway, here we go, one way or the other. There's a motion.
We have no buttons to.
Yeah. Just have to push.
So I will give it an opportunity, so I will make a motion for approval.
No, we don't.
Just do verbal.
Jeez. Okay.
Sylvia, you can just do verbal, and and then we'll take it down for the record.
I made the motion.
Moved by Vice Chair Shively. I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Chair Hammond.
I have some stuff.
I just go by.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Jimenez,
No?
Commissioner Gomez,
No.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 3 to 2, this motion is approved.
No, Sylvia, sorry. Just to clarify for the record, the motion that Vice Chair Shively presented was not approved.
Oh,
So,
not approved.
yeah, so then right now,
You have to have
another,
a motion to,
right, another motion needs to be made to at least do something with the item, whether that's, if another commissioner wants to present a different motion for that to be considered.
and you need to specify for the sake of the council.
Correct. If
Very specifically why you vote no.
Currently, the resolution before is a resolution for approval, so if there's some other motion being made for a different resolution, then staff will need some sort of findings from the commission to prepare something to document that. So please ensure that whatever motion is made has some findings attached to it.
I'll make a motion to not adopt Resolution 24-05 due to the findings that this project is not consistent with the Green Valley specific plan.
Commissioner Lopez, sorry, I just want to clarify. The motion I think you intend to make is to deny the.
Yes, yes.
Okay, to clarify, you're denying the entitlements put before.
Exactly, yes.
Can you provide some findings for attached to the motion for staff's consideration and providing?
It is not consistent with the Green Valley specific plan.
And specifically, just is for the council specifically.
The impact on the vehicle flow and transportation to the area. The impact, I think there's a housing one because it's right next to housing complex. The air quality, impact on air quality for surrounding areas. The noise levels.
I.e. related to warehouse. Because if you don't say that, they're gonna-
In relation to
feel
the
that.
industrial component of it, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So now we have to entertain a motion.
So currently, the motion has been made by Commissioner Lopez. At this point, you would need a
Deny.
second and then proceed to a
Yes.
vote.
Commissioner Gomez, there's a second.
Okay. So you got that?
And Commissioner Gomez?
Uh-huh. Okay.
This motion is moved by Commissioner Lopez and second by Commissioner Gomez.
Okay. And the motion is to deny the project on the basis of the findings, so, that he talked about. I couldn't write it fast enough, but you have it on tape, so. Yeah, nothing's working here, so we're gonna have to.
Nothing works. Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
No.
Chair Hammond.
No.
With a vote of 3 yes and 2 no,
The motion passes.
this motion passes.
Thank you very much. Do we need a quick break? We want to hold it to 5 minutes, guys. We've got a lot of people. Okay. So just give us 5 minutes. I'll be back at this chair in 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, wow, that's a. Okay. What did I just do with my phone? We're reconvening the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting at 9:08 p.m. We're moving to item 6C. And all the staff is in place. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05380. Tentative Parcel Map 22-05379. Oh, I forgot to thank you for your patience, too. Okay. TPM 38730. Development Plan Review 22-00037 and Development Plan Review 22-00038. A proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of a 271,098 square foot industrial warehouse building, 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants, and a 4-story hotel, totaling 61,008 square feet on 17.1 acres, located on the south side of the Ramon Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue. Specific Plan Amendment to rezone 12.55 acres of the 17.1 acre site from commercial zone to light industrial zone within the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. Tentative parcel map to subdivide 2 parcels into 4 parcels, and 3 development plan reviews for review of the industrial and commercial site plan and building elevations. Requested action is to adopt Resolution 24-10, recommending that the City Council certify the final environmental impact report. I'm not going to go through those numbers. Adopt the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program and approve specific plan amendment 22-05380. Tentative parcel map 22-05379. Development plan review 22-00037 and development plan review 22-00038. To facilitate the construction of a 271,098 square foot industrial warehouse building, 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants, and a 4-story hotel, totaling 61,008 square feet on 17.1 acres, based on the findings and conditions of approval. Is there any ex parte communication, ad hoc meetings, site visits?
I visited the site.
I participated in ad hoc meeting.
I need to recuse myself. I received compensation from an owner across the street.
Participated in ad hoc and also drive by almost on a daily basis.
And I actually went to the site, and I mean specifically went to the site, got out on the site, so I know it very well. Okay, we'll just wait till he gets to lounge there for a while. You again. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. The next item we have before you is entitled the Distribution Park Project, and the applicant is Mr. Marwan Alabasi. The project includes 4 planning applications. The first one is for a specific plan amendment to rezone 12.55 acres from commercial to light industrial to pretty much facilitate the construction of an industrial building. The second application is tentative parcel map 38730 to subdivide 2 parcels into 4 parcels. A development plan review for the site layout and architecture for the industrial building and also the 2 sit-down restaurants and a 4-story hotel. The project before you is generally located south of Ramona Expressway between Paris Boulevard and Redlands Avenue, consisting of 2 vacant parcels totaling 17.1 acres. The site is surrounded by vacant land to the north, Camper Resorts of America to the east, the Whirlpool Industrial Building to the south, and also a residential mobile home community to the west. Here's some site photos of my visit. This is looking from Ramona Expressway to the south. If you notice that the site is currently vacant. Here's the site photo west, and behind there is the existing mobile home community. Here's looking east, and behind there is the Camper Resorts of America. And also, this is a view from Dawes Street looking north. The project site is located within the Paris Commerce Center specific plan area, zone commercial, which allows retail uses, restaurants, and other retail stores, and is surrounded by commercial to the north, east, and also west, a portion of the west, and also surrounded by multifamily residential to the west and light industrial to the south. The applicant is proposing to rezone 12.55 acres of 17.1 acres to facilitate the construction of the industrial building. This is the overall site plan, which depicts the two components. The first component is the commercial shopping center located along Ramona Expressway, which consists of two commercial sit-down restaurants, hotel, and also the other component is the industrial project located south along Dawes Street, as indicated in the blue area. The next couple slides, I'll give the Planning Commission overview of each component. Here's the commercial site plan. The project proposes to develop the commercial site with a 4-story hotel and 2 standalone restaurants, high-end restaurants, consisting of around 4,000 and 5,000 square feet on 4.3 acres. The commercial site will provide a 42-foot wide point of access depicted, as you can see, in the red arrows off of Ramona Expressway, and a total of 226 parking stalls with 4 RV parking spaces will be provided as part of the commercial component. The hotel will have 107 rooms and will have amenities such as a gazebo and also outdoor swimming pool and drop-off area. The 2 restaurants, as mentioned earlier, are along Ramona Expressway and will provide outdoor amenities, which are shown by the red arrows, which will pretty much allow patrons to eat outside. And the project includes a little bit over 41,000 square feet of landscaping, which is roughly around 21% of the site. Here are some 3D renderings, which depict the views of the sit-down standalone restaurants. This is high-end architecture, and also, if you notice, it emphasizes outdoor eating areas and also high-end areas where people could kind of congregate to eat. Here are the commercial building elevations. The commercial building elevations reflect a modern Spanish theme architecture, which includes a linear design, building fenestration to create a strong presence along Ramona Expressway. Multiple materials are proposed, including stone veneer. In this case, they're proposing a wood veneer, metal canopies, and stucco. And this is the restaurant elevations for Building 2. The colors of the commercial building range from off-white to charcoal gray, and also different types of white. And also, the building will include gooseneck lighting and also a veneer at the base of Building 2. Here's the proposed hotel. The proposed hotel will provide stucco walls, varying roof heights, metal awnings at the main entrance. The hotel is proposed to be articulated on all 4 sides, not just one side, but all 4 sides. And the proposed color palette combines shades of gray, off-white, orange, and tan. And I believe Sylvia is passing out the color materials board for the commission to look at. City staff has reviewed the project, the commercial component, and it complies with all the development standards and also the parking standards. Now here's the rendering, kind of like a view off of Ramona Expressway, and behind there is the industrial building. And here's the night rendering, how it's going to look at night. So if you could see that right there. Okay, so here's the industrial site plan, which consists of 12.55 acres. The project industrial component proposes to develop a 271,098 square foot industrial building in front of Dawes Street. 34 loading docks and 70 trailer spaces are located on the west side of the building. The 2 points of access, as depicted by the red arrows, are provided for the site. And the one on the bottom left-hand side is a 20-foot wide westerly driveway access along Dawes Street, exclusively for passenger vehicles. And the other arrow on the other side is a 40-foot wide driveway, easterly driveway along Dawes Street, which will be just utilized for truck access and emergency vehicles. And if you notice, there's also a reverse curb off of Dawes Street to pretty much prevent trucks from going westbound on Dawes Street. The proposed loading dock access gate is set back 140 feet from Dawes Street to allow queuing of trucks and trailers entering and exiting the loading dock site. There's 156 parking spaces which are located to the west, north, and east sides of the site. And the project includes a little bit over 82,000 square feet of landscaping, which equates to roughly around 15% of the site. I would like to also point out that there is one outdoor amenity area provided, which is shown on the red box, and one indoor amenity, which is being proposed by the applicant. Also, there's a 20-foot wide landscape area, which is provided on the westerly property line to provide a greater buffer from the industrial building from the mobile home community. Here are the proposed industrial elevations, which provides articulation by incorporating a combination of varying roof lines, vertical, horizontal windows, recessed panels. In addition to the concrete tilt-up, the building will provide a stone veneer with metal steel canopies. City staff has reviewed the project with the light industrial zone standards, and it complies, and also complies with the parking standards. Here's a rendering of the industrial building, and this is pretty much the night rendering. Okay, as part of the project, the applicant is proposing the following community benefits. The applicant developer will construct a hotel or one commercial building concurrently with the proposed industrial building. Also, there will be a $250,000 deposit into an escrow account for the Downtown Paris Skills Center purposes at building permit issuance, so that if the occupancy of the commercial tenant cannot be secured with occupancy of the industrial building, the developer will waive their right for the refund of that deposit. Also, prior to occupancy of the industrial building, the applicant developer will construct a sidewalk, a block wall along Dawes Street from the project site to Redlands Avenue in front of the Camper Resorts of America at an estimated value of $500,000. Prior to occupancy also, the industrial building, the applicant developer will install a traffic signal at Dawes Street and Redlands Avenue at an estimated value of $400,000, which they're not required to build, but he's willing to build it or install it. I wanted to let the commission know that the applicant has reached out to the community concerning their project, and on February 29th, 2024, the applicant held a community outreach meeting, and the applicant has sent out 231 flyers, which were pretty much provided in English and Spanish. Also, there are 6 people that attended, and during the meeting, the applicant presented the project. Attendees were given the opportunity to ask questions and to pretty much provide an email to the developer, the applicant, to ask any additional questions. As part of the entitlement process, an EIR was prepared. The EIR concluded that the impacts have been reduced to less significant, with the exception of air quality, GHG emissions, and noise, which the adoption of the statement of overriding considerations would be required to adopt the project. Also, during the 45 day notice of availability commenting period, staff received a total of 6 letters, 2 which were from Golden State Environmental Alliance and CARE California, which subsequently withdrew their comment letters. None of the comments raised additional environmental concerns that have not already been addressed by the EIR. I would like to also clarify that the mitigation monitoring reporting program for the solar component will be 100% compliant with the California Energy Code. So before I conclude my presentation, staff received a total of 34 letters in support from several residents and business owners around the area, 34. And also staff received 9 in opposition to the project. And I'd like to point out about the 9 who opposed the project, 8 of them were from Camper Resorts of America, which is a temporary RV facility. And one of them is a letter from the same individual who opposed the project. So staff has reviewed their letters and determined that the comments received did not raise any other environmental issues that had not already been addressed in the environmental impact report. So based on that, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2310, recommending that the City Council take the following action: certify the final environmental impact report and adopt mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approve the specific plan amendment, tentative parcel map, development plan reviews, subject to the conditions of approval. So this concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions. And the applicant, Mr. Alabasi, is here to answer any questions also.
Yeah, is that a correction? Should that be 24-10? Adopt resolution 24-10, or is it 23? I think it's 24, isn't it?
Yeah, it is 24. Sorry
Okay,
about that.
it's okay. I'm a nitpicker. I know. Okay. At this time, the developer or applicant, if the applicant or anyone in the applicant would like to speak at this time, this is your time. There's no time limit, but.
Good evening, Chairman Hammond.
Oh, just for the record, we know who you are, but just for the, I know, I should state your name.
I thought after 20 years you would ask.
I've been here 20 years, but.
I was going to say it after the good evening. My name is Marwan Alabasi. I am the developer applicant. Good evening, Commissioner Chairman Hammond, Commissioner Chairman Hammond, and commissioners. I'm here actually, and I have my family members, starting with the young man. Come here. His name is Marwan Alabasi. I was going to have him do the presentation. He has the same name, but it's getting too late for him, so I'm going to excuse him or recuse him to go sit down, and his dad will take over. I used to do that with his dad 28 years ago when he was his age, so I'm going to let his dad finish my presentation. I had the pleasure of meeting you in the past while presenting this project or some other project, but for anyone who may not know me, again, my name is Marwan Alabasi, and I'm the developer. Before I start sharing a little bit about myself, our team, and this project, I wanted to first thank Nathan for his presentation. Also thank all planning staff, in particular Patricia, Kenneth, and Clara, and also engineering staff, Brad, Habib, and of course John. It's not easy to get to this point in a project, and hundreds of hours being spent by myself and my team, city staff, and also our consultants. So just want to share with you briefly a little bit about my journey in the city. I'm presenting this case a little differently than other developers that you have in front of you. We're in a relationship, a small developer, and we're a family-owned business. I first visited Paris in 1983, fresh out of college, as a civil engineer working for Caltrans. I was assigned to the Ramona Expressway crossing project. and over decades, I have had the opportunity to watch Paris transform from a small community into bustling city it is today. In 2002, I moved to Riverside from San Bernardino, less than 10 miles from my office, which is about 15 miles from here. Currently, my office is on Ramona Expressway in the city of Paris. In 2006, that's when I had the pleasure of meeting Commissioner Hammond. We came in front of him with my first project in Paris. I was pulled back to this area now as a developer for a small project on the corner of Ramona Expressway and Webster. We entitled and built out the Chevron Shopping Center, which you all know it now, 10,000 square foot of retail, 7,000 foot of office, as well as a gas station in the corner. Notably, this project was an existing residential. We actually rezoned it from residential to commercial. I want to note and emphasize that point. I'm a commercial developer, not a warehouse developer, so we are typically converting things to commercial. We finished in 2008, and our plan was to operate the gas station, which we still operate 16 years later, and to rent out the office and retail space. With our luck, and you all know the entire economy ground to a halt in 2008, and no one was really opening new businesses. So we were stuck with vacant office and vacant retail for many years. We only had one solid tenant, which is still there, Subway. So at various times, we occupied all the retail space ourselves. We had a nail salon, which we owned and operate, smoke shop, check cashing business, pizza place, and Mexican and Mediterranean restaurant. Unfortunately, most of them failed because there was not enough support. So we have tried to do all kind of businesses in Paris. The office building sat vacant for majority of the time, from 2008 until 2015, which I finally decided to move my office from Riverside. We were in Van Buren, and we moved over our headquarters, our construction company, Alabaster Construction, to Paris. Along with that move, and several of my employees here will share with you, they moved from Fontana, San Bernardino, because they want to live in Paris, close by. We have full-time office staff of 20, based here in Paris, out of our office right here in Ramona Expressway. In addition to being a developer and gas station operator, in which we have several shopping centers in Loma Linda, Hemet, Beaumont, and now we're doing one in Menifee, we are also public work contractors. We have a proven track record working in the city and have completed 10 projects for the city. Some of our most notable projects, I'm sure you all know it, the Nuevo Road Bridge over the San Jacinto River, the Placentia Avenue widening, and the Paris Boulevard improvement, just right outside of this chamber. We did all the improvements about 8 years ago. We are also a union contractor. Unfortunately, most of our union friends here, thanks to the ones that stuck around, most of them had to leave because a lot of them travel to LA and other Orange County, and we're trying to create more jobs for them here. So that some of them had to leave, but thanks to the ones that stuck around. We are signatory with the carpenter and the labor unions. We have brought some very heavy paying and skilled jobs to the city. 80% of my 200 employees in Mamco Construction are over $100,000 paying jobs. So we don't do minimum because we are a prevailing work contractor. I'm sure everybody knows that. And we have about 200 employees that work for the gas stations and restaurants we own. In addition to moving our office, we also moved our maintenance yard to Markham and Webster and employ highly skilled heavy-duty mechanics, which we have some of them here, that also have moved to Paris. We have over 200 construction workers in our company, all highly skilled and paying jobs. Also, our gas stations operate nearly 200 more employees, which about 10% of them are Paris residents. Not only have we invested in Paris in the past, in addition to this project, we continue to invest in Paris. On GN 7th in downtown, we are working with planning on developing business and office park, which will be coming in front of you soon. At Ramona Expressway gas station, we acquired a residential lot behind our gas station, Ramona Expressway in Wester, and we secured state and federal grants as well as partner with Chevron to secure a $15 million investment to bring a first-of-its-kind alternative fuel station. This project will be coming before Planning Commission very soon. But it will feature CNG, compressed natural gas, hydrogen, and biodiesel fueling option all in one facility. In Case and Gets, we are working with staff in presenting an application for developing 1,200 storage units right by the airport runway. With climate control units, in our research, climate control units are often used to entrepreneur as a first step when creating their new businesses. Lastly, just outside of the city limit on Highway 74 by Navajo Road, we are working on building 300 low-income apartments along with retail center and commercial strip. All of this to say, we are not your traditional warehouse developer. We are a local family business. My whole family work with our organization, and they are here with me today. I have with me here, of course, my wife, Elizabeth, my son, Rami, who's somewhere here, you can't miss him, and his wife, she had to leave to go with the children, Najwan, and my son, Ramzi, who will be coming to speak shortly, and his wife, Diana, next to him. They're relying on babysitters to watch the kids. And my daughter, Elena, who's our attorney also, she's right here in the back, which she recently moved from San Diego to Riverside to work with us in our businesses. We studied every way in which we could maximize the positive impact of our project. We have worked with staff to identify several community benefits we will build out. First, we will extend the median along Ramona Expressway, working with engineering, in front of the Camper Resort property, which address an existing safety concern. Second, we will signalize the intersection of Redlands Boulevard and Dawes, which is not required by our traffic study, but will benefit the public to enhance the safety. Third, we will extend sidewalk, street lights, and screen wall from our property east of Redlands along the Camper Resort property. This will screen existing outdoor storage and enhance pedestrian safety, which will now provide sidewalk linkage along Dawes from Paris Boulevard to Redlands. Lastly, we're working with the developer to the north and the city staff to eliminate a second driveway in our center, just stay with one driveway, and align it with the future driveway for the development at the north. Creating a signalized intersection at Ramona and true destination for Paris residents with shopping options to the north. The restaurant and hospitality option to the south. Now, to dive into some of the specific in the project, I'm going to turn it over to my team. First, before I actually introduce my son Ramzi, one of the restaurants we are building, the two restaurants and the hotel, I just want to elaborate on that. We are not building anything to be vacant, including the warehouse. We will not build the warehouse if we don't have a solid tenant. We are going to be the franchisee for the restaurant, for the hotel. We already signed an agreement in hope and preparation with Intercontinental Hotel, so it's not a myth. We disclose it. Intercontinental Hotel. Ramzi will elaborate more on it. The two sit-down restaurants, one of them is going to be River Ranch Steakhouse, which I'm going to invite my friend Ruben to come up here for a minute to speak on behalf of that. He owns Aimi Pa, which many of you I'm sure know it, in Riverside, and he owns River Ranch in downtown Riverside. We partner with him, so we are going to be partners and operate it. The second sit-down restaurant will be a Middle Eastern sit-down restaurant. Being in Paris for the last 20 years almost, or since the 83, We had enough of Jack in the Box and McDonald's, not to take away anything from them, but there's enough of those in Paris. We own the gas station on Ethernac in the city of Paris. We had a pad. I worked with staff, I worked with developers, trying to bring In-N-Out, which we couldn't. They brought it to Nuevo. Bring any fast food. We couldn't even bring fast food there. So to bring retail and commercial, I know a lot of the speakers, and I do appreciate and respect what they say. I don't have an address in Paris that I live here, but I spend probably more time in Paris than some residents because I'm here from 6 or 7 in the morning till 6 p.m., me and my wife and kids. So we know Paris well. We've been around Paris since we've built the first center, and 50% of my development has been in Paris, thanks to the friendly planning and really the direction of Planning Commission and Council. With that, I'm going to turn it for a couple minutes to Ruben to talk about his part of the restaurant. Then I'll turn it to the rest of my team.
Hey, Ruben, you know the drill, right? First name, last name.
Hello, I do. My name is Ruben, R-U-B-E-N. Last name, Berrigan. So I am not your typical restaurant owner. I am a good restaurant owner. I've been doing business all my life. I own 7 stores. Have a good rep for good food, good service, and good ambiance. I own the store called I Meat By next to Tyler Mall, next to Yard House. Very successful. I'm doing very well. When the Alabasis told me about this project, I was like, man, I used to live in Paris too. My family members have a house in Cajalco, and Ramona Expressway 22761 Cajalco. And I love the idea because there's nothing down here. So I thought, man, what if we bring a River Ranch here, a good steakhouse with a smoker outside, and we'll smoke barbecue. So that's going to give a good smell, right? Not the bad smell. Good bar, good TV, good ambiance. A dinner experience where like no one else has. Something different that I bring towards a restaurant game, not just a regular restaurant. So I'm excited. Hopefully we can get this going. Eager to work. I do hire a lot of people. That store will bring about 50 to 60 employees, and hopefully all from the city of Paris. A manager, a chef. My restaurant stores and that type of will bring a lot of revenue and a lot of a good restaurant towards all the people from Paris. And you guys won't drive to Riverside or to Moreno Valley, because what I'll bring here is something different that no one else has. I appreciate for you guys' time. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Ramzi Alabasi. I'm just going to jump right in and continue where my father and Ruben left off. As my dad Marwan was alluding to, we took a completely different approach to this project. We acquired the site without any specific plans. We just knew that we liked the site, we liked the area, we love working in Paris. So we started there and said, what fits here? We looked at several different alternatives, from self-storage to retail to apartments. Based on our experience in the city, there are 2 things that everybody in the city's wanted that we've always heard feedback from. They wanted a hotel, and we want sit-down restaurants in the city. We didn't want to flood the market with unneeded retail space that could possibly sit unoccupied. We wanted to bring a few high-quality businesses that would be occupied from day one. So that's where we started. We're going to bring in 2 sit-down restaurants for the first restaurant. You already heard from Ruben, so I won't speak too much on that. I think we can look at it though. So yeah, the one here with the metal seam roof on the right side in the front, that one already has the logo of it, River Ranch. So that one will be operated by Ruben, and it will be a River Ranch location. And on the left, we're still finalizing the details, but it's most likely looking like it's going to be a Mediterranean restaurant. For the hotel, we are very excited to have entered into a franchising agreement with Intercontinental Hotel Group. We're going to bring a 107-room, 4-story, dual-branded hotel. So it's going to be 2 different hotels within one building. They'll share a lobby. There's some more view of the restaurants, which you can already saw. So this is a close-up of the hotel here. As you can see on the left, we have the Candlewood Suites, and on the right, we'll have Avid Hotels. So Candlewood Suites, this is the lobby I was just mentioning. So this is our typical Candlewood suite room right here. It's a suite, and it's designed for an extended stay guest, not extended stay meaning months, but extended stay meaning 5 to 7 days. As you know, there's a lot of businesses in the city, and this is catered towards, business travelers or somebody's visiting from out of town. They would stay here. It has a sitting area, a kitchenette, bedroom, large bathroom. So this is for your extended stay, 5 to 7 night guest. And then Avid Hotels, which will be half of the hotel, is your typical overnight guest that's, intending to stay 1 to 2 days. This is a smaller room just for somebody that wants to, stay 1 or 2 nights, either transiting through the town, or if somebody's coming with some jet skis and they want to go check out the lake, they would stay here. They want to stay here 1 or 2 nights. Along that same line of thought, just to go back here a second, if you look to the left of the hotel, just to the west of it, we added larger parking stalls there to accommodate pickups with trailers. So, again, if you're towing a boat, jet skis, you'll be able to stay here, stay a night or two at the hotel, and then have dinner or drinks in the evening at River Ranch. So we're creating a destination for Paris. Another thing that we have consistently heard from the city, besides wanting hotels and restaurants, is the hesitation to rezone commercial to industrial. And I think there's 2 issues at hand. First, the city wants to keep commercial zoning, to bring, like we've heard from everybody, much needed retail into the city. And second, and generally speaking, most residents don't feel warehouses are very desirable because of truck traffic, pollution, the long list of things that we all hear. We think we've been able to address both of these concerns as best as possible. Although we're converting about 2/3 of the site to industrial, we are really getting a lot of the use out of the front of our site. By building a 4-story hotel, we're bringing 61,000 square feet of commercial space into 1/3 of that site. Just to give you a quick comparison on how much 61,000 square feet is, I think many of us probably know this site. I just chose this because, I go there sometimes to Chick-fil-A. So this is off Nuevo Road. And when I did this was before they tore down the movie theater, so I know this is changing. But that's exactly 17 acres, that red border, and that's 62,000 square feet. So we're getting that same utilization out of 1/3 of the area. So the city is not losing any commercial space with our project. The second thing is we all kind of use the term warehouses generically, but all warehouses are not created equally. What I think is least desirable out of warehouses, and not to say that, I'm just generally opposed to them, because they do need to be built somewhere. We'll all disagree on maybe where they should be built exactly. But there's different types of warehouses. This specific one I'm looking at right here, this is General Mills, just to pick on them a little bit. It's right next door to my office. I think it's like a 1.6 million square foot building. This is a distribution center. I know the size is much larger, but even exclusive of the size, if you look, the typical hallmarks of a distribution center are cross-docking. So if you notice, they have trucks on the east and west of the building. This is a distribution center. Their goal is to get trucks in and out as fast as possible, and that's why they have the cross-docking. They get a truckload in of Wheaties on the east side. They take that truckload of Wheaties, they put 1 pallet of Wheaties on the truck to Stater Brothers, 1 on the truck to Target, 1 to Walmart, and so forth. That truck is out of there, another truck on the road. So they call this a high velocity of goods. This is what I think most people say when they don't like warehouses, they don't like distribution centers. And if you look at the facility, look how many truck parking stalls there are. And then on the very bottom right, you can see that little asphalt parking lot. That's the employee parking. So you can look at the ratio of employee parking to truck parking. So that's when we say not a lot of jobs, not high-paying jobs. It's a high velocity of goods. It's meant for trucks and trailers, not for employees and people and residents. Conversely, our project, just to go back to the warehouse site plan, if you look at it, I can't read it, but we have actually more employee parking than truck stalls. So that shows you what ours is intended for, and there's no cross-docking. Our facility is intended for a low velocity of goods. This means, we can't really specify exactly who's going to be the tenant because we don't know. It would be dishonest of us to say we are not going to be doing this or we're not going to be doing that. But we designed the facility with the intention of attracting a business with a low velocity of goods. So, maybe like a furniture manufacturer that, disassembles, manufactures overseas, then it comes in here, they assemble it, and deliver it to your house or something like that. That's a lower velocity of goods. That brings higher skilled jobs, higher paying jobs, more jobs to the city. And, again, I know we can't say absolutely this will be the use, but similarly how I just shared with you guys that we're going to be bringing a Mediterranean restaurant there, I can't guarantee you that's not going to be a Carl's Jr., but it doesn't look like it's going to be a Carl's Jr. There's no drive-through, there's no menu boards outside, there's nothing like that. We designed the building to attract the right tenant, and that's what we did with the warehouse. We designed the building to attract the right tenant. All in all, I think we're very proud of the project that we're bringing forward. I think we've addressed most of the concerns we've heard from staff, from the public and everything. And we've done a considerable public outreach effort, which I'm going to let Corinne jump into here. She's the Director of Development with Alabasi, and she's going to be talking more specifically about some of the public outreach steps we've taken. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Corinne. I'm the Development Director for Alabasi. And I hope you will see from our presentation that we put a considerable amount of planning, time, and thought to get where we are today before you tonight. In addition to our meetings with staff and multiple ad hoc meetings with yourselves to get your feedback, we have also spent many hours meeting local residents to discuss this project. The broad consensus amongst all Paris residents and business owners that we have met is that this is a great project for the community and a need in Paris. In total, we sent out just under 480 mailers, going beyond our required radius to make sure that we included the entire mobile home park to its western boundary. We also hosted a community outreach meeting at our office for all of the surrounding neighbors to come hear about the project, express any concerns, or ask any questions they had. We had 6 residents show up from the mobile home park, and we received feedback from 20 others, all of which were positive and in favor of the project. We also provided project flyers to the Campers Resort of America staff to post for the current guests and also the church pastor and members that met there. And we provided a dedicated email address just for residents to be able to voice any of their concerns or questions. And we listened to the feedback that we received from you and the feedback that we received from them, and we made adjustments everywhere that we feasibly could do so. We also have received 54 support letters so far from both local business owners and residents, which we provided to you for you to read. And as you can see, we have a lot of supporters here tonight, and you will be hearing from some of them. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge our team here that worked really hard to pull all this together and are here tonight to be able to answer any of your questions that you may have on this project. We have Stephen Hong from SKH Architect. He is the architect for the warehouse. Eric Robles from R.A. Smith Engineering. He is the civil engineer on the project. From SMS Architects, our hotel and restaurant architect, we have Hessam Vakili. And we have Ryan Birdsey from Birdsey Planning Group, our environmental and technical study consultant. So thank you again for your time tonight, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Just a couple of words to conclude. I really sympathize with the residents, with their concerns. Like I said, I don't live in Paris, but I'm here in Paris every day. I get my hair cut in Paris. I eat in Paris daily. So I feel what they feel. But we bought the land. We're not in escrow like many developers. We're not from Orange County. We're not from the East Coast. We are local. My family members are here. The little guy is right here, just like some of them have kids they're concerned with. He hangs out at the office with us, and we live 10 minutes from here. So we love to see Paris develop with the right direction. Now, a lot of people, I'm sure we're going to hear from them, they would love to see the entire thing develop as commercial. We really played with the idea, with planning. We consider houses, apartments. We have so many consideration, but there's no demand. I am probably one of the experts in commercial because that's what I've done. Since I left Caltrans in 1999, that's what I've been doing for 25 years, is develop commercial. I've gone to the conventions in Vegas. I've seen your mayor and council people there in San Diego, asking developers, asking businesses to come here, and they just don't have, I'm sorry to say the word rooftops, but they really do want to see rooftops. I was part of Green Valley Development. We did work for that the whole area. We actually did Getz Road. We did Ethanoc, we widened it, we did all the infrastructure for all the homes you see. I love to see homes. I was part of that development because we believe in it. But there are some areas, and I understand, but we have to look at it in specific, case by case. So I really hope you give us full consideration, even though I know it's going to give some people heartburn because of the conversion from commercial to industrial. But like my son Ramsey said, if you really look at it in square foot basis, we're giving in a lot. We have a lot of my employees who are going to speak now, and they'll tell you what they've received from us being in Paris and what we have done for Paris. With that, I conclude my presentation. If you have any question for us, I'll be right here in the front. Thank you.
And I thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, do we have questions for staff and/or the applicant?
I have a quick question. I'm sorry, Isaac. Just before we jump into like our regular questioning, this is not part of the project. Why did we get a copy of it?
That's actually an exhibit that one of the speakers wants to show the Planning Commission. So-
Is the speaker an applicant?
No, the speaker that gave it to me wants to hand it out when he's, talking about the project, so.
In advance of the.
Are we
Yeah, in
allowed to
advance.
Okay, we did not-
consider other applicants' its information when we're specifically talking about a certain application?
Yeah, the individual who's brought the exhibit is not speaking as an applicant. He is
As a
providing
resident?
comments as a business owner.
I see. Okay. It just snuck in there. I was like, this is not part of the packet, so, okay. Thank you. Sorry, Isaac, go ahead.
It's okay.
So my first question is in regards to, I was looking at the landscaping plans, specifically on the north side. I saw that there is a, what is it called? Oh, a parkway, a landscape parkway for the sidewalk on the north side, but I didn't see that on the plans for the south side. Nathan, do you know if that's going to be into this project on the south side sidewalk?
For the industrial component?
Correct.
Yes, so it's going to have landscaped area from the property line, from Dawes, and all the way down to the building. It's going to have 25 feet of landscaping.
But I'm talking about like a parkway that's going to go in between the sidewalk and the street.
Yes, it will have a parkway
Okay,
with
perfect.
landscaping.
Perfect, thank you. My next question is in regards to the properties on the west side of this project. Nathan, do you know what the POV would be from that side on what their view is to the project? How much of the building, would the screening block some of that building, or how much of that building will be viewed from their point of view?
Yeah, so there's actually an exhibit that I want to share here. So this is something that staff requested from the applicant to provide kind of like a perspective from people living from the mobile home park to the building. So if you notice there, at the property line, they're going to have a 20-foot landscape buffer, which will include 36-inch box trees, evergreen trees, by the way, and also considerable amount of distance, which will include parking stalls, also a driveway, and also a 6-foot planter area along the building.
Commissioner Lopez, if I can add, the distance between the homes and the building, the warehouse building, is approximately 120 feet.
Got you. Thank you. But it's still visible from their perspective.
It will be somewhat visible, but there'll be landscaping.
Blocking.
Mhm.
Got you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Also, in regards to the March Air Base land use compatibility zone, it's Zone D. Considering it's in that zone, is there anything like restrictions as far as apartment buildings, maybe mixed-use buildings? Is that eligible in this type of zoning?
Well, just to give you some background, this project actually was reviewed by the Riverside Airport Land Use Commission, and they actually found it consistent. So concerning the proposed uses in front of you, yes, they are compatible to the zone. They are pretty much allowed uses.
But would for example, apartments be compatible as well?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Or mixed use?
The Zone D is the least restrictive zone in the airport plan, so yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
So, so basically, that shouldn't be a restriction for the applicant to have to put a warehouse. It wouldn't be a density issue.
That is correct.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan, and thank you to the applicant also for the presentation. I have to say I was a part of the ad hoc, one of the, I think there was a few. I was part of one of the ad hoc meetings, and I do have questions because I forget that, we have to do our questions at this time. You'll have to come back to me. Give me just a moment.
Thank you for the presentations. Since the ad hoc committee, were any elevation changes made to the industrial building that is facing the hotel? Were there any updates made to that?
Just additional landscape, especially around the pool where I think some of the commissioners had concern.
Also, Ms. Jimenez, I believe you had requested for additional landscaping between the hotel and the warehouse, and that was added as well to screen the warehouse from the hotel room.
Okay, but no changes to the elevation itself? Okay, and then I saw there was gonna be also some, I guess, enhancements made, and there was gonna be like enhancements to the sidewalk, to the street. There is also gonna be enhancements to the median. Can you go a little bit into detail about what those enhancements to the median would be?
I think talking to engineering, you're talking the median on Ramona Expressway?
Yes.
Yes, I think the city is requiring us, actually, we're on the same page, where we will follow the guidelines from the city to landscape the median, and there was additional landscape done on Dawes, and there was the sidewalk. Since the ad hoc meeting, we added the sidewalk and the wall
Okay.
to screen the campground.
Okay. And the enhancements to the median, or is it gonna be match? I don't remember if that part's already landscaped. Is that landscaped in that section?
Yes, the existing one on Ramona Expressway is landscaped.
So there won't really be a lot of changes to that, since it's already landscaped?
No, the existing landscape, it would remain the same.
But we are building a median, and we are extending it at the recommendation of engineering to prevent some of the safety concerns with the campground making a left turn out of their driveway, trying to go west, which is kind of suicidal. So with working with engineering, and of course, it's going to come to them during construction documents. So that median going east of our property line, so many feet, will be landscaped to the city standards and will be extended.
Right, and
Yeah,
if I can
extend
add
that.
to that too, Ramona Expressway has 33,000 average daily traffic on there, 55-mile-per-hour speeds posted. And any type of left turn movements, just from a traffic perspective on that type of roadway, it's not ideal without any type of, stop control, signal control. So with or without this project, that would be something the engineering department would be looking at to have that driveway off of the RV resort to be right in, right out. It's just, times have changed. There's a lot more traffic on Ramona Expressway, so this is just a traffic safety issue that we're trying to address.
Oh, yeah, I see accidents on there all the time, for people exiting, trying to make that left. They're pretty bad.
There's been 3 reported since 2022, and it's all left turn related.
And those are just reported ones?
Reported, yeah.
Okay. I think those were all my questions. Oh, I did have another question. So, on the letters that were sent, the letters in support, it reads, because I think the presentation was done, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, presentations were done or spoken about. It doesn't mention anything about being a rezone. It just states what's being constructed. The oppositions do have, is there a reason why that wasn't included?
So if you look at the letter, I think you're referring to the standard form we used. In bold at the very top, it says development plan review and zone change.
Okay, I see that, but it wasn't specifically on the bottom. Yeah, in the description.
No, we try to present it as is. We're not hiding anything. We are doing a zone change for
Yeah.
2/3 of the property.
Okay, so the letters in support, those people knew that there was going to be
I did not
included zone
personally
change?
meet with them. It's mostly Corinne, but
mark-
she had
okay.
explained it to them.
Okay. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
If I could just make one clarification for Commissioner Lopez. There is height restriction. I know you made a statement. We checked with ALOC, and we met with staff from day one. We were not able to do multifamily units with height. The hotel is different than residential. So there is height restriction for having multifamily units. Yeah, I don't know if there's any restriction, but it's a zone change to go to residential. But for residential, that is not for new homes, to go put new homes in that area. That is commercial. It would not be consistent with what would be desirable for marketing.
The hotel is 4 stories. Do you know what the limit would be for residential apartments?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but hotels is commercial, different than when you live in a residential. It's looked at differently than commercial or warehouses.
Got you. Thank you.
I remembered my question for staff. The question is, can you share why this is, there is no conditional use permit for this request versus other requests that are commercial do have conditional use permits?
So in the PVC specific plan, if you're zone BP, there's no option for a CUP in the PVC specific plan. The only areas that has that exception, which is the project you had before you,
Green Valley.
was BP. And so it only exists outside the PVC specific plan where that option exists. And it's really limited to properties. And there's really, to my knowledge, there's really only 2 properties that qualify, which is the 2 projects that one you heard prior and the one that you heard before today. So it doesn't necessarily open the door for every single property for that to happen. And so just want to put that out there. There's just some unique properties where that exists, and it doesn't exist in the PVC specific plan.
Yes, okay. And another question for staff. As it stands, this project on its own, does it require a light on Ramona Expressway, a signal light?
For the project's driveway?
Yes, for this one, the way it stands.
The applicant with the project is requesting for right in, right out at this driveway. So the median existing in front of the driveway would remain in place, and that driveway would be right in, right out.
The way it is, as it is right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And that satisfies the
And that's what
traffic study.
that's what the applicant was talking about in regards to like the suicide turn? Is that what it was called? Okay.
I think he was talking about the RV situation.
That one as
the
well,
extension,
yes.
Right.
Yes.
But any type of left turn movement onto Ramona Expressway is a big no-no.
And that's why it would be continued?
If I may elaborate?
Yes.
It's both, actually. We did not ask for a signal at the driveway.
Okay.
Because it's not required.
Right.
Actually, the city had issue with it before where we were debating what to do it for proximity to the other intersection. We did not ask for it because we don't feel we need it. And the city did not require it because the traffic study did not require it at the driveway. The extension I was referring to, of course, we're not going to ask for left out because that would be suicidal too. That's why
Right.
we're asking for right in, right out.
Right.
And I think engineering requested that we extend the median so the camper ground will also have right in, right out because I think that's the right thing to do for safety.
Okay, thank you. No further questions for me.
Oh, okay. I won't prolong. I've been around a long time, and I know you've seen me, and I've seen you. I think my only issue is two things, and not bad issues. In front of the hotel, there needs to be extreme density in terms of landscaping. If you're going to have a hotel and you're going to have warehouse, it needs to be so much that you almost can't even see it. So whatever level of density, it needs to be increased in front of the hotel. I mean, in back of the hotel, in front of the warehouse, because that is a view that not everybody wants. So it's just one of those things where if that is one of those issues, That's one of those things. That's just my observation. That's number one. The other thing, having gone and sit there, and I didn't just drive by stuff. I tend to get out because I'm retired, so I have a lot of time. The necessity for a wall there. And I think you have 8 foot, but it's hard to see on this sheet. But there's a wall in front of the warehouse. I'm assuming it's an 8-foot wall, because the only picture is this picture that goes in front of the warehouse, and then you have the hotel. So I'm assuming there's a wall there in front of the hotel. I mean, in front of the warehouse, blocking it from the hotel. And that's an 8-foot wall, right?
You have the cross-section. I believe it is. I believe it's an 8-foot wall. This came at the ad hoc, and this came
Yeah.
also, staff. We put heavy landscape. I don't mind putting heavier.
Oh, yeah.
But it's going to, you will not see the warehouse even at first, before they fully mature. So we did put heavy landscape between the warehouse and the hotel, and we put heavier landscape between the warehouse and the west, which is the residential. Because that's really important to us, and every person we talk to, they recommended that. But if there's room for improvement, believe me, we'll be happy to even add further landscape.
As you know from this commission, this is a landscape commission, so we'll drill anybody on more
I've been around long enough, I know.
greenery, because we talk green climate stuff. Yeah, so they'll give it to you, then you get it twice here. So the other thing, and I think it's a necessity, and I think it's one of the things I'm observing, is the wall that's on the east side. Now, if you go and park on Dawes, and I did, see, that's why you have to go places. You can walk right into Camp Resort. The fence is almost meaningless there. I could have walked in there today and basically done whatever I wanted to do. So the necessity for that 8-foot wall is the necessity all the way to Dawes. Because now you have truck traffic coming in there, right? And I think it's an 8-foot wall that's supposed to be, showing 8-foot wall in the truck where the trucks come in. Yeah. But it's 8 foot, right?
You're talking
I mean,
the
here,
one along Dawes.
the blue is 14 feet. So that's a necessity, yeah. Because that also, we're talking about the residents on the other side, and we're talking about noise, and we're talking about sensitive receptors. The trucks are coming in at that level, so that's where the greatest impact would be. So it's a visual, and it's also an issue of just having that protection there. And I'm not commenting on campers, or I'm just saying that barrier is one of those key issues for this, because if you have a 14-foot wall, you don't want to be able to see trucks that will be going in and out of there. Now, that's supposed to be a temporary residence. We go back to that term again, temporary. Yeah, okay. I'm just saying that's the term, and I'm trying to get at what that means. But anyway, that was one of the key things that I would have brought up, they brought up, and it's showing a 14-foot wall. I think that's a necessity. Now, not just a blank wall, I'm assuming, but it's going to be some kind of concrete, the usual masonry, some with caps and at so many 100 feet or whatever the case. But it's all the way down to Dawes, which is pretty well maintained. If you look at the industrial building in the south, and you look at the landscaping, it's almost perfect. I mean, when you talk industrial, the landscaping is perfect over there. I have no complaints about it. The north, it just hasn't been developed. So it's really just to make sure that we can't have an 8-foot wall. That's not going to be enough. 14 feet gives that visual, and most of those are just campers. They wouldn't be able to see that anyway. And so I think that was one of the key issues that I was looking at when I looked at this, because I look at these things very specifically. Other than that, lastly, and I'll be off of that, Ramona Expressway, obviously you have 3 lanes and they're speeding, and we'd be lucky if we say 55 miles an hour. I try to drive Stephen, but I can't promise everyone else does. But the idea is they're flying down that street, so you have to have a lane that goes into this 42-foot wide driveway. So you have to have an acceleration, deceleration lane. That's a necessity for this project, because if you know anything on Ramona Expressway, if you get ready to turn right into a place or location, you got a problem, because people are barreling behind you. So especially something that you're expecting to have this many people at restaurants and hotels. So that's a necessity to have that. And I think the engineer talked about that you would have that lane. That's a requirement. Mm-hmm.
Right. You could kind of see on the site plan here.
Yeah.
You have that auxiliary right turn lane to turn right into the driveway and then turn right to accelerate onto Ramona Expressway. So it's kind of its separate lane away from the through traffic.
Now, how many feet is that? Is that from how's it go, 150 feet going west, or?
Well, it's the extent of the whole project site there. So
I don't know if that's 100.
would you know the entire distance
What's
lengthwise?
the frontage, engineer?
So yeah, we do have a deceleration lane, extends all the way to our western property boundary, which is 200 and, yeah, that's not the correct measurement. But also notably, it extends all the way to the east, and it will connect to the Camper Resorts of America driveway as well. So we will be adding additional safety
All
for
the
them,
way
which will
from
be a
to the-
deceleration lane within the existing right-of-way.
So from the end of the
also
property
enhancing-
from the west all the way to the,
And the right
literally
lane will end
Redlands,
into their-
almost Redlands. And then the right turn, regular right turn on Redlands.
So right now, if you want to go to the campground,
Yeah.
you have to slow down, slam your brakes on lane number
Yeah.
3.
Yeah.
When we finish constructing it, they will have their own lane to turn into the campground. The acceleration, deceleration
Right.
will extend into their driveway.
Okay, that's
So
a
that
big
should
difference.
help them and go beyond. And to make a note, the city recently paid me $1 million through a public work contract to build a wall in Ramona Expressway. So we recently built a wall for you. That's why we went ahead on Ramona Expressway, we built a decorative wall for the city. So we proposed to even build one, because you're talking the walls, we proposed to build one on Dawes to give them a little privacy for the residents that live, whoever lives in there temporarily or not. That's not my business. But we want to give them some privacy, so we extended a 6 or 8 foot wall, whatever the city desires, just to give them some screening and privacy, and in case, I mean, they get plenty of truck traffic from the warehouse to the south, and they have nothing, like you said, you could literally walk in.
Yeah.
With what we doing, we adding a sidewalk and a wall to give them privacy and some noise barrier.
Okay. And the wall on the west is 8 feet, right? Okay, so that's, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. And that painted street, is that a real street, or is that just something that's inside the housing? It's a painted street, what is?
It's a paper street, it's inside their community, you can't
Okay,
drive in it.
Okay, I kept seeing, okay. Okay, I'm pretty much, that's it for me.
One more question I have for Mr. Albasi. Can you confirm that you are using union labor for this project?
I am signatory with the Labor and Carpenter Union. I am required as a public work contractor, and some of them still stuck around, I appreciate it. My employees are all with the union. We also signed with them for the warehouse in case we don't build the warehouse. We signed with the unions that we will use a labor union contractor,
Okay,
and for the hotel. So everything will be built with union forces,
okay, thank you.
whether it's our forces or not. And to answer, I'm sorry, thank you, but to answer a question on the length, it's 680 feet. The frontage plus 200 west of us, so about 880 feet total. 680 total? 680 total.
That's a lot. Thank you. Lastly, and I really will be quiet. This is a more for the city, so you don't have to worry about this one. Elevator codes. Remember, I went on previous projects. When they have elevators with hotels. They have elevators. We don't have language for that. Is that language ever going to be included in there to make sure that we abide by the elevator codes? And I looked up a few of them. They're very specific. Rather than assume that they're going to do it.
We will go ahead and add it to the conditions
Yeah,
of
thank
approval
you.
for building and safety. Thank you for the reminder.
That's all for you. That's city.
Add a comment to that.
Yeah.
Since the hotel is intercontinental, me and my wife went to Atlanta, Georgia, a couple of months ago when we signed the agreement, and they actually took us to show us a model. It has to have the elevator, so you could add all the language you want. But we committed to have elevator, we committed to have a swimming pool, and we must have a gym. So all what we showed in there, that's their prototype. I cannot change nothing in it unless there's something really serious.
Okay. Oops. Anything? Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much. And we move from this into our public comment. I thank you for your patience. I know, but these are very tough issues. So, I don't know if she has a list of. She's doing a lot of work here. Of names, and if we have a list of names on a blue sheet, Sylvia will call them up.
We do have Alex Mesa.
Hello, good evening. I have to start at this point in the night by addressing the fact that I am very taken aback by how much I have to mix ad-libbing and brainstorming just so I can think of what to say in a time-efficient manner. You know, these folks get all the time in the world because we don't have enough residents from the area who actually come here to express their concerns. It's barbaric. I mean, the damage that has already been caused by the information blackout is real, all right? Look, do not go trusting some overseers of a park with 250 spaces where you can't verify whether people live there permanently or not. Okay, some people there have a membership. Some people that have been living there for over 20 years. That park has been around as long as Lake Paris, all right? It's been there longer than most of us have. It's been there longer than a lot of us have been alive, okay? So people want to talk about how they've been driving on Ramona Expressway, driving up and down Paris for 20 years. They've been seeing that when it was surrounded by almost nothing, okay? There were a lot of chances to buy commercial land, have it rezoned, turned into something else industrially, and here we are. And you want to talk about families? We want to talk about families? Okay, 150 spaces in 150 spaces in Park Place Mobile Home Park across the empty lot from where I am. 150 single and double wide houses occupied by retirees as well as entire families, long-term. Those are there for them to stay in. And those are right to the west of the proposal. They're practically touching the warehouse, like we established, 120 feet. So whatever notice they got, it probably was insufficient, and it was handled as a matter of corporate outreach by the developer. It was not handled by the city. Now, if we want more evidence that that place is permanent residence, you could have checked with the registrar of voters. You could have checked and seen that the clubhouse at Camper Resorts of America is regularly used during election years as a voting center. All right, the USPS delivers each and every one of us mail with our own space number as an address on the USPS's system. We are residents, we are voters, and we are aware of this, and we are disgusted. And just because not many of us can be here to describe it, does not change the fact. Also, this rezoning proposal entails the loss of, and we may joke about it and say, you know, well, we can just walk in and out. Look, it entails the loss of Camper Resorts' southward pedestrian access to Dawes, and that is a street with an ample sidewalk. People use that every single day. I use that every day. People walk their pets. People go to the 19 and 41 bus stops, okay? So that's part of their commute if they're going carless or if they're trying to have a decent working class existence. When you're living where it's the cheapest rent in town, that tends to happen. Cutting off access to that, Whirlpool already makes a cacophony of noise. On the plan, it shows right there, the parking lot is going to be practically touching where the trailers start. It's completely obscene. It's an oppressiveness. It's a lack of dignity. We cannot... This is ghettoization. Do you people understand? You're walling...
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jonathan Daly.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Daly.
Yeah.
Oh,
There you go.
is that better?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's a lot better. Jonathan Daly, D-A-I-L-E-Y. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I'm a proud member of LIUNA. We got some more out here. And future regular at the steakhouse that'll be going in, hopefully. I'm here today on behalf of a lot of our local 1184 members that are out in this area. A lot of them that can't be here because they are commuting. They want to stay in this area. We want to work in this area. I'm fortunate enough to, after working today, come here, stay here while my wife and son are at home to fight for these projects, fight for these members, and fight for our health care, our wages. And just to add a different perspective on warehouse jobs, I hear a lot of negative things behind it. I have a lot of close friends that coming back from deployment and our contracts are ending. My job didn't really translate to much. I was a combat engineer, so we kicked indoors. That doesn't translate to too much if you're not going into law enforcement. And I had a lot of buddies that were 22, 23 years old, homeless. Some of them stayed with me for the time being, but they got warehouse jobs, and that was a stepping stone for them. It saved their lives. I really do believe that. They were able to go to school while working in these jobs. So that's just a different perspective. Everybody can, life is about perspective, but they do save lives. So we're here in support of this project and this developer. We are union. We will be on this job, and we are very proud of that. We look forward to being able to continue to help our community grow. So we're in favor of this project, and we hope you guys agree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Joshua Nagar.
Good evening, Commission, Commissioners, Chairman. Joshua Nagar here. Glad you made it. It's been a long night. Loved the presentation. Saw a lot of quality, a lot of a familial approach. I've been to Amapas. It's amazing, and our community needs stuff like that. So I'm really grateful for this project. The Alabasis are the gold standard in development. They're the gold standard in our local business community as well. They employ people. They're here all day. I myself have a business in this community. I'm a broker. I'm an attorney. I'm on various boards. I've done various works in this community. I employ people that live here. I employ citizens of Paris, California. The business community is 100% behind this project. We think it's great, and we think the people in that community are going to love Amapas. It's probably going to be instantly one of the best restaurants in Paris, California, and the steakhouse is going to be amazing as well. One of the other things I've been doing around here for maybe a decade or so is working on tourism over on Ramona Expressway. Our vision for Ramona is that's going to be like Anaheim at some point. There's going to be restaurants and a nightlife, and restaurants open beyond the hours down here in downtown where people don't frequent late at night. And we think this type of steps with that hotel, with the sit-down restaurants, is a step in the right direction. You know, the State Park and the lake is one of the heaviest transited tourist opportunities in Paris, California. And we think people having a hotel to stay in our community is a great step in facilitating that tourism. I also want to point out that the Alabasis have developed all over this community. They're here every day. They're doing good works for this community every day. This is not a one-off. This isn't their first planning commission meeting as well. And as a commercial broker, I want to point out to folks, I do brokering all over the Menifee, Paris area. I've done it in your community, have some accolades in real estate in your community, our community, and the demand is just not there. And a lot of these commercial warehouse developers are subsidizing retail. That's what they're doing. People are asking me, why don't you put your restaurant somewhere else? Why don't you just put it in a non-warehouse shopping center? Well, they're not giving free rent for 1 or 2 years. They're not paying for half your build-out. They are subsidizing retail. Why? Because there's no market demand for retail. Menifee's charging Irvine prices, $4 a square foot plus cams. That's not happening here. So ask yourself this. I heard a lot of why this, why that going on over here on the dais. You ask, why do we have to have a warehouse component? Well, do the math. Reverse engineer what the square foot price for rent for a restaurant would be without a warehouse. It'd be like $9, $12. That's just not market. Thank you so much. And I support.
Thank you very much.
Yesenia Contreras.
Hello again. Firstly, I'd just like to say that I do oppose the warehouse component. I think restaurants sound great. I think more options would be fantastic. I also want to say that I did go to the Camper Resorts of America. I went door to door, talked to some residents, and none of the residents that I talked to were aware of the warehouse component. One resident said they were aware of a potential hotel, but they were pretty shocked to hear about the warehouse. I'm not sure if that's only because the landlord received the notice and they were the ones responsible for, giving it out, but I think it's disingenuous to say that nearby residents want this project if they weren't actually made aware of it. I have heard that there's not much demand for much in that space, but I think one thing residents in that area would really like to see is a grocery store. Again, to bring up Paris Matters. One comment said, hey, why don't we bring a grocery store along Ramona? 18 likes. I think there's demand there, and I think the space can be utilized in a way that is a bit more productive for residents of Paris. I like the idea of apartments. I like the idea of a grocery store, something that people will be able to enjoy and not just another warehouse. Those are all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jairo Carvajal.
Hello, commissioners. I'm here opposing this project. It's new, but I'm opposing this project. I hear a lot of these guys. I know a lot of these people behind me are going to be like, great opportunities, whatever. But no one's involving or mentioning, oh, what about, like the gentleman that spoke in the beginning? He lives right there. No one's considering them. No one's thinking about them. It's always, oh, well, they're going to enjoy eating there. Okay, but I don't hear you guys living next to a warehouse. I don't think anybody would want to live next to a warehouse. I think there's a person in this room that I recognize from a last meeting that's going to be like, oh, I grew up next to warehouses. I saw you at the JPA meeting, just to clarify, just in case maybe it's the wrong person, that'd be funny. But I think that's one thing that's missing here is forget the commercial part right now. No one's addressing how do these people feel. Yes, they had letters of in favor of it, but I learned the way they did it. They like to word it really well, but that's them. But our group went out to go knock on, like, when it was 100 degrees out, just because we're like, these people aren't getting informed. That's the biggest problem with these projects. No one gets informed. It's always like, well, we sent out a notice, but like they said, they give it to the landlord or the the property owner, and that's it. There's nothing more from that. I don't think anybody should be forced to live next to a warehouse. It's just the same problem everywhere. And I just think it's ridiculous. And, I think these guys donated to our mayor $7,500. I think it's really great of them to do that. They're so generous, Too bad they could only give us a warehouse, I know, I think Optimus is here as well, which is right over there. They're probably going to speak on this project, and it's just going to be the same thing. It's like they're all in favor, white. They're all developers. They all have warehouses. It's all the same story, same thing every time. And well that Paris residents don't really like warehouses, and I would hope this project gets denied, and I hope they appeal it and take it to the council and let them decide. Because if they get to decide, it'll be a very interesting decision, because we know 3 of those, or 2 of them that, or I don't like, are up for re-election, and I would love to see their take on this project. So I would hope you guys deny it. I assume if it gets denied, it's going to go to council. I want them to make the decision, because it'll be easier to me to bash them, and, who cares? Or just wait until November 5th and hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jillian Mendez. Sorry, Menez.
Hello. Again, my name is Jillian Menez, M-A-N-E-Z. I'm here as a resident and then also representing Paris Neighbors in Action. This was quite the production. The Alabassis have to bring in their entire family to try to sell this project to us. All I heard sitting back there was an effort to use semantics about what really qualifies as a warehouse, to try to placate us and make us believe this is actually good for you. I don't understand the function of giving your corporate and family story. You're not a small family business. You are worth multi-millions. The hundreds of homes and families that do live within an arm's reach of this warehouse component, and again, I could care less about the commercial component. I am very concerned about the warehouse component. They are small families. They are the ones who are going to suffer. Why do the Alabassis not live here in Paris? If you have been doing your business here for 20+ years and you commute here every single day, what is so undesirable about Paris that you're not living here? Why are you choosing to do that commute on that 215? That's rough. I'll tell you my story and my family's story. I was born and raised here in Paris, and I have been forced to watch as my once beautiful town has been ransacked and devastated by developers who try their hardest to delude us to believe that they're acting in our best interest. I've been forced to swallow lies and breathe toxic air, and I'm just sick and tired of it. Kudos to you and your family. You obviously have made something of yourselves, and you're successful and wealthy. Congrats. Now take your winnings and walk away. Do not continue to trample on our community and tear us apart just to pad your bottom line. The residents along Ramona have been promised a grocery store for years. Give them at least that. That is demand. There is demand for that there. I refuse to believe there's no demand, nobody wants this. Why are we all leaving Paris just to go grocery shopping? I hope you can see through the charade. Don't believe in this small family business fallacy. It's embarrassing almost to be presenting themselves that way. Please do right by the residents and the hundreds of neighbors that will be forced to live right next to this development. I do, for the most part, trust your guys' judgment, and if it comes down to it, put it in the city council's hands. Deny it, they'll take it to appeal. We know the drill. Leave the blood on their hands. Thanks.
Ralph Quiroz.
Ralph Quiroz. I'm a 15-year resident and owner, May Ranch area. It'll be like a mile away from this project. I believe it's a great project. I want to eat, close by home. The hotel part is good too because across the street from my home, there's what do you call it? Airbnb, which you get a lot of people from who knows where, all hours of the night, sitting outside in their car and this and that. So that's great, a hotel. Now, I worked for this family for over 3 years. They're a hardworking family, and I hope to work, for many years for them. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Nagar.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. I am the person who turned in the phantom exhibits, so I'll get to that in a moment. This is a wonderful project. I'm here representing not only myself, my office is in D Street, Southern Hotel. You also know me as a representative for Optimus Building Corporation, who is developing the Ramona Promenade. You know what? I have represented Marwan Al-Abbasi as his real estate agent. I have sold property to Marwan Al-Abbasi, and I've helped him with entitlements. That family is one of integrity. They are local, and what they say they'll do, they'll do. And I think I'd leave it at that. And then also looking at the project itself, it is very nicely done from an architectural point of view. The Ramona Promenade is actually using the same architect, and so I'm glad to see that there's some consistency. I did want to bring up something, however, just one critique, and it's really not necessarily with the project, but it has to do with traffic circulation. I gave you 2 exhibits. One of them is the original exhibit for the Ramona Promenade, which we had presented to you late last year. We had a full turning movement signal on the eastern portion of our property, and that would have lined up with the Campland entrance. And that would have been a fully signalized, is what we were offering, a fully signalized intersection, so they could make a left in and right in, left out, et cetera. Originally, I spoke with staff and the Al-Abbasi family to see if they had any interest in wanting me to move the traffic signal. This was about a year, almost 2 years ago. They did not. That's why the traffic signal for the promenade, again, the full turning movement wound up there. Only recently did staff want the Alabasi project to move its driveway to the middle, okay, which I thought was a great idea. But then they also asked us to move our driveway from where it is on our original plan to the middle. That's reflected on the second handout that I gave you. So now what we have, and you can see there's down on the south, you can see a portion of the Alabasi project, and then you can see the Ramona Promenade site plan as it is right now. We're doing a fully signalized intersection there so that you can go right in, right out, left in, left out. And I think this is extremely important because I'll tell you why. Without a signal there, you have a couple of dynamics. You're creating a situation where everybody's going to have to make U-turns to get somewhere. For instance, if you're traveling east from the freeway and you want to go to the hotel or the restaurant, you can make a right in. That's great. But when you want to leave and go back to the freeway,
Okay, unfortunately, the time is, that's okay. Yeah. Okay, we're done. We're through. Okay, I know, but unfortunately, we got to be fair. So, thank you. Thank you.
Libby Garcia.
Hello, I'm Libby Garcia. I work at the Chevron on Noosa in Ramona. I am a general manager. I think this project is a really good idea, something different, great for families when they come to the lake, like Ramsey said. Family could come, stay out, especially if they're traveling far away from a distance, A lot of people are probably just here bashing, I could just come up here and tell you, oh, I'm going door to door and asking if they heard about it. I could be telling you yes, but you don't know that without proof, This is honestly a good organization because I've been with them for 3 years. I've been here for 18 years, more than 7, more than 4 years. So, you could move up. I worked at warehouses. I decided to quit warehouses and go with them because it's a better opportunity where I'm able to move up, where I'm able to be seen. I'm getting paid more than minimum wage, and my daughter goes to school out here. So if there's an emergency, I could go and get her in a quick second. So I think it's great. My family are also with them, working with them, and are a manager as well. So I've been here where there hasn't been no warehouses. It was empty, hardly anything here. Everyone wants to say, oh, I need a job, I need somewhere to go, but they don't want a job. Most of the people we hire, they don't stick around. They're crying that they want a job, that they want paying money, they can't make ends meet, but yet they don't stay long enough because they rather go work at a warehouse because what we do, it's basically not more work, but basically like cleaning and everything and dealing with customers, but they can't handle it. So they rather not deal with customers and go to a warehouse, So it's just like working at a warehouse, it's not that bad. I mean, it is for a little bit, but I'd rather work with a company where I'm able to be seen and get promoted and move up in like a year or so. I've been with them for 3 years. After a year working with them, I got promoted to a manager. And honestly, it's benefited me to where I'm noticing that I'm being seen and my hard work. So I honestly think this is a good idea. It's, a great steakhouse, it's a mom and pop, You don't see that a lot. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Rodam Rodriguez.
Hello, this is Juan Rodriguez. I'm here to support this project because, I think it is going to bring a lot of opportunities for a lot of people that are not here. It's a lot of people over there, they want opportunity at a job. You know, a lot of people here, some of them complaining, some of them supporting, but for myself, I think it's a good. I've been working for this man for 15 years. And when I start for him, working for him, you know, I start from the bottom. Nobody start from the top to the bottom, you know, from the top to the bottom. And like they, you know, a lot of people say, oh, you know, they're gonna bring low pay. No, if you work hard with this family, you're gonna go up. I started with him making $60,000 a year. Right now, he's paying me almost $200 a year. And thank you. Plus, on top of that, for 10 years, me and my family, we're not paying rent because of this man. Because of this, but for me, it's a great family, hard-working family. And what I think, if you work hard, you have the best opportunity working for this company. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Elisa Garcia.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Garcia, Garcia. I would say I'm opposed to it. I do think it's a great idea. We do need more restaurants out in Paris. I've been living in Paris for 18 years. Sorry, I'm nervous. But I do believe there's not very many places to go out here in Paris. Usually we go out to Moreno Valley, Murrieta, Temecula. Those are usually the places that we go out to have dinner. And I think we need something out here rather than going out and driving further out. I just think it's a beautiful sight to see around in Paris. Sorry. I don't do well in front of people, but I do like the idea of a hotel. It also does bring more people to Paris. It lets them see our city more. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. Forgive me, I wasn't ignoring you. I had a cricket on me, so I had to get rid of it. I didn't know what that was, but it was. Okay, sorry.
Angel Cota.
Hi, my name is Angel Cota, COTA. I've worked for the Alabasis for over 10 years. Very good company. They've always took very good care of me. I'm all for this project, as they explained to me previously. I think the warehouse is actually a good idea. It does bring a lot of jobs to our city, which is much needed. It also does bring, more, how would you say, more to the businesses surrounding as well. People that are taking their lunch, they're driving to work, they're stopping at the local gas station on Ramona Expressway to get their coffee. They're safe in the food areas in the area. So it does bring value to the area as well. The food places we definitely do need, instead of traveling to Riverside, to Temecula, Menifee, just to go out to dinner at a nice restaurant. It's much needed here. And like I said before, the Alabasis, they do what they say. They're very good people, and I've had the pleasure of working with them for 10 years, and for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joseph Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Joseph. Last name spelled Gonzales. So basically, I came home from prison, and they hired me within 11 days. And I started off at the bottom, and within 1 year, they taught me, management. I know now how to, compute daily sales, facilitate, handle food properly. I was able to move up pretty quick. They never held anything against me. They have excellent management. Their management was able to teach me things I never knew before. They were able to hire my sister when my sister was pregnant. I heard someone say something about low-paying jobs for what, at least from what I know of, I think we're the highest paid in the field that we do, the gas stations. I believe we get paid mostly what the warehouse people around us get paid. And, you know, there's opportunity, like Libby, Ms. Garcia was saying, you know, there's always opportunity for you to move up if you want it there. And if you were to come into the station I work at, you would see all, you know, there's black, white, pregnant, people that don't know English, like they don't discriminate at all. And it's a very good workplace and their management is excellent. And since I've been there, they've opened up 2 other locations and those locations are doing really well. I think everything they put their hands on pretty much turns into gold. And nothing but good things to say about Alabasi and what they've done for me and my family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Araceli Alvarez.
Hi, my name is Araceli Alvarez.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
My name is Araceli Alvarez. I live in the villages of Avalon and here in Paris. I've lived in Paris for 20 years. I started working for Alabasi for about, I want to say 7 years already. My sister worked for Alabasi before I did. I personally think that this project is really good for our community. I am excited for it, actually. I talked to various people in that mall strip that's next to it. I talked to a lot of business owners there. They're also very excited. Just really briefly, working with Alabasi has helped me a lot. I am a single mother of 2 and given me an opportunity to grow as a female in the construction field. I mean, it's not very common, and I really, really appreciate that. I'm so nervous, sorry. But I do really appreciate everything they have done for me, and I see that they do that not just for their family, but for their employees as well. And I do approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Destiny DeHaro.
Sorry, just a little cough. My name is Destiny DeHaro, and all I have to say is approve this project. Thanks to all the bossies. My mom has an amazing job, and I know this project could give others jobs as well. And that's all. Thank you.
Eva Lopez.
Hi, I'm Eva Lopez, last name Lopez. I'm a resident of Paris for 22 years and also an employee of Alabasi. I work at the Chevron on Ramona. I'm in support of this project for 2 reasons. For one, well, my son, he just promoted from Panacati, and we recently wanted to go out to go eat, and we had to go to another city because there's no steakhouses out here. So that's one reason. We never had to travel to another city to go to a grocery store. We go to Stater Brothers Food Floors. There's plenty of grocery stores in Paris. There's no steakhouses. And the second reason is the warehouse part. I live in Redlands Town Square Apartments for like 8 years, and over half of my neighbors work in the Paris warehouses. So we depend on warehouses, and I really think it's a good way to create more jobs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Valdez.
Hello, my name is Mike Valdez, Valdez, and I'm for this project. I actually started working with them in 2010 with Alabasi, and I have worked in the warehouses, started there. Now 100,000 plus, working. That's how I ended up a resident from Paris. We were working and expanding Getz Road, and I fell in love with Monument Park, the homes there, and I had to have it. I looked, I was like, man, I have to live there one day. And sure enough, I talked to them, and I was like, hey, how's work, how's everything? He was like, you want it? Buy it. It's you, buy it. And I was like, wow, okay. He said, yep, buy it. So I went over, bought it, and that's how I became a resident of Paris. And I fell in love with Paris. We do a lot of work here, a lot of work everywhere. And my commute's, 20 minutes? I do work everywhere from around the city. And I got nothing but good things to say about them, hardworking. And when they say that they're a family-owned company, they are, because my own son works for us too, and in the gas station, and they didn't even hesitate. I said, hey, my son needs a job. Boom, next day, So that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you.
Andrew Valadez.
Hello, my name is Andrew Valdez, Valdes, and I want to say I am really excited for this project, and I really wanted to voice my comments as somebody that actually it really matters to, and I'm really excited for this project because it's going to bring more people outside of Paris, and it's going to bring more money into Paris, and I really want to spend more money into Paris. They recently demolished the cinema. I'd never really been able to go to it because we just recently moved, but I really want to see more stuff coming to Paris. And if this all this project brings all this more stuff, I feel like it's gonna bring probably a cinema back, hopefully. But when Alabasi says that their family is, they didn't just bring their family right here. They brought everybody, their workers, everybody, because Alabasi family isn't just them that you see them right here. Alabasi is their co-workers, everybody that's inside of Alabasi is part of family. And yeah, that's really it. And thank you so much.
I can't read this writing, but it says, I think it's Rodrigo.
Well, then help us by stating your full name and spelling your last name for us.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everybody. I am Francisco Rodriguez, and I am a member of the Union 1184, like a Euronomy. I live in Markham Street. As a resident of this city, I lived in Atlanta for 7 years, and I moved here 3 years ago for work reasons. This company gave me an opportunity. Thank you, Marwan. Thank you, Rami. I'm convinced that Paris needs more jobs, and this triggers more development for the neighbors. I am convinced that this project will provide many opportunities. The city of Paris must be prepared to open its doors to attract investment, since this will be a great challenge to enrich development. I have a question. How many people want a job opportunity? I agree with the construction of this project because it represents more jobs, good jobs. Thank you, sir.
Jerry Sepulveda.
Good evening. Good evening. Jerry Sepulveda, Sepulveda. Thank you for you guys being the warriors that you guys are up there. I don't know how you do this however often you guys do this. I just want, on behalf of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce, we don't take this lightly. I don't want you to think someone comes in, they present, and we're like, okay, you represent business, so we support you. Especially when it comes to a zone change, it took us time to, I grew up at Park Place, so I knew the area. I lived at Park Place for 15 years. My family still lives there. And I have clients that live in Park Place. And they did do a good job sending out the mailers because everyone that I talked to had them. Not that I was asking, did you get a mailer? But just as I visited my clients, they were showing me what was getting built next to them. And so as far as, I can't speak on, I didn't go walking on the RV side, but just from my casual, on Park Place, it was very much mailed out. Everyone received it. But we don't take it lightly when it comes to a zone change. And so when they presented everything that they did and they talked about the docks, they lowered the amount of docks on the warehouse, so it's going to be more lower velocity or less traffic. They didn't have to do that. So I felt like they were really trying to get the most out of the property. I have been to Aimipa. So Ruben, is he still here? Great freaking restaurant, man. Great food. I'm excited for him to come into Paris. Like genuinely, if you haven't ate there, eat there, because that's what's going to be coming to Paris. So we're excited as a chamber to really support this project, along with other projects that are going to be coming back up soon. I really feel like Ramona, with the restaurants that are getting proposed, it's going to be a good strip. And I understand that the warehouses are coming in. The one thing I want to say about warehouses is that my parents, we moved 30 years ago, we moved into Paris, and my family worked in warehouses and they retired from warehouse jobs. That doesn't mean that I had to work in a warehouse. So we all have options to do whatever we want to do. It's not because we have warehouses, I'm forced to work at a warehouse. I have my own financial business. My parents retired from a warehouse. Doesn't mean I have to, I want to say graduate. I have to retire from a warehouse. So warehouses are great for obviously stepping stones, whatever it is. There are people that make it a career when it comes to warehouses. Doesn't mean they have to stay there. We all have options. We could do whatever we want. So I just want to make sure I state that there are people that do retire from working at a warehouse. And other than that, I'm not related to Alabasi, which he's probably going to be my Theo now because I'm just like, man, all these people are talking about Alabasi. But we appreciate everything he has done for the city.
Okay, thank you.
That's all we have.
Okay. Now, those were the ones that submitted that. Now, if you'd like to come up to the podium. You have 3 minutes, and you're welcome to come and speak on this agenda item. Just state your full name and spell your last name for us.
Hello, my name is Lizette Sanchez, last name Sanchez. I'm opposed to this project. I've heard a lot of the speakers tonight just mentioning the name Alabasi over and over and over again. And, you know, I'm not saying that they haven't had any great projects. I'm sure I frequent some of the things that they've done, and that's great. But this project isn't one of the great things that they have. You know, we had a resident speak up, and they live directly next to the proposed project. So I think that alone should tell you a little bit more about what people actually feel rather than just their employees. Of course, their employees are going to support them because they're employed by them. Makes sense. I know you live here. I'm not saying you don't, but they don't live here. Either way, regardless of what has been said, I also want to bring up another point that, you know, this entire thing about warehouses and like commerce or whatever, I agree that we do need different things in the city, and it's people's opinions are very valuable. And I also want to acknowledge that personally, I would rather have nothing than have that here. It is what it is, you know? I come from a traditional Mexican medicine perspective of like the land being like the number one priority of what we need to prioritize in terms of our health, and that determines the health of the people that live on the land. It's clear to me that a lot of the people who have spoken tonight have little to no relationship to the land. Because if they did, they wouldn't be so supportive of putting just a box on top of it. And that's why I said I'd rather have nothing than have that project here, because the quality of our soil is important, the quality of our air is important, the quality of our lives are important. And so why not recognize that instead of saying we have to put something here? We actually don't. We really don't. And that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Franco Pacheco from Inland Valley Alliance and Mid-Valley Coalition for Clean Air. I'm opposed to this project. We don't need any more warehouses in the city. There is a recent NASA report that shows the amount of pollution, nitrous oxide, that has been generated from the recent warehouse boom here. And I'm a 30-year resident of this area. So I remember when it was just fields and everybody just loved Paris for being a small, quaint town. We were fine then, and we'd be fine now without this warehouse. A lot of people talk about jobs and the things that it will bring, but we gotta ask ourselves, what kind of jobs are they bringing? We focus on the union part of it for the construction, which is, it's fine, and we'd like to support union jobs, but what about the jobs at the warehouse? Those will not be union jobs. Those will be low-paying, low-wage jobs. We gotta look at the cumulative effect of all this warehousing in this area. There is over 800 acres right now being proposed for rezone in Riverside County. And that's in the Mid-Valley area. So the cumulative effect of all those trucks coming in from Ramona, Cajalco, and into passing through Nuevo. And there's another project in Nuevo also by Richland Communities. So adding another warehouse here is just gonna add into the cumulative effect of pollution in this area. We can stop it now and say we don't need this warehouse. We can take another look at it and see what else we can put here. We don't have a hospital yet in this area. We desperately need one. All we have is urgent cares. And that means if my son or my daughter gets hurt in this area and they have to get airlifted somewhere else, those minutes matter for our children here. So as a planning commission and the city of Paris, you guys need to start looking at things that will benefit the community. We are oversaturated with warehouses, and a lot of them are empty. Is there a tenant for this warehouse here that's gonna be proposed? Also, I'd like to remind everybody, we're the second most polluted area in the nation, right behind San Bernardino County. So we need to start taking a hard look at solutions to these problems, because the way we're going in this city right now, it's no longer sustainable. People are leaving, and just recently at the March JPA Planning Commission meeting where they were gonna approve a mega warehouse, people came out and said, I left Paris to go to Orange Crest because I wanted to get away from warehouses. So that should be a slap in the face to everybody in the city of Paris who wants to approve a warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Nanette Placencia. I'm here because I object the part of the warehouse in the plan. For one thing, I feel that the developer knew what he had bought. Again, we've been through this before a few times. He buys land that is not zoned for what he wants, what he really wants, a warehouse. So he thinks he could just come here and get it rezoned and get what he really wants built on that land. That is wrong. You could go to cities, another comment they made that, you have to have a warehouse with restaurants because that's just, good business. But you could go to other cities, and for instance, Menifee, and they didn't need a warehouse next to their restaurants where we go to spend our money at. Why is it only in Paris that we have to have a warehouse with every single thing that gets brought up here for things that we truly want here in this city, for entertainment and restaurants? Why did there always have to be a warehouse tagged to it only in Paris? And another thing is nobody's talking about the houses right there with the bike trail. That's going to be affected from this warehouse being built right there. A lot of people's backyards are to that field that will be looking at this warehouse and dealing with the noise, as well as the nice park that is right there, where a lot of the children in our community play soccer there. And we also have other cities, other families from other cities that come to that park to play. And then that's the site that we're going to be showing them, the warehouse walls, when they come to that park to play. And that's not right. Somebody mentioned how we're going to be the strip, like downtown Anaheim or something on Ramona. How are we going to be able to get that done if the land is gone already because we're rezoning it and we're giving it away for warehouses? We need to save what little land we have left and to be able to build things on there like this one man suggested, so we can be the area that everyone wants to come to. But if we keep giving our land away like that for warehouses, we're not going to have that anymore. Another thing is, it gets me angry that these developers come and they bring these union workers here and they use them the way they do. Because it's great that we have these hardworking union workers because they do deserve good pay, and that's what a union job does. But the thing is, most of these developers do not put good paying union jobs in the warehouses that are here. And we have 100+ here already. You know how many are unionized in those warehouses? Less than a handful out of 100. There's no union jobs besides the ones that they're gloating about when they bring the hard workers to build their warehouses for them. Thank you.
Okay, is that it, or is there any other speakers?
My name is Guadalupe Lara, Lara. I was actually watching at home right now, and it seems like, are we on a court trial? Why does everybody that works for Alabassi have to speak so good about him? Why can't we speak about the town and what it needs, which it does not need any more warehouses? And watching the people on Alabassi's side, specifically somebody wearing black, smirking at the comments, like, I told my husband, I'm getting my pants, we're driving down there, because we do not need any more warehouses. Please listen to us residents, not his workers, which some of them do live here, I understand that. But I live here too, my family lives here too, and we do not want any more warehouses, period. Please listen to us. I beg you. I have a 5-year-old son. I cannot open my windows because he has asthma. He has inhalers, and if your kid has asthma, please, you should be smart and not want any more warehouses here. We don't want anything shiny that comes with it. We don't want a hotel. We don't want a steakhouse. I mean, how many of us can actually afford to go to a steakhouse once a month in Paris, living in Paris? My husband and I bring home over $100,000 a year, and we wouldn't be able to go to a steakhouse once a month. Let's be realistic. We do not need or want any more warehouses here in Paris. Please listen to us residents. I beg you. Thank you.
When does my time start? Hi, I'm Justin Glass, GLASS.
Put up the microphone. There you go.
Hi, I'm Justin Glass, GLASS. Hey, so first thing about, Marwan, thanks for having me here, by the way. But so the hotel idea I think is a great idea. The steakhouse is great too, and the Mediterranean restaurant, because there's 347 Mexican restaurants. And if I want to take my girls and we want to go get a steak or a burger or anything, we do drive out of town. We go Moreno Valley and we go to Marietta, Menifee, Temecula, wherever we got to go. But as far as shopping at groceries, we go to Aldi's. I've lived on my ranch out here since 2008. There's plenty of grocery stores, new ones, because we were here when there was like no grocery stores. We were here also when there was not a palm tree or a center medium on Ramona Expressway, and it just was blah all the way to the lake. And there's Lake Paris. You got a hotel now, so let's say you invite your grandma out. Hey, grandma, you want to come to the lake today? Oh, but you came all the way from Orange County, you don't want to drive home? Well, there's this hotel you can go stay the night in. You know, instead of camping in the tent or doing whatever, you know. Sorry, guys, I get nervous. It's tough to come up and talk to everyone, and I never stared at you guys before, but how you doing? And good night, by the way. Or is it still Wednesday?
Yeah.
I don't even know how you guys can do this. But I work for Marwan as a mechanical engineer. I'm a journeyman 1184. But I do, they're talking about the smog. Like, the scrubbers that are on these trucks nowadays, it's literally makes the air cleaner. It goes into the intake and comes out of the exhaust cleaner than when it breathed it in. They're literally like a government-designed scrubbing system for smog. Like, I mean, that's the only way I could explain it. And they're just getting better and better and better. It's annoying to be the people fixing it because it's horrible and it's like tough to work on. But I don't think a warehouse is going to end Paris if we put one little warehouse behind a badass motel and a steakhouse, you know, and a couple restaurants. Like, mix it up a little bit. And maybe a Applebee's, and you guys could put a Chili's here too. And we want some stuff here, man. But that's about all I got to say.
Okay,
Thanks, you guys.
I know everybody wants to go home. It's the last,
It's okay.
just
It's
less than 1 minute. I
don't
just
worry
want to
about
mention
it.
something. My name is D. Elias. I am a partner with Marwan, and I know his family, and I don't want to talk good things about his family. Everybody knows that. But just one thing I keep, and I admire the younger folks who are activists for the environment. I really do. I think they spoke very well. But I'm sitting there thinking, I got 3 daughters their age, and I'm thinking, I'll worry about them in the future. How do they think about the economy and the money? Where does money come from? I mean, this eventually has to be about what makes sense and what makes sense. I mean, if you want the city of Paris to flourish, get business in here, get stuff in here. You can't just leave it open and do nothing and leave the land free. It's all great, and everybody doesn't want this, doesn't want that. But how do you pay for that? How do you get a restaurant done? Somebody was talking about the cost per, it's subsidized by these warehouses. It brings money, it brings jobs. It just is a matter of realistic expectations of where the money's gonna come from. You gotta spend money to get money. The city of Paris needs money. You can't just leave it open. You gotta get development in there. Environment is gonna be safe. And I don't wanna spend more of your time, it's late, but these people need to think about the reality of economy. It's nice to have wishes. Everybody wants to live in a perfect world where there's nothing bad, but it's not reality. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Victoria Camarena, Camarena. I am opposed to the 270,000 square foot industrial warehouse building between residential areas. The residents of Paris do not want any more warehouses in the area, especially along Ramona Expressway where there is already an abundance of them and the traffic is only getting worse. I have some concerns and questions from the staff report. My first concern is in regards to the 3 community benefits. I don't understand how promising to build one of the commercial buildings in conjunction with the industrial building is a benefit. It's also very interesting because obviously the warehouse has to be built first no matter what, but hey, we'll promise to also build one of the non-industrial buildings at the same time. The other benefits are a sidewalk that extends in front of the project and the Camper Resorts of America and a traffic signal for public safety. With the amount of harm this type of project brings to a community, I don't see how any of these are actual benefits. Similar to other projects, the staff report claims this aligns with the general plan because of the jobs they will bring. I ask again, what kinds of jobs? Approximately when will these jobs become available? How will we make sure that residents of Paris are those primarily hired? What's the salary look like? I would also like to point out that the project is not consistent with the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan. because the applicant is asking for a rezone from commercial to light industrial, so I don't know why it's included in the staff report as if it does align with a specific plan. According to the environmental impact report, the impacts to air quality, cumulative greenhouse gas emissions, and noise are significant and unavoidable, which would require a statement of overriding consideration to approve this project. I believe this is plenty to reject this proposal. What is the point of an environmental impact report if you can simply override it despite significant impacts? If the project can't even meet the standards set forth by CEQA, why is the city even considering it? Lastly, according to the staff report, on February 29th of this year, 231 outreach flyers were mailed, and there was a meeting about the project with 6 people in attendance. I'd like to point out that Paris Neighbors in Action did go to the camper resort to inform residents of the project, and many residents were unaware of this project or its industrial component, which makes me question the community outreach done by the applicant. I urge you to reject this project. Thank you.
Hello again, my name is Carla Cervantes. This is zoned for commercial, it needs to stay commercial. The area there is already filled with industrial warehouses. Lake Paris is highly visited, but people come to the lake and get McDonald's after and they leave because there's nowhere else to go except fast food joints. I think the commercial aspect of the project is good. We've been saying we need more commercial, and I have been to the restaurant by Tyler Mall. It's pretty good, but not good enough for me to say, oh yeah, I want a warehouse next to this restaurant. Proposed 12 acres of industrial, it's not necessary. And a rezone at that. I went to the lake recently, early because it is so hot. And on many trails, you can see the view of Paris, which is now littered with giant, ugly cement buildings, which I already mentioned have detrimental effects on our health, but also to the integrity of our city. It's embarrassing. The city could be a gem, not for warehouse investors and developers, but for the residents, for tourists that come to the lake. There's an existing community literally right next to this proposed warehouse, and they'll suffer because warehouses make areas cumulatively hotter, and they pollute the area as well. It's right next to community members. It's terrible for their health. And also people who live in the community of Dawes, they were not told about the industrial aspect, just that they were going to add a sidewalk and some steakhouse restaurant, which is, of course, they're going to say, yeah, that's great. But 2/3 of the project is not that. It's industrial. If I was told that the lies of it, I would be excited too. But I know the truth. The reality is it's going to be industrial. More than half of this project is going to be rezoned for industrial. It's not right. It isn't needed. Now that this developer has stated they care about Paris and spend time in Paris, that's great. I live here. My kids live here. I didn't bring them along because, you know, they're tired. The kid that was here was very cute. My kids are cute too. They deserve to live in an area where they can breathe air that isn't toxic for them. They deserve to live in an area where there's more opportunity than just warehouses. Or why do they? My daughter asked me the other day, how come every time there's something here, there's always a warehouse that's way bigger? And it's like, well, because our elected officials get bought out by these people. Alabasi has already given money to Mayor Vargas, $7,500, and the people who are here that are supporting this project work for the Alabasi company. So they're obviously biased. This isn't up to bash Alabasi. It's just the cumulative effect of warehouses overall have been detrimental to this city. It isn't to say that we're against Alabasi. It isn't to say that they're good or they're bad. If my boss told me to come and speak out over something, I have the integrity to say I'm not going to put a community at risk in order to promote a project to make you look good. And he's probably giving him a little bonus or something like that, and it's ridiculous. It's about whether this city is something that we need, and we don't need more warehouses. There's a need for retail and commercial. 2 sit-down restaurants isn't enough for the amount of warehouse right next to homes. It's the cumulative effect of it. It's gonna affect even the workers that are here right now. So we're literally advocating for you guys to breathe clean air as well. Please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay. Thank you very much. We close it. Oh, just a second. I'm coming to you. We close that public comment, but we have the developer has a response. If you would like to respond, now's the time. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Chairman, and thanks to everybody that spoke, whether for the project or against it. We do not look down at anybody, regardless of their opinion. I just have a few comments based on who spoke here. The community to the east of us, the trailer park, I guess, or mobile home park, we actually went to them. I contacted the owner. He connected me with the property manager and with the pastor who manages the clubhouse. And we volunteered, and we have a nice letter in your packet from the pastor. We volunteered to renovate the clubhouse, and we were told, because somebody mentioned it, it's used for meetings, it is deemed not livable. Nobody could use it. We volunteered to pave their lot. We volunteered to give them access to our parking lot so they could have area for the churchgoers. So we contact them, and all we got is, are you interested to buy us out, from the owner of the campground, because they wanted to convert it to commercial. We had no interest in buying it, and we have no disrespect to the gentleman, the young man that came out here, and he was talking about access. We'll be happy to work with him, give him access through the wall to get to doors. We're not here to make anybody uncomfortable. We want to accommodate them, and we want to make them comfortable in their home. We have, whether they are, I'm not here to argue or debate their residency, because that's not my business. But we did reach out to them. We took flyers because we were told we cannot just walk between the units. We took flyers. Corinne went down there and she handed it to the gentleman or the people that manage the property. They said they'll take care of it. They'll not give them notices. And regarding to the houses to the west, I personally walked them house by house with Corinne. We invite them. City staff came, joined us at the meeting, and I hope Nathan could acknowledge. We presented to them the project as you see it now. And at that time, I'm sorry for somebody made a comment, we did not have a sidewalk, so we didn't tell them about sidewalk. This came up recent, voluntarily by us. So we presented the project in the presence of city staff. We invited all the residents, and only 6 showed up. I can't twist their arms. We went, knocked on doors. Araceli went to the shopping center and to houses, knocking on doors, delivering letters. I just want to make sure we get the point across. Richie Brother had a letter in your packet, because I do a lot of business with them, and they could not show up today because they have an auction. They're begging us to do something with the hotel. They're urging you to approve it, because you know when they have a function, and I attend all of them, we go to Mission Inn. We go to Moreno Valley. They get people coming in to stay here. They feed us at the Mission Inn. Why can't we have a hotel for them here and a steakhouse? I'm sorry for people that don't like the warehouses, but we are giving you a good product, which is the hotel and the steakhouse and the 2 sit-down restaurants. Talking about bringing commercial, I know everybody loves to have Fullerton and Irvine here, but we can't, realistically, like Nagar said. I've been after In-N-Out for 20 years, if you remember Commissioner Hammond, when I came here. I've been begging In-N-Out to come to my center in Ramon Expressway in Webster. They would not come. I tried, we had 3, and Diane was the planner back then. We had 3 pads for sit-down restaurant. I went to every convention, tried Denny's, tried Coco's, tried Applebee's, like some people suggested. I could not bring anybody to Paris. You can't. I tried Stater Brothers. I have contact with them. Cardenas, I know the owners. They tell us there is not, I'm sorry, I know you all want movie theaters. I can't build a movie theater if there's not enough goers. We are in the business of making money. If the people, there's studies done. We don't just come in here and throw numbers. We do studies. And based on the studies they've done, I can't get a sit-down restaurant. That's why we decided to bring our buddy, he left, so he's still here, Aimipa. I'm partnering with him to encourage him to come here. I'm partnering with the Middle Eastern restaurant because I cannot bring Applebee's. I cannot bring anybody here. All my businesses I opened, I'm not talking out of the back of my pocket. I opened businesses in Paris. They all failed because there is not support. I opened check cashing business. My son ran it. We opened every business. The only one that succeeded is the Chevron station. We were the #1 Chevron extra mile west of Mississippi because we know how to run businesses. We tried to do many options. We did not just put a warehouse. Staff would acknowledge. We sat with them. We looked at all different options. I don't know, the accusation of donation for mayor and for other, this is really embarrassing. We've been in the city and we've done a lot of good. We don't want to name what we do and how many people we have helped in the city. And I'm not talking about political help. I'm talking people that had funerals, people that had children who are sick. We've done a lot of good for the city. And the people that don't know us, I'm sorry that they don't know, but I'm not going to name it because it takes away from the integrity of doing the good. The 30 employees that came here, these are my employees. None of them was paid to be here. And anybody could raise their hand if they were. They volunteered when they know, because we have a bulletin in my office that we have this project. And we passed it on to them. They said, we want to go speak. And none of them, They are all residents of Paris. I'm willing to have them all come out here and give their address with zip code. So they are residents of Paris, and they're talking as residents, not as my employees. They're not on my clock. If any of them will tell you they're on my clock, I challenge that. And somebody said, we are the rich people. I'm proud of myself. I live the American dream. I'm an immigrant from Christian family in the Middle East. I came here in 1979 by myself. No family. I married this Mexican lady right here, my wife of 43 years. And we started a beautiful family. My daughter, who's a lawyer, psychologist, PhD. My son's college graduate. We are living the American dream because we want to live the American dream. We adopted people around us like Ramon Rodriguez, who I didn't want to mention, but he said he lives in a house I own in Paris 10 years, not a single dollar I take from him. And many other people have the same thing. I don't want to brag about what I do. I hired his brother. He met his wife in my business. He married with kids now in my business. Michael Valdez, his son, I raised him, his little son. He works for me now. So we create families around us. We are proud of this family. I didn't bring him for show off. I am proud of my family and my extended family here. I didn't bring him for show off. I brought him to show the commissioners and the public here that we are proud to be in Paris. We're not a developer who's just going to come get approval, sell it like other developers do. We are here. This is a third generation. Oh, he fell asleep. He couldn't last. We are multi-generation. I started in 1979. Yesterday was my 45th anniversary for moving to this country. 45 years and I built the American dream. The signal that Mr. Nagar, I think, alluded to, there is no need for a signal. As an engineer myself, I'm a licensed engineer like Brad, we had a meeting with the city. They said we did not need a signal. Staff recommended moving the signal mid-block. It wasn't my recommendation. I hope Brad will elaborate into that. We had no say in it. I'm willing to put my driveway. I told the city, just tell me where and I'll do it. I'll do it in cooperation with the project that's going to come in front of you in the future. I'm doing it whatever engineering and planning. So we did it in cooperation with the city, and so it wasn't our request to add one, and we really do not need a signal. Libby, that spoke earlier, I like her story. She was making minimum wage, and now she makes double, more than double minimum wage. She's not a union worker. She's an employee. She was a cashier making minimum wage. Besides, we don't really pay minimum. We pay a couple dollars over. And now she's making more than double minimum wage because we take care of our people. I didn't bring her here to speak and show off. She's a true story. I sponsored many families and people we brought from Mexico to come here, and not just to sponsor them to cross. We gave them high-paying job, and they petitioned for visas, and they stayed their residence here. So we do help families that come in here, and we help them by giving them places to live and giving them job to work, and not to take it from local residents. They moved into Paris. There's a good example right there, the Rodriguez, both of them. Pollution, my mechanic touched on it earlier. Nowadays, trucks, I'm in the business, I own a trucking company. Trucks are cleaner than small vehicles. I'm not an environmental engineer, but I know that for a fact. So this pollution aspect of things, a commercial center such as Walmart, Stater Brothers, if we could get them, they create a lot more pollution, a lot more traffic than a warehouse and a hotel. But people just love to use pollution. None of us want pollution. I lived in downtown LA in 1979. Commissioner Hammond maybe was in the area. You would put your hand in front of you, you'll have some fog. We are lucky to be in this country, in this state, in this city. The younger people might not know that. We have come a long ways. Trucks used to smoke, a trail smoke behind them. Nowadays, my semi-trucks that I own, 15 of them, they generate less pollution than the little Honda Civic that some of you drive. It does not create as much pollution as you hear advertised. So we are very lucky to be where we are right now. The warehouse, a lot of people comment, why are you putting a warehouse? A warehouse makes sense for the project. We cannot go build 17 acres of commercial strips and hope for a barber shop or a tailor or an ice cream shop to come and open and leave the shop. I tried it. I experiment. I'm talking out of experience. Ramona Expressway, if anybody's been around since 2005, I opened that strip. It was vacant. I was dealing with code enforcement, with people breaking windows. We do not want that. When you put a little warehouse, yes, it does bring, because there's demand on them, it does support the rest of it. I cannot make the hotel and the steakhouse reality without that small warehouse. 271,000 in relationship to the warehouses you see in Paris is not a huge warehouse. Somebody suggested on the improvements in Paris without the money. I improved Ethanok Road. I improved Getz Road, public work money. I was the contractor. It used to be 2 lanes, you couldn't drive on it. Go drive Ethanok right now. It's a beautiful street. That community of houses, which I was part of, I'm proud of it. All that thanks to all the jobs that are coming here. I'm showing you. This gentleman came from Atlanta. This guy came from Mexico. A lot of my employees, Eddie earlier, he came from Fontana. I brought these people to Paris. I'm not a developer just building a warehouse. I think I have addressed, I hope I have addressed some of the comments. I'm really upset because some people try to label us that we're just here as these rich people. We are living the American dream and we are proud of it. I'm proud of my family and my extended family that came and spoke for us here. I hope you will approve the project. And we do not threaten to go to council. We came to you with all respect. I will challenge anybody from the ones opposing to me to come and see what we do. And hopefully they could come and even work for us if they're looking for a job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the public comment portion and bring it to the, wake up guys, bring it to the Planning Commission. We're very patient here, trust me. and for whatever discussion.
Just want to start off by thanking the Alabasi family. I'm very familiar with the work that you guys have done with the city, and we really appreciate the business that you guys bring out here. It's very much needed. The commercial aspect of this project definitely shows that you know what we're in need of. We definitely need that hotel in that area. Lake Paris is right next to Lake Paris, and that's a very, very gem of a location for a hotel. Restaurants like I Meet Bar, that's exactly what we need. We need sit-down restaurants, and that's why I'm very grateful that this project is coming with these type of restaurants, because that's the direction that we do want to move towards when it comes to our commercial projects. The biggest concern is obviously the rezone. As it is, we have very, very limited commercial compared to light industrial. So the little commercial that we do have compared to the light industrial is more precious because it's limited. So losing 12.5 acres of commercial for me is losing a lot of opportunities of what could be there. We do need, the north side of Paris does need a grocery store. We've just lost our movie theater. We need a movie theater. That 12 acres could have been fit perfect there for a movie theater. I understand there's, financial issues that you guys were facing, but there was no restrictions when it came to the March Air Force Base, the flight zone. There's no restrictions there as far as commercial. So I feel like I really wish that we saw more creativity as far as what the land is zoned for and what we can put there. Also, another concern that I have is the location of where the rezone is going to be. It's going to be in between 2 residential properties. These residences are going to be directly affected by it. The ERR clearly states that the environmental impacts have been reduced to less than significant, except for impacts related to air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, and noise. That's going to be directly impacted to those 2 residential properties that are adjacent to the property, east and west. It's a tough one because I know Ramona Expressway is a very highly populated road where there's a lot of traffic, and that commercial area, it could serve a lot, but I'm just struggling right now with having to rezone that commercial to industrial.
I want, first of all, like to thank everyone on both sides who took the time to come here today. Put on your sweatpants and come out here, because I've done it myself. And so I know that it takes passion, it takes wanting for change to be out here. And I really commend you on both sides for being here. This is what it should be. The fact that it has come to this point, in my from my experience here on the Planning Commission for the last 3 years, has been that the reason why residents feel the need to come out is because leadership has let them down in the past. You have a Planning Commission that gives recommendations to City Council, and we also, at points, also approve or deny conditional use permits as well. But then it goes to an appeal to City Council, and then at that point, it gets overturned. And so I can feel the level of frustration, and I completely understand it. I share what Planning Commissioner Isaac Lopez has shared with us right now. I share those same feelings because we have been asking for sit-down restaurants. We have been asking for hotels. And let me just tell you this right now, because I was coming back from Hemet. A friend of mine has a small fabric store out there, and she was doing some alterations for me. So I drove all the way out there because I support her business, right? And so I went out there, and on my way back, I saw Hobby Lobby, Sprouts, Applebee's. And after I saw this next one, I was really torn. Panera Bread, this is one of my favorites. Target. I saw Hampton by Hilton, a Marshall's, and something that everyone, I hear the top of their lungs screaming that they need, a Chase. I saw it. And then I looked at the population, and I compared it to the City of Paris population. So their demographics, they actually have around 80,000 residents, and their median income, according to the Census Bureau, is about 60,000. That's their median income. Now, the City of Paris population is closer to 90,000, and the median income here is over 80,000. So when I hear comments coming to us and telling us we don't have the population density, we don't have the households, then we have more than they do, but yet they have more access than we do. So what is it? It's your leadership. And that's all I can say. It's the leadership, because they set the bar. They create those relationships. They go out there and they convince that their city deserves these things, okay? So what am I saying with this? There has to be a balance. Diverse development comes with making hard decisions, very hard decisions. And so I have to consider voting against a 500,000 square foot warehouse or voting against one that is less than 300,000 square feet and is offering something that we don't have in the northern area of the City of Paris. I remember, I had to take everything into consideration. I remember that we lost the Olympics. Yes, the city of Paris lost the Olympics that were proposed to be at Lake Paris. Why? It's the leadership, okay? Who is advocating for us? So it's up to our leadership to incentivize skilled labor to bring those jobs to our city. It's up to our leadership to make sure that the approvals of the tenants of these buildings have union labor, not only for the construction of the building, but also a project labor agreement that includes unionizing the tenants that are the workers that are coming in with those tenants. This is stuff that I've been learning within the last 3 years. And you have leadership that has been doing this for almost 10 years. Now, Mr. Alabasi has agreed to not build the warehouse until he has a tenant. We don't hear that. A lot of these warehouses, they want to build spec buildings and they're up for sale right now. There's lease signs all over the place. And for me, that is a slap in the face. They come here and they tell us, you don't deserve this, you need this. But on the other hand, Mr. Alabasi came to 2 ad hoc meetings, and I do believe that he did outreach. Why? Because one of the residents reached out to me and asked me questions about it. And I'm happy to answer those questions. So I know that that was done. So when it comes to weighing out whether the developer is going to listen to us or tell us what to do. If you all go back to December 20th, we were here having a conversation with a developer who insisted that they knew better than we did. But I stood my ground and I said, no, sir, that is not the way it works. And your planning commissioners, we all stood together as well. So making these decisions, it's not easy. It's not. But I can tell you that when it comes to a family who is coming into our city, which is a lot different than developers who live in Orange County, yes, you can make comments that it's theater, but they're putting themselves out there because they're trying to make a point that they're a family business and that they want to continue their business with the city of Paris. I think that's commendable because honestly, they don't have to do that because you've seen other warehouse developers walk out the door. So they really have a vested interest. And conversations that we had at ad hoc meetings really made me feel that they were listening to us. So if we want to set a precedence for other developers that want to come into our city and make a development and tell us, have a conversation with us, this would be an example to follow. Is it going to come with something we don't really want? Yes, it does. However, the level of respect is going to set a precedence. And so I really appreciate everyone today. Believe me, it's hard to make these decisions, but diverse development is what it is, and it takes these decisions. And thank you, everybody, for coming.
Like my fellow commissioners, I am very conflicted. I also met several times with the Alabasi family, and I want to say everything we asked for or suggested, they took and implemented. There was no pushback, no questions. It really felt very collaborative, and it felt like they really were meeting our needs. I also live in the north part of Paris, and I don't want another warehouse. And I told them in the ad hocs, and I was very honest with what we needed, what we don't need. But I also have to take a step back and be realistic to where it's situated, the dimensions of the lot. I also have to take a step back. I had family from out of town, and I'm like, I had nowhere to put them. They were all in my house, so we're all getting ready for a quinceañera with 10 people in the house, which is hard because there's nobody close by where we can have them. There was nowhere nice to take them for dinner. So it does come to, what do I sacrifice for our community? What sacrifices do we need to make? I also worry about setting the precedent where the next developer is going to come in and say, oh, we'll build all this, but you need to have this warehouse as well. Because we do set precedents here. We do need a sit-down restaurant. We need all these things. We need safety. And, with all due respect, when we have business owners that are here, they stay here for 10, 11, 12 hours a day, but they go home at night. They go home for the weekends. Nights and weekends, early mornings, or when things happened. I know that on Paris and Ramona a few years ago, it was a good friend of mine. It was her nephew that got shot and killed at that gas station. That was early in the morning. That's when business owners really aren't here. The community's here. If I have to stop by a gas station at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock at night, when I'm coming home, whenever, I'm in the community, and I think about all those things when I'm making these decisions. It's not just, my daughter's 19 driving. The other one's 15, will be driving next year. Do I feel safe having them drive at night with a development that this planning commission is backing? Because when we approve something, we're backing it, and we have to stand by that. So when, someone asks me, the dais keeps asking why this, why that, why that. That's our responsibility to ourselves and our community. We need to ask why. Maybe we don't know the answer. Maybe we're trying to put thoughts out there. I think it's our right and our responsibility to ask why. Right? Why not this? Why not that? We heard the median income for Hemet versus us. We've seen the population numbers. We also see the crime rates between the two. I think like Paris deserves so much more. A steakhouse like this is exactly what we need. So I'm very conflicted. I am completely conflicted. And Mr. Sepulveda brought up that his parents retired from a warehouse. That is so cool. But warehouses back then and the way they paid and they were unionized and there was like people that worked there are not what they are today. Most of them are staffing agencies where they don't no longer have benefits. They don't have retirement packages. They don't have long-term health benefits. Now, knowing the Alabasi family, and they told us that they would maintain the warehouses as well, and knowing how they run their business, getting to know them, I know that they will maintain that same livelihood for whatever development they have within our city, which makes it even harder to make this decision. And anything that we brought up, okay, on this side, there's manufactured homes. Oh, that's okay. We'll add more landscaping. We'll add more buffer. We'll do this. We'll do that. On this side, we have this, a hotel. If I'm at the hotel, I don't want to look over and see a warehouse. We'll move the trailer parking over to this side so they see automobiles and they see landscaping. So this is one of the most difficult decisions that I've had to make up here. And I'm really, really grappling with what I'm going to do.
Okay, well, first, thanks for your patience tonight. I know we still got a few more to go, so have mercy on us, right? But it's important because I don't care about how, I don't care if it's 2 o'clock, it doesn't matter to me. But because every single thing that comes before us is important. I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound like bragging, but I think this is the most detailed commission, period, that you're ever going to see. Forget Menifee, forget me, they do not do the detail we do. And I would challenge any developer in this room to see a commission that's this detailed. I sat next to Menifee, I laughed at him. I sat, and when I looked at the mirror, are you kidding me? These guys are commissioners? I went to the League of California Cities. I'm shaking my head. What are they doing up there? It's not that we're better people, it's just we take the time and we make the effort because they love our city. That's the only difference. What I'm saying about this project, and I'm gonna make it real short, one of the things that I see, when I see these stuff, first thing I see is, you see warehouse and it's automatically that negative response comes, then that's not fair because you have to look at what they're presenting. This is one of the best presentations, and I've been here 22 years, longer than anybody in the history of the city of Paris, okay? So nobody's been here longer than me. And I've heard every kind of presentation. Some are so bad, and some are really good. That's the nature of life, right? Some come before you, they're good, they're bad. But I'm really looking at it from a judicial standpoint more than just a philosophical. Does this fit? Does this make sense? 2005, quick story, 2005, and you can talk to Judy Harney about this. We got beat up because we suggested, guess what, a hotel across from Lake Paris. They went in the newspaper and destroyed us. They've not done that to you. The whole newspaper was about us. How dare you present something like that? So I was an activist long before you guys were even around. And we got destroyed. I have the newspaper. Front page, what are you doing? Okay, got no backing from anybody. Okay, but we stood out there and we took the heat for the whole city of Paris. And we didn't move an inch because we said across from Lake Paris should be that kind of development. No, they want to put houses there. So we were first at it. You weren't supposed to go buck the system. You were supposed to go along with it. We didn't do it. So I'm a long time person that goes against the rock. However, on this project, everything has been discussed. I think we beg for this kind of stuff. I begged for a hotel 18 years ago, okay? Begged for this stuff to come. Nobody would do it because nobody wanted to bring the money here. They used to spit on Paris in the 90s. Let me let you know, secrets. You were like something you wipe off your shoes, okay? That's the way they thought of Paris in the 90s. I know they don't think about that now. In-N-Out had some, I'm not going to say it because it's on record, but they made some statements about people here, okay, and I'm going to stop there, and we're not going to put it on that corner. I'm not going to talk race, ethnicity, but I'm just going to say it was not very nice, Okay, you didn't hear it. But now they beg to come over here and look at them making money, right? Isn't it amazing how things change when money gets in there? Money flows. So this project, presenting whatever it does, and we could tweak all the other stuff on the side, we can do the landscaping and all that. In essence, we have to have something to begin the chain going. Now, if there was a way to put, I would prefer multifamily housing, but that's not a reality. The location means you can't put it in the back, small business. It's not a location thing. If anybody in economics tell you can't do that. They have to face something you can't put in the back. So that wouldn't work. It's about money, and it's about revenue, it's about economics. Y'all need to take economics. One of the problems in this one, if you don't have that thing to support it, you're not going to have anything in the front. So that's one of those things I have a hard time with. Because I'd rather in a utopia not have anything but that, but it's just not, it's a case-by-case basis. Another project, no. But this one is one of those that I appreciate the presentation. I don't really have any issues. Whatever's going to be made can be done in the conditions of approval, but we trust our ad hoc staff. We went through it. That's why we have an ad hoc committee, and they're very difficult. So you get it past them, you're going to got to face us. So with that, I'm going to leave it and just say I've said as much as I can say. I think you presented it well. I thank you for all the presentations good, and we had some good, some that be against it, some are for. That's life. That's the way it is, and we're supposed to listen to it. And that's what we're supposed to do. So don't worry about us hearing it, okay? In the late hour, we're nowhere committed. It's almost 12 o'clock, and we're still here, and we're still awake, right? So we really love this, and even our secretary is still awake. But staff is kind of, but we appreciate the comments, and we have to weigh it. We always have to weigh things and what's best for the city. And from our viewpoint, all we do is recommendation. And that's all we can do is recommendation based upon what is presented to us, okay? So with that, I'm going to stop unless you guys have something to add. I know we got somebody back there, Steve, but yeah. But I'll stop with that, and I will read whatever the case. I guess I can still see it, yeah. The requested action is to adopt Resolution 24-10, recommending that the City Council certify the final environmental impact report, adopt a mitigation and monitoring and reporting program, and approve specific plan amendment 22-05380, tentative parcel map 22-05379, development plan review 22-00037, and development plan review 22-00038 to facilitate the construction of a 271,090 square foot industrial warehouse building, 2 freestanding sit-down restaurants, and a 4-story hotel totaling 61,008 square feet on 17.1 acres based on the findings and the conditions of approval. I don't know, remember if we had additional things that we added.
No, because they had already added the landscape.
They already added.
The fencing was already.
Yeah, oh, that was put in there, okay.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think we added anything to it. Okay. And the changes is 24-10. I think it's not 20. It's important because it's going to be resolution. Okay. Now, with that being said, even at the lateness of the hour, we need an. You ready, Sylvia? Yeah. Okay. A motion, one way or the other. A motion. Okay. It's moved by Commissioner Gomez. Seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. Oh, I'm sorry, I got to say it. Yeah, we don't have it. Moved by Commissioner Gomez and seconded by Commissioner Jimenez.
And for the record, that is to approve the requested action.
Thank you. Yeah. It's getting late, so we can vote now. We've had technological difficulties.
Commissioner Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively. Recuse himself. I'm sorry. Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 3-1, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. We need someone want to run back there who has the energy to wake him up.
There's more to come.
Yeah. question?
I just want to all the developers want to stay and finish
I
off.
told you. I told you. Sorry, reconvening the Planning Commission, City of Paris meeting at 12:05. Wow, it's Thursday. Yeah. Wow. We're moving on to item, give me a second here. Item 6D, scoping meeting for an environmental impact report associated with specific plan amendment 22-05280, tentative parcel maps 22-05279, and TPM 24-05150. TPM 38985, conditional use permits, CUPs 22-05295, 24-05141, and 24-05142. Developmental plan reviews, 22-00028 and 23-00021. Now, so proposal to consider the following entitlements to facilitate the construction of Paris Gateway project in 2 phases, consisting of multiple commercial buildings totaling 138,684 square feet, on approximately 20 acres, located on the north side of Ramona Expressway between the I-215 Freeway Interchange and Webster Avenue. Number 1, specific plan amendment to amend the Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan to allow self-storage facilities, subject to a conditional use permit within the commercial zone. Number 2, tentative parcel maps 38567 and 38985 for phases 1 and 2 to subdivide 3 existing parcels into 8 parcels. And number 3, conditional use permits to allow the self-storage facility in the commercial zone, and up to 6 drive-through retail establishments and 2 vehicle fuel stations with alcohol sales for off-site consumption, and 4 development plan reviews for the reviews of the site plan and building elevations for the proposed commercial project consisting of an 80,478 square foot self-storage facility, 2 sit-down restaurants totaling 12,000 square feet, 6 drive-through fast food restaurants totaling 18,400 square feet, 2 convenience stores totaling 10,039 square feet, 2 vehicle fuel stations, and a 5,425 square foot automated car wash. Applicant Mike Nagar and Associates. Is there an ex parte communication, ad hoc committee meetings, or site visits?
I drive by the location.
Drive by there quite frequently.
Yeah, this is a very well-known, next to the Ferguson building, right?
Mhm.
Next to Ramona Expressway.
Very well-known site, been
Yes.
through it several times.
Oh, yeah, it's can be annoying, but yes, several times. Thank you. And we'll be presenting with our city employee, Mr. Evans.
We got the
Go for it.
second shift coming in.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for that introduction. So proposals and applications, as you mentioned, there are quite a few, and these are the applications associated with the scoping meeting request. So just quickly, the purpose of the scoping meeting is to provide project information on the proposed development plan review for the Paris Gateway project. It's also to allow the Planning Commission, interested persons, organizations, and agencies the opportunity to comment on the preliminary assessment of the environmental issues that will be addressed in the project-specific environmental impact report. And no action from the Planning Commission is requested or proposed or required for this project at this time. So here you have a vicinity map. So as you're probably aware, yes, this is the directly to the south of the OLC1 Optimus project. It is zoned commercial. We'll get into that as we move through the project. It's a 20-acre site. Location is at the north of Ramona Expressway, east of the 215 interchange, west of Webster Avenue. The zoning is Paris Valley Commerce Center specific plan, commercial. So here are some site photos of the overall project site. This is the north view, south view, east view, and your west view. This is from Webster Avenue looking west. And this is a northeast view because, as you can tell, that project does have a kind of a longer trailing off edge to the north, so we needed to get a few extra photos for you and get an idea what the site looks like. So this is the 20-acre project site plan. As you can see, again, it's just north of Ramona Expressway. Has intersections at Nevada and Webster that run adjacent to the project, and a dead end at the project as well. As you can see here on the western edge of the project site, adjacent to the Optimus building, you have the self-storage, proposed self-storage facility. You have the gas station, the Maverick gas station, a couple of drive-throughs, and then the Phase 2 site, you have the sit-down restaurants, drive-through restaurants, car wash, and another proposed gas station. So the self-storage conceptual elevations. This is the single building, and there will be other self-storage buildings as well, but these are the elevations that we have. These are conceptual elevations. Maverick gas station site plan. This is that the gas station that would be at essentially at the terminus of Nevada Avenue and Ramona. And here you have those elevations. These are conceptual elevations again. These are those conceptual elevations. And then the Phase 2 conceptual elevations, you have the north elevations for the site, as you can see below. Phase 2 conceptual elevations continued. Again, these are just conceptual elevations for these various pad sites throughout the project. And then here's that second car wash that, not car wash, gas station that I mentioned earlier. So that concludes staff's portion of the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Yara Fisher with Helix Environmental Planning, and she'll walk you through the CEQA process for this project. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to still see you here. So tonight, I'm probably going to try to make my presentation just a little bit briefer, so please feel free to ask me questions if you have them. I'm going to skip right over the overview and just kind of dive into things. The city, as lead agency, determined that this project was subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. So during the review process, we determined that we needed to perform CEQA studies for the project. The California Environmental Quality Act requires us to inform the public and the decision makers about the potential impacts of a project and evaluate ways that we may avoid or minimize those impacts with either mitigation measures or alternatives to the project. So that's kind of the basic purpose of CEQA. Early on, when we started doing some technical studies for the project to support the application, we also prepared a pretty lengthy 120-page or so initial study document that looked at all of the environmental issue areas that we need to look at in CEQA. And so this helped us determine that we did, in fact, need an EIR. So the EIR document is going to be something that's prepared and circulated for public review for you and the public to look at. It will consist of discussing the environmental setting both on the site and surrounding the site. It will include a thorough project description, including some of the objectives of the project. But the bulk of the analysis will be an environmental analysis comparing what things may look like after the project if it were approved compared to the existing condition. So that's really the meat of the EIR. If there are impacts identified, we will identify mitigation measures to try to avoid or minimize those impacts, and we'll also look at alternatives that would help avoid or minimize those impacts. And at the final EIR stage, there would be a formal, mitigation monitoring and reporting program that would be applied to the project. So in that initial study that we prepared, we looked, I think it's 21 or 22 issues now. And most of the issue areas were determined to be less than significant. This was based on project information that we had as well as supporting technical studies. There were also impact areas, including biological resources, cultural resources, geology and soils, and tribal cultural resources that were determined to be less than significant, but they did require mitigation. And that mitigation is mitigation that is consistent with mitigation from the Paris Valley Commerce Center Specific Plan EIR. There were two topics that really need to be analyzed in more detail in the EIR, and those in particular are air quality and greenhouse gas emissions. We determined those have the potential to be significant and unavoidable, so definitely need an EIR to address those. And because of those potential impact areas, we will have to look at project alternatives that could avoid or reduce those, and also address mandatory CEQA findings in the document. The preliminary schedule for developing the EIR and circulating it is shown on the screen here. Right now, we're at the scoping meeting. We're kind of at the beginning of that scoping period even, so the scoping period will extend until September 3rd, where you can submit your written comments. Anybody can submit their written comments. And then we'll spend probably from now until probably the end of the year working on the EIR, reviewing drafts with staff, revising comments, doing internal drafts before that goes out for public review for a 45-day public review period. Once we receive comments, we'll respond to those in writing and hopefully be here in front of hearings before you next late spring. So the notice of preparation and the initial study are available on the website, at the downtown library, at the Planning Services Department, and also Matthew is your contact for requesting any additional information, and it would also be the person to send written comments to. And even though we're going to hear your questions tonight and hear the public's tonight, we do suggest that that you provide your comments in writing. So there's specific questions that we do like to cover. What are your major topics of concern? Are there any mitigations or alternatives you'd like us to look at? Those are kind of the topics for the scoping meeting tonight.
Thank you very much. And as usual, we'll have the developer would like to come forward. Appreciate your patience and you're still waiting.
I appreciate yours as well. Good evening, commissioners. A couple of things. While the staff report references phase 1 and phase 2, it's all being done in one phase. They are just differentiated because there's different ownership groups. So phase 1, phase 2, we're calling one east, the other one west, but the bottom line is they're all coming online together as one project. The other thing I did want to mention as well was while the whole site's zone commercial, we find that and you guys know this, the GHG thresholds are so low that even with the reducer of adding self-storage just reduces it's not commercial, it reduces the trips dramatically. We still exceeded the GHG thresholds, and that will eventually need an override, and that override could only be done with the vehicle of an environmental impact report. So here we are. I'm here if you have any questions for me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just for the record, we're just making sure that this is a scoping meeting. So we're not dealing with the architecture. Well, I know we like to all jump into that. Landscaping, we're not going to deal with that. But those questions that we bring up, especially this hour, we want to keep it to the fact that this is a scoping meeting, and whatever issues are concerned related to that, then we can bring it forward. Not beat up on the developer, but at least questions now for staff and or the applicant at this time. So if you have any, now's the time to talk about what you like to talk about in the scope, on areas that need to be addressed or should be addressed.
I do have a question I'd like to add to see if the study can add this as well. I believe the original component had, instead of storage, it had hotel. Is that correct?
No, it did not, although a hotel idea was bandied around a bit. The Airport Land Use Commission, in their recent decision, when we brought this before them, pretty much shut the door on the hotel idea. They are prohibiting it.
Okay, so there was no hotel in the original, okay,
No.
okay. 'cause
No,
I-
there was a lot of inquiry, but no traction.
Okay. So, what was the proposed project in the beginning? Because I went through the documents from 2016. And I did my research, and so there was a commercial component at that time.
Yes and no. There was, but not an actual site plan for it. In other words, when the 2016 project went forward, it consisted of commercial property that got rezoned to industrial, and those industrial buildings have been built. The remainder of the property, the one that we're dealing with now, remained commercial. And at the time, concepts were being put forward, and but no actual project.
Okay. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I was involved with I'm reviewing on behalf of the city back then. So under CEQA, you have to evaluate the whole of the action. So at that time, the proposal was for industrial project that required a rezone of commercial land and the vacation of a frontage road. But there was no actual proposal for the commercial land, but for the purpose of the EIR and covering, like I say, that whole of the action of what could occur, just, the EIR evaluated a potential commercial development. We couldn't ignore it. I should say, and when I say we, the city, could not ignore that. So a sort of concept was evaluated in the EIR along with the industrial. But the industrial was the actual proposal. The commercial concept was to just cover the EIR for the then potential future development of the remainder of the site.
Okay.
So we did that to comply with state law. But once again, there was no actual commercial specific development proposed at that time. And the other difference at that time was that the area that's proposed for the self-storage right now was set aside for the freeway ramps.
Right.
And so those are no longer needed.
The Mid-Valley Parkway.
Correct. And since they're no longer needed, we couldn't, just go with the previous EIR. So now they're having to now they're doing a new EIR to cover this additional area along with an actual commercial proposal at this time.
Very good.
I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Good.
Commissioner Gomez is correct in that, and I was there, of course. It was discussed just in general about a hotel. A lot of things were thrown out there. I was here, and I know, but not in detail because that was not the preeminent thing. The warehouse was. So, but that was just something talked about. But then I always looked in the back of your head as the March airports going, yeah, we're going to put a 3-4 story. It's not going to happen. So it was kind of known back then, but it was discussed, but it was just in general speaking. It was not something on the table. It was not something that was presented. The warehouse portion was really the primary. The other was just set aside, was it 10 acres or whatever it was, for something, and there was nothing detailed. But that was one of those things. That's unfortunate when you've been around long enough, you remember these things. But that was just a discussion back then. But you're all right, it was. Any more questions? Okay.
I know we usually do the comparables when we look at the EIRs and if it's nothing's done and alternatives. I also wanted us to focus on the aesthetics for that area of having, in that corner area, having a storage facility versus, I I don't know, parking for a location on the bottom instead of storage. I also want to look at the transportation indicator by itself and cumulative, especially with the coming of the development on the south. And exiting the freeway, I know Nevada, you're not supposed to make a left going north. That happens a lot. It's another really dangerous area. So looking at that, I looked at where the entrances are supposed to be. Does that mitigate that area's transportation needs, exiting the freeway, especially looking at trailer trucks that are still using the off-ramp on Ramona? And just that overall impact of really what's traveling there at times of day with the accumulation of that, especially during school session, because I know there's schools to the south, there's the district offices to the south. So looking at that, and also the environmental impact of having, I think it was 2 gas stations potentially there. The potential impact of, I'm going to be totally crashing. I don't know if it's because it's this late. If one blows up, does the second one blow up? I don't know how to say that professionally right now. But just the impact of like having them close together, are there impacts where one can trigger the other? I know they have shut-offs or underground. There's all these protections, but there's people still fueling. So I don't know if that's an impact in having two so close together.
Let me jump in, and this is just to piggyback on what she says. So make it very specific to this. Your sensitive receptors would be those homes. What's is it 1,000 feet away, 2,000 feet away? You're having gas stations, a lot of cars coming in. Is that going to be impacted with those residents, single-family residents? That's what you have to look at. It's not a choice. So is there going to be noise that is projected? You're talking about 5, 6, 7, 8 restaurants. There's going to be people driving in there. So that would be one of the things that you maybe already looked at, but that's one of those things because there are residences, legal, non-conforming, or whatever they are, but they are across the street over there. Yes, Ferguson's there, but Ferguson's has a separation too, and there's a wall. So we need to look at, is that going to be something that's impacted? I know with the VMTs, we like to use that term, because when you're talking about this many restaurants and things, you're going to have quite a few traffic. That's 2. Number 3 for me, and I know I'm jumping in, but that's just coming to my mind because it's late. The other issue is going to be, everything to me is related to traffic. One of the things about going there, and we're constantly saying this because we're in the city, is getting on that off-ramp to go north. There's a queuing of vehicles.
Yes.
Now, one of those things you got to look at with all that there, how is this going to be impacted when you talk about turning in to your location from Ramon Expressway? You're going to have an issue because it goes from 3 lanes to 2 lanes, and now you got a whole bunch of vehicles stacked there getting on the, and trucks, despite the fact they're not supposed to be on the street.
Oh, there's a lot.
Well, yeah. None of them are supposed to be there, but they're there, right? But now you got a queuing of vehicles all the way to Webster, and I've been there at 4:30 in the morning, and I used to go to work. I'm packed. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, whatever. So how is that going to be impacted in conjunction with that queuing? Setbacks, things of that nature, that has to be looked at. Circulation within there, and I'm told the back portion is not, I don't have the map in front of me, that's why I'm saying all this stuff. The northern portion of this drawing shows the circle, whatever that store is, and there's a street or some kind of thing that's on the north that abuts the Ferguson property. In other words, the Ferguson wall, then there would be some drive aisle in the back, which is that a fire drive aisle? So is that going to be vehicle transport? Is that just something for fire trucks? And then all the vehicles are going to come in off of Webster and off of, see, I'm going without a map, so I'm just having to say these things. But if you're coming in off Webster, how's that going to be impacted? Because if that's a fire lane, then everything is pushed on from Ramona Expressway, and now you have circulation within it. Then you have storages at the north end, so they're going to get to the storage end. So how many vehicles are really we talking about coming in projected? Since we're talking about 8 fast food restaurants, 8 deep in queuing. Then you're talking about a gas station, 2 gas stations, right? So there's a lot of impact of vehicles there. How many vehicles, how many trips are we talking about? These are passenger vehicles, not trucks. You know, these are just basic things. But I mean, we're just saying these things because I think the number one issue for me is traffic and circulation. and its proximity to those homes over there. And other than that, I think it's really just, that's the other stuff is aesthetics, but we're not getting into landscaping now. But those are issues I think that are important because remote expressway is going to have to be looked at in terms of how are you going to mitigate that traffic right there. If you're going to have or you have to have a major setback, and I think the engineer could probably answer this, but yeah, wake up. But that setback there, the city has that property right by the freeway. That's the city of Paris. Since there will be no mid-county there, and I'll leave my comments alone about that thing. But since that's not going to be there, you get that space. So how is that going to be mitigated to get off the Ramona? Is it going to be a third lane, fourth lane? How would that impact this? Because you have to have an acceleration or deceleration lanes to go in there, but they're going to come out on Webster, right? Because unless you're going to come out and go right into that queuing, how are you going to deal with that distance? So that has to be looked at in terms of circulation and traffic. Okay. So that to me is my main issue. Our architect here, I'm sure, may have a few, but I'm going to yield to him.
My issues as well as traffic and those concerns, especially with Nevada coming in, getting off the freeway, especially coming northbound, and then being able to get into the turning lane along Webster. The other option is going all the way, getting into the turning lane for Nevada. The other option is the U-turns on Webster. That's potentially an issue, especially with the high volume of traffic in there. And again, the aesthetics of the buildings along the freeway got to be superb. So if that can be investigated very well as a key component is important to me, and how it all ties into all the buildings tying together within phase 1 and phase 2 should be looked at very closely with the colors, the color scheme, how it ties into the Optimus 1 building as well. Some of those components in what I saw in this presentation, that it's the storage facility is somewhat tying into it, but the rest of the facility buildings are not. So if those can be looked at, I would appreciate it very much.
I think also with the air quality, with having 6 fast food restaurants where there's cars that are queuing and on for longer periods of times versus maybe a sit-down restaurant or a store where you get there, you park, you go inside, get out, we're having cars idling in the queues. I think that's something to look at too, what the air quality impact would be of having 6 restaurants where you're having your car on for extended periods of time.
Okay, I don't have any further, unless you guys do. I think we've hopefully got that down, because I sure couldn't write that. Hopefully give it, and that's the basic issues with this, is the transportation circulation and what to do with remote expressway, the vehicles. And then I don't know what the standard transportation thing is in terms of numbers of vehicles that normally would be passenger vehicles in something like this. I'm sure there's a measure for that, because with queue lines of 8 cars, and you'd have to figure out how many hours per day and so forth. So that's something you guys look at, not me. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think too with the traffic, because there would be, I guess, a stop at Nevada, then lining it up with the Gateway, then with Webster, just at the traffic flow exiting the freeway. Just the impact of how backed up it would get, getting on either way and getting off both ways.
Right. The traffic study would analyze all the, level of service for every intersection, the queuing. So the queuing in the drive-through to on-site. So it's going to analyze all this. So it'll be included.
And just to be clear, obviously the property to the south is talking about doing the signal. Is the property to the south, I'm just saying the property to the south, going to also be putting in the signalizing on the north porch?
As far as the driveways lining up
Yes.
for the signals, yes.
Okay.
That's going to line up.
It's a little financial treat there. Okay, that should do it. And since we don't have a vote, yeah, I mean, we don't have a vote. I'm just going to the next thing. Yeah, I'm just reminding, we don't have to do any motions. We don't have to. 'Cause I'm ready to go, and I'm like, nah. Okay, now we move to that portion. Public comment on the scoping session. If you'd like to come and speak on this item, you're welcome to come to the rostrum. Yeah, that's what it is, rostrum, and speak. And of course, 3 minutes, state your name. And if you have any things, I didn't know if she even had it. Just spell your name or last name, you know.
Hi, my name is Franco Pacheco, Pacheco. I think this project, it could be pretty good, and some of the mitigation measures that you guys were talking about, you know, they sound good. But I just want to point out all the problems with the traffic that you guys are talking about are directly caused by all the warehouses that you guys have approved in that area. So it kind of just shows us that when we have runaway approvals of warehouses, when we get a project like this that, you know, might provide a little bit of alleviation to residents that want to see something different, now you have all these issues that are going on just to get this project done safely. But other than that, I have no other comments. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Was there anybody?
I do have Alex, Alex Mesa.
Can I go?
All yours.
My name is Marwan Alabasi. I'm sure you know me after midnight. Good morning. I wasn't aware of the project. I've been involved somewhat with Mr. Nagar and Gary for the years about doing the development. I actually have approached them in the past because I'm in the gas station business, and I thought that was maybe a great corner for a gas station. Now I see 2 gas stations, and recently the city approved the project for DECA. I ended up actually paying top dollar about the corner because I figured, okay, 1 more gas station. I earlier made a statement, we were #1 Chevron west of Mississippi. We'd probably dropped in half sales in the last 4 years because of the number of gas stations that open in Paris Boulevard and Ramon Expressway. I'm a gas station person, I'm not against it, but having 2 more in that block, and with the traffic, truck traffic, I know you're restricted in Ramona, nobody's listening. I wrecked my car leaving my office, my driveway, because of the entrance of the Ferguson. Now, to add some more commercial there, I don't think Webster can stand, I didn't really see the detail of this driveway. So I really think that the gas station by the freeway, if that has to be, I didn't really see the plans as well, but the one in the corner, not because it's competition for me, competition is healthy usually. And I don't know if we know the brand or if it's known what it is, but we have every brand of gas station. We have, I think, 10 gas stations within 1 mile radius. Again, competition is healthy. Fast food is good, but I see about 4 or 5 fast food. If they could get more, whatever they can get, I think we have about everybody. But if we could get another In-N-Out or something else, I love commercial there. I promote it. I'm for the project, but I think that corner gas station has to be looked at a little deeper, especially with the traffic circulation. I drive Ramona every morning, like Mr. Hammond, sometimes 4 in the morning, sometimes 6 p.m., and that segment is miserable. I don't know if there's any mitigation because I work for Caltrans, and if you're not addressing that segment from Nevada to the freeway until you address that segment, it is a nightmare all the way from Nevada to west of the freeway. So I really think that should be expanded into the study, and potentially, if this project is going to go, to be developed up to and including the on-ramp and off of to the freeway. I get stuck in that traffic every day, coming off southbound, making left turn. Then you got 2 or 3 semis trying to get on the freeway. The whole intersection gets shut down. So, I'm part of development, so I can't complain. But it really, traffic-wise, this is going to generate lots of traffic that it should be looked at to what the extent of improvements that needs to be done to accommodate for 2 gas stations and the fast food. That's a lot of traffic. So if we could add the lanes all the way to the freeway, Mike, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Well, that's the standard rule. If you'd like to comment, applicant, it's up to you. No force.
No comment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I don't think we need discussion here. We're just scoping and we're moving on. Thank you very much. Okay. We're getting there, guys. And without objection, we'll move on to item. Oh, you want to? Item. Look at Lupe is about to go. Item 6E. Boy, we have to be patient and say, wait, we didn't have any coffee, guys. We're just doing this, scoping meeting for an environmental impact report associated with General Plan Amendment 23-05153, Specific Plan Amendment 23-05115, Tentative Parcel Map 23-05154, Development Agreement 24-05168, and Development Plan Reviews 23-00011, 24-00006, and 24-00007. Proposal to consider the following entitlements, create a new specific plan for the new Paris specific plan to facilitate development of 3 commercial retail buildings totaling 6,780 feet and 8 industrial buildings totaling up to 3,681,020 square feet on 218.14 acres of the larger 345 acre in total specific plan area. Located south of San Jacinto Avenue, west of Dunlap Drive, and northeast of Ellis Avenue and I-215 freeway. Number 1, general plan amendment to amend the circulation element to replace a planned freeway interchange at the eastern end of Ellis Avenue with a freeway overpass and to realign it with the proposed Marietta Road extension. 2, specific plan amendment to rescind the new Paris specific plan and create the new Paris Commerce Center specific plan to act as a regulatory document for the establishment of development standards and design guidelines for the entire specific plan area. And 3, tentative parcel map to establish 8 parcels totaling 218.14 acres for commercial and industrial development and 1 parcel totaling 111 acres for open space conservation area. 4, development agreement for specific project improvements and community benefits. And 5, development plan reviews for the review of the site plan and building elevations for the proposed industrial commercial components of the project. Applicant Industrial 6 Enterprises, LLC, requested action is to conduct a scoping meeting to review, discuss, and provide comments on the potential environmental impacts associated with the project for the preparation of an environmental impact report. And with that, I think we know pretty much what the scoping is. I don't know if you know to go through that. But we bring it to any ex parte communication, site visits, or otherwise.
No, but I do have a question before we move on to the next, just for clarification. Because it is after midnight, way after midnight, and a lot of our residents who would want to speak on behalf of this project, I believe that we should make a motion to move this, continue this specific scope meeting, because it is a pretty big development. And I think that if there are residents who would like to speak in public comment, they should be able to be provided that option.
You can do so, but I would still hold public comment even now before proceeding to that, and then you can take a vote on if you get a second for that motion.
To continue this meeting for another day?
You're saying to continue the item specifically to?
The scope meeting, yes, for this specific project.
Right, but, right, so you can make that motion, but I would still probably allow public comment before proceeding to a motion.
Chair Hammond, is that okay with you?
I would say that if the applicant is here, is the applicant here?
The applicant is here, but I just don't feel like it would make it fair to the
Oh, no, I
residents.
just want to make sure they're on board with it because it's their presentation. So if the applicant, we could do these things, but I want to make sure the applicant is okay if that's the case.
Does the applicant care if the public is here to speak their mind on this project?
Speak now.
That is my posed question.
Well, there's a couple of considerations too, because we also have to have it, sorry, Candace Burnett with Kimley Horn representing the project. And the only consideration would be that it would be done within the time of the notice of preparation, because it has to be done within that notice processing. And so that would be the other consideration that we would have to consider, because we are under the timeline in which that notice of preparation was sent for the purposes of the CEQA process.
So I guess staff would have to check what the calendar looks like.
And that's the main thing, is because you have that 30-day.
This ends on
period.
August 26th.
Yes.
We could have it August 21st.
I believe we have August 21st coming up, right?
And I know that that also was a problem because of the agenda.
I do agree with Commissioner Gomez on this, because this particular site has a huge impact with the residents of City of Paris.
You guys as planning staff, tell us. The timetable, legal timetable.
I want to defer. They have the option.
Yeah, to make a motion. Sorry. You do have the option to make a motion, seek for a second, and then go to a roll call vote upon showing of good cause, which is the explanation so far provided.
All right, this is Commissioner Gomez. I'd like to make a motion to continue this project to our next meeting, August 21st. I'm not sure if staff can put them on as the first one to present their scope meeting on August 21st. In order for the public to get an opportunity to be able to speak and provide their opinions and their comments during public comment about this project, even though it is a scope meeting.
Yes, they would be the first item on the agenda if continued to the next meeting on August 21st.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the only hesitation, was to make sure that we were in that period, because it becomes a legal matter, and I'm not going to negotiate legal matter. But if that doesn't affect the CEQA process and our developer applicant out there, I don't know what's on the agenda for the 21st, but if we can do that 21st.
The other option, if the developer wants to agree, is this could be on a special meeting too, so it doesn't necessarily have to go on the 21st, as long as everybody is in agreement on a specific date that they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, that's the only question is.
Preference would be a special meeting.
But I think they
Hi, this is Kathy Hoffer, and thank you all so much for your time. And I know it's been a very, very long evening and morning, so I do thank you. And it's really actually been pretty insightful to be here and listen to your passion. And I've gained a lot of understanding of what we need to focus on with our project, which I think we have. We've been working with staff and with many of you for a long time now, and we're excited to finally get here to this point. So thank you. And we did hear the public. We understand. If at all possible, if it could be a special meeting, that would be wonderful. And we would certainly welcome that. So,
thank you.
Yeah, I think obviously it's imperative that at this time, and we're just not going to get much public. This is a very important one, and I guarantee it would be longer than 10 minutes. But my concern wasn't what she was saying. My concern is legally, in terms of the timetable. I have to do that as chairman. You have to do the timetable, and CEQA is very tough. Okay, so if they say notice in such and such a date, you got to change the date, or we got to move it, and you got that period. We want to make sure we have a meeting prior to that ending date. So that was, if we can squeeze it in, and we were talking about a Wednesday, because the council is Tuesday?
The council meetings cancel next Tuesday, so it's not on the calendar.
Okay.
So we can do Tuesday or Wednesday next week. It's up to the discretion of the council. Not the council, planning commission, I'm sorry. I'm getting late.
That's going to be, that would be August 14th?
It would be
Yes.
14th if it's a Wednesday.
Because my calendar is telling me it's Thursday, so. Okay, I'm okay with it. Can we put that to a vote?
I can do Tuesday. Wednesday's a little bit more difficult. I could probably try to make it work. But Wednesday's a
I
lot
can do
more.
Tuesday too. Commissioner Lopez?
Lopez.
Will it be at 6 p.m.?
You can determine, it's best just to stay consistent, I would say, just 6 p.m.
I'm retired.
I'm good.
Tuesday?
Yeah, I can make it work.
Are you guys okay with, are you guys in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we have a date certain, and 6 o'clock, and if that's okay with you, okay. And now that still will give us time with the sequel and the 30-day, we'd have to extend that period?
That's correct.
Okay.
So procedurally, right now, there is a motion on the table with the date, but you want to we're amending that to, what date was it?
Tuesday the 13th.
Tuesday, the 13th.
Yeah.
August 13th.
So before proceeding to the motion, or you're making, let's just say this, you're making a substitute motion to the motion, that way you just have to vote on the new motion, to continue the item to August 13th.
Yes.
6 p.m.
6 p.m.
So now you'll need a second and then a roll call vote.
Okay, and it would be first thing on the item.
I second. It would be the only thing on the item.
Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Who knows, right? Okay. Okay, it's been moved, I'm sorry, we have to say it. It's been moved by Commissioner Gomez, seconded by... Oh, okay, yeah, we, seconded by Commissioner Jimenez. Boy, I'm losing it here, okay. Okay. We got a vote thing here.
Commissioner Lopez?
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes?
Commissioner Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively?
Yes.
Chair Hammond?
Oops, yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved to be continued
Very good, very good.
to August 13th.
Right. Very good. Okay. I know we're all sleepy, but I have to do it. It's a procedure. We move to item 7, public comments. Anyone in the public would like to make a comment not related to any agenda item is welcome to come to the podium at this time and speak. Non-agendized items, you're welcome to come. Anyone in the public? Okay. We close the public comment because I don't see what. No business items. Item 8, commissioner members and announcements or reports. Definitely gonna try to keep that one short.
I think I just broke a record for the longest meeting I sat through. Hopefully I don't have to, hopefully I never break that record, but we'll see. Just want to give a shout out to the kids that are going back to school. I know Valverde starting again next Wednesday. So summer's over, it went by super fast, so I just wish them a good school year. And that's pretty much it. Wish everybody a good night.
Yeah, it's been a grueling night. It's probably been this is, I think, the record night that we've been here, and we don't get paid extra. So I just like to thank everyone who came today and expressed their opinions. It was a very difficult night. Difficult decisions had to be made, but we have some very interesting projects coming up, and I just felt it was very important for the residents to get an opportunity to come and speak on them. So to that being said, yeah, back to school week, fresh start. My daughter is going to be a freshman in high school, and my son is going into middle school. And yeah, so it's definitely a transitional year for many of us. So that being said, everyone, thank you for coming and good night.
I also want to thank everybody that came out and, never hold back on making comments because of us. That's what we signed up for. We know what we signed up for. So it's important that we hear from our community members for and against. I want to thank staff for always making sure we set up those ad hoc meetings, making sure that we follow through on things. I still do want to, somehow send the message to developers that, we're not going to be compromising our commercial land when it's so limited. We can't compromise. I think we're in a place where there's obviously interest. If there's a big steakhouse willing to come into the city and, Mediterranean and raising the scale of the services provided in our city, there is interest. So we can't compromise when there is interest. We can't sell short. We can't hold back. We can't give up the little precious commercial land that we have to make our city really the best it can be when there is interest. If there was no interest and this is all we were getting, I would say, well, we got to develop and we need money, so let's do it. But we're not at that place. We're at a place where, if we position ourselves correctly, we will get what we want. And what our community deserves, what our city and community members want to enjoy. I think one of the limitations that we have as a city or in planning is that we're not setting up entertainment centers. Things are isolated. There's a dining place here. If you want to go to the movies, you have to get in your car and go over there. Where I feel like places like Victoria Gardens, places like the Promenade, they have everything with walking distance. My good friends and I, whenever we want to get together, we usually go to Victoria Gardens. There's places to have dinner. You walk around. You have ice cream somewhere else. You have boba somewhere else. You go window shopping. We're here. Anytime you want to go from entertainment to dinner to another event, you have to get in your car, and that's inconvenient, especially when you have, I think back to when my girls were little and you had to buckle them into car seats, get them out of car seats, having tantrums, having to use the restroom. We want to make it convenient. So I think thinking that in the future for our developers, if they go back and listen, they should think about doing comprehensive entertainment and multiple access locations within one development instead of having us drive from the north side of town to the south side of town to the west side of town.
Again, I like to thank everybody for coming out. We did have a very large crowd. Very nice to see everybody out there voicing their opinions and their concerns about the projects that are before us. We're up here. We make some tough decisions most often, all the time. So we take a barrage of questions that are not always not always nice to hear and comforting, but we're here to make the tough decisions in what we feel is best for the city. So,
Lastly, I want to thank staff for staying awake, for being here this long. I know you're going to suffer tomorrow, and what a shame, I'm retired. So, and the gentleman is wide awake in there. Look how lively. Was it? We had coffee in there? What's going on? We kept Sylvia awake, I know that much. But I appreciate it. I'm not going to be long. Tomorrow I'll be going at 5:30 to the park, Green Valley Park opening, or whatever this thing is, because they bug me to death. So I'll be there at 5:30. I think it's the second opening. How many times are we going to get to do this? Groundbreaking. Start building a stupid park. I don't want to, I think two quick things, real quick things. What came up today is what I've already said before, and sooner or later people will listen to it. Number one, getting a quality group and understanding that how to reach people in the community. You heard it tonight. You see the problems? Well, they get this. That's why I said a workshop. Because everyone does it different. I would not. How we know? What is that? Is that the best method? It's the best practices you want to bring in, and let them bring it. The city has no idea what to do, but let them meet together and say, "Oh, I did this good." That's a standard thing you do in city government. Bring them together. And I do this, and they learn from each other instead of getting this group that complains and then get it. Well, is TikTok the best way? Is Facebook? Whatever. Or knocking on doors. That's it for that one. And I think that would help a lot. The other thing too is what you talk about, economic development is not really aggressive and assertive. I love her, but you can't just wait for people to come to you. You've got to set up zones, overlay zone, this is an entertainment zone, do it. Okay, you have a water park and all that right together and nothing over there. They got to drive in the car to go to the balloon. They drive over there, and they got to go to. If you can get in September, it's the best restaurant in the city, incidentally. If you can get in there, look where you have to go. So I'm just saying that's at another level. But I would love to be on that. But it's economic development has to be assertive and aggressive. So you can't just sit there and say, "Please come to the city." That's not the developer's not going to do that. You, as a city, have to hire a consultant and say, "Let's be assertive." So let's go after this entertainment zone. They have a walk-in zone. I think it was a Minifee. You go online, they can walk in. It's like an area thing. They bounce. Nothing like that here. And so it's all spread out. Okay. Anyway, with that, I want to say school, good luck with the school. You guys are going to deal with that. It's going to be hot. Yeah, but thank you. With that, I think that's it. Unless staff has something else, you can go to sleep now, Kenneth. Go back to we got a cot back there.
It's exhausting.
And I appreciate all the comments. I know I look like, but I do appreciate the fact that we all get actively involved in this stuff because we've had some, you have to drag it out of them. Not this group. So I know we probably have a heavy agenda. Go right for it, real quick.
Well, I just wanted to have the pleasure to say good morning, commissioners.
I know you're waiting on that. You're waiting on that. I know.
I always say good evening, so now I can say good morning. So you'll be coming back on the 13th for the item that was continued today. For the 21st, we have three items. We have an amendment to the Harvest Landing specific plan. We have a Jack in the Box and car wash on Harley Knox. It went to ad hoc for comments. And we also have the item that was continued today, the self-storage facility on Ryder between Johnson and Lakeview. Those are the only three items we have for the 21st.
Maybe.
11:30, how about?
So far, we have those three items. Thank you, that's all I have to report.
Okay, so now we just have to make sure we notice that meeting for Tuesday, since that's a special. Yeah, Judy goes crazy if you don't. Oh, the city clerk's office. Oh, no. So, yeah.
Sylvia, we don't have ad hoc on Tuesday, do we?
I'm sorry?
Ad
Do
hoc?
we have ad hoc on Tuesday, or was it Monday?
Monday and Wednesday.
Okay.
The 26th. Monday the 26th.
And another 26.
Oh, okay.
We got three coming.
Okay, good. And with that, thank you, City Attorney, for presentation. And we will, later on, we'll be talking about the trip to the EMWD site. I'll let her tell that later on because we got some dates in mind in September. It's too hot in August. With that, we say adjourn tonight and go home, and these guys got to come to work.